It's Winter Series Sunday at the Circuito de Jerez. We are back with the GT, GT4 and Formula Winter Series with TCR Spain also taking part this weekend. It's a full schedule of races here at this 4.4 kilometer circuit. The Circuito de Jerez, still of course a World Championship home in motorcycles and previously Formula One as well. Myself, Adam Weller, alongside Chris McCarthy and Lucas Gajewski for the broadcast this weekend. We brought you all of the exciting action on Saturday, and we intend to do the exact same here today, along with our live stream partners, alphalive. 4.428 kilometers is the exact length of the circuit, 15 turns. Almost 40 years old, this circuit, now established in 1985, very soon after opening, hosting the Spanish Grand Prix. And still a world-class facility, of which there are many down here, of course, in southern Spain. As you can see, the conditions maybe not optimistic as the day goes on. We are expecting perhaps a little bit of precipitation as we get into the afternoon here at the Circuito de Jerez. However, the drivers have had more than enough practice in the rain over the course of the last few days. Friday in particular was more or less a washout here. In the paddock, a lot of drivers instead electing to get their headphones on and do some dancing in the trailers or something like that. Ask the Fassetti Motorsport guys. Yes, it's going to be a mixed weather day for certain. The sunshine, the heat that we had yesterday, I don't think it's going to be a factor on this occasion. If you were watching yesterday, you'll remember that Jamo Hartling in the GT3 race, he looked like he'd really been through it after the half-hour stint. Temperatures much lower around the circuit this morning. We have a full schedule of races for you today. It's going to be a packed schedule. All racing going forward on this Sunday, starting with the GT4 Winter Series cars, which you see out there on the circuit. We'll have 2 races from them, 2 races from the Formula Winter Series, and 2 races from the GTs as well. And then the TCR Spain pre-season will also have a race. Race 2, their second and final race of the weekend, a little bit after lunch break. We will be live with you all day. We'll get some insight from the paddock, from the pit lane during lunch break as well with Chris and Lucas. So it is going to be a full day of motorsport action here in mid-February, because who said motorsport had an off-season? Certainly not GEDLICH Racing and the Winter Series crew. Cars already exiting the pit lane then, so we're not too far away from going racing in this one. Going to be a compelling race this. We've got a very interesting grid. It's Mikey Porter starting from pole position in the GT4s. We look forward to seeing how he performs in this one. He's yet to get a win on his own. He's got a win with Jamie Day, but he has not yet won a race on his own in GT4 Winter Series, so let's see what he can do on this occasion. So many of these youngsters in the GT4s making their first steps in GT cars. When the Formula Winter Series comes out later on, of course, that is the same as well. It's 24 cars. Yes, 24 in the rookie class. That means 24 drivers who have not previously raced in Formula 4 competition. That is a huge number of new drivers within that class. And that means it is very impressive that yesterday in race 1 of the Formula Winter Series there were no safety cars, no major incidents to speak of. Of course, I know a lot of you will be tuning in to see the likes of Bianca Bustamante, Carrie Schreiner, and of course Leah Block, who are competing in F1 Academy during the summer. They are taking their first steps in racing this year in the Formula Winter Series. Of course, Leah Block taking her first ever steps in single-seater racing, not just her first of this season. And it's been great to see her competing. We've got massive names, or soon-to-be massive names, I think is probably the best way to put it, in that FWS grid. The likes of Griffin Peebles, yesterday's race winner Andres Cardenas, certainly someone to watch based on his performance yesterday. Juan Cota, Maciej Guadish, et al. A great grid there. The GT's always spectacular as well, of course, with the mix of GT3 and single make GT machinery. And the TCR Spain category, also very fun to watch yesterday. We've got the very interesting story there of motorcycling world champion Ana Carrasco making her four-wheeled racing debut. She's still very much in the process of getting to grips with the very different world of tin top motorsport. But great to see those first strides happening in real time, and we'll have to see where her career path goes from here. So a full schedule of racing to bring you. There will be no less than 7 races across this broadcast today. So do stay with us all day long, because we are going to bring you a lot of action. The first action is just a few minutes away. Let's zone in and focus on the GT4 Winter Series.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, welcome down to the grid as we get ready to go racing for the first time here on Sunday at the 3rd round of the GT Winter Series. My name's Chris McCarthy. Great to have you with us down on the grid. Not so sunny today, is it? But it's going to brighten up down on the grid very, very shortly. As you can see in the background, the cars are starting to make their way down. As you look up into the skies, Johnny, not so sunny up there. Looking at some weather forecasts with the teams, hearing that it might start raining at them from about 11 o'clock. Then the rain is due to stick around for on and off the rest of the day, so we could see some tricky conditions. I think the GT4s might get away with it, but after that we could see some changeable conditions. We've got some drivers down here. We've got our race winner Jamie Day with us, his teammate Mikey Porter just pulling into position on pole position. They got their 4th win yesterday in that Aston Martin, leaving them in the championship lead. We will see if they can get that door open, and we'll dive in and have a word with Mikey Porter. Can we have a quick chat with him? Matt George is going to open the door for us. Right. Mikey, great to have you back on pole position with us. How's the track feeling out there this morning? Of course, very sunny yesterday, not so sunny out there today.
Yeah, it's a bit chilly this morning. Obviously one of the first cars out on track. The weather's looking a bit ropey. I think we might have a little drizzle in the race, but we'll see how it goes. I'm just going to push on and see what we can do.
Always a challenge when you're the first car to take it on as well, I bet, isn't it?
Yeah. Obviously you've got that to deal with, but I'm just going to do my best and get my head down.
Looking forward to the race ahead. Reckon we can make it 5?
Yeah, hopefully.
Stuff. We'll leave you to get your head settled. Thank you very much for that. Mikey Porter is going to be starting from pole position alongside the SR Motorsport car. These guys, a DNF for them yesterday, unfortunately. But other than that, we have seen them pretty much on the podium in every single race. It brought them down. It brought that podium run to an end. It looks like they're having a bit of a chat. So we'll leave them to it for now. Can we jump in and have a quick word with our driver? How long do we have? 3 minutes. Let's jump in and see. How's the track feeling out there so far? Feeling a little bit cold out there, a little bit green?
All fine right now. So yeah, the weather will be a little bit tricky, like also in the last race. So it will be interesting, but for now it's dry, and I'm looking forward to a good race. Yeah.
Reckon we can come back and get a win today?
Sorry?
Reckon we can get the win today?
I think so, yeah.
Good stuff. We'll see what it's going to be like going up to turn 1. It's going to be a great fight between these two up towards the first corner. Let's try and walk down and see some more cars because we're running out of time very, very quickly. We've got the WNS Motorsport car here next. 6th place for them in race 1 yesterday. Very solid start to their campaign. And then alongside Tom Leben, who we spoke to on the grid yesterday. He was very pleased with how things went yesterday. Zach Meakin doing a great job in the car for them, put them 2nd in race 1, still chasing down that first win, but it doesn't feel so far away the way that team is progressing. And I was in their garage earlier and the team very happy with how it's going. They were a little bit frustrated with the drive-through penalty the 27 got over there, but let's see how they can go. They're going to be starting. Alex Dennin's going to be starting from row number 3. And now we come to the Muka Motorsport car. Looks absolutely fabulous. Feel free to have a walk around, Johnny. Don't be shy. Have a walk around it. It looks absolutely superb. Muka Motorsport car, huge team. This driver here, Matisse, Vice ADAC Junior Cup champion, having a bit of a word with an engineer, so we'll leave them to it. Then we've got our Cayman Trophy pair back here. We've got Enrique Forder, the 2SR Motorsport cars. The 111 car got the 3rd ST win, the car on your left yesterday. That is the cars being fired up. That's the 1 minute board, Johnny. So we're going to head up to you in commentary, Adam.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, get out of the firing line because we are about to go racing in the GT4 Winter Series. Just a formation lap away from the action getting started. It was certainly a compelling day yesterday. Would we have had the Elite Motorsport car, the number 27, challenging for a win if it wasn't for a drive-through penalty? Certainly that could have been the case. Tom Emson in the car today. It was Alex Denning in the car yesterday. Started the race slightly out of formation and was given a drive-through as a result of that. So they'll be looking to rectify that wrong in this race. Of course, Mikey Porter again starting from pole position. Can he convert that into his first solo victory in GT4s? Also, keep an eye on Matis Pushkel. He lost out on 2nd place towards the end of the race yesterday. He'll be keen to maybe go 2nd or indeed one better over the course of this one. So the cars are rolling on our formation lap. You see there the 2 plain white Porsche Caymans. Those are the 2 Cayman Trophy cars that are slightly sub-GT4 spec, slightly smaller engine, slightly fewer revs, but they'll be getting in amongst it as well. Mikey Porter is our pole sitter though in the number 19 for SETI Motorsport Aston Martin. He starts from pole position alongside Marcel Marchevix. Marcel Marchevix in the number 11 Schnitzelau Mercedes AMG GT4. Tom Levin is next for Elite Motorsport in the number 78 Elite McLaren. Joseph Knopp is in 4th place, his debut in GT4 Winter Series for this season. W&S Motorsport entering that Porsche Cayman. He will definitely be one to watch in this race. Tom Emson in the 2nd Elite McLaren, starting from 5th place, the number 27. Then it's Matis Pushkel in the number 8 car, the BWT Muka Motorsport, the pink Mercedes. Tim Neuser is next in the number 111 Cayman Trophy car. Next to him is Enrico Ferderer in the number 110. Those two are definitely going to be very evenly matched within Cayman Trophy, and I expect them to make life difficult for some of the other cars around them as well. Alberto Di Martin starts from P9 in the NM Racing Team Mercedes AM class pole sitter. Emil Yerdrum in the Pro-Am CV Performance Group Mercedes AMG starting from 10th. Max Hubert in the number 10 NM Racing Team Mercedes is on the final row of the grid, along with Florian Bauer in the number 99 East Racing Porsche, which was doing so well yesterday until unfortunately the radiator was damaged. He'll be looking to right those wrongs and try and go for the AM win over the course of the next 30 minutes. It is a 30-minute sprint race. We are, of course, going straight through, no pit stops, no driver changes, nothing of that nature, unless the heavens intervene, of course. We are expecting, of course, an hour-long enduro race number 3 of the weekend as well. So if that's more your flavour, we do have a pit stop race to come as well, with both drivers taking part where applicable. And look at that. Did you just see the number 11 car testing its wipers? I hope that was just testing the wipers. But yes, what is that spitting? I think it might be spitting rain, because look at the windscreen on this number 8 car of Pushkel. Yes, I think there is a spit of rain coming down as this race is getting ready to go. That is a huge twist in the tail then. We might be facing greasy conditions if this continues, but we are facing 30 minutes of racing action. For SETI Motorsports, Mikey Porter is your pole sitter. Marcel Marchevix will be looking to out-drag him on the run to the first corner. 2x2 formation in the GT4 Winter Series. Race number 2 begins now, and it's a good start from Mikey Porter. He will lead into the first turn. Marshavic's trying to figure out which way he wants to go. Elects to take the outside line, tries to go all the way around the outside of our race leader. Everyone hopefully gets through this first turn cleanly. Yes, they do. But is the Forsetti Aston Martin that leads it, or does it? Because look at Marshavic's full commitment around turn 2, and he leads by turn 3. Marshavic's carried so much speed through turn 2. That was incredible. Matis Plushkel under fire from one of the Cayman Trophy cars. I think that's Enrico Furderer further back in the pack. There's the 78 of Tom Leben. Of course, GT4 convert, much like Mikey Porter, albeit from a very different background. He's up the inside. He's into second place. Here comes the WNS Motorsport car of Josef Knopp as well, challenging for third, maybe even second place. Matis Plushkel involved in that one as well. Are they 3 wide? It looked like they might have been going that way. Leben in second. I think Plushkel is up into third place then. In fact, no, my apologies. This is Josef Knopp. He's just got pink BWT colours on his race suit, which threw me off a little bit, but it is Josef Knopp in third place then. In the Paragon-backed WNS Motorsports Porsche in third place. We've got 1 pink suit and 1 pink car. We'll make note of that. But nonetheless, we can see that it has been spitting around the circuit. Doesn't look like it's bad enough at the moment to cause any significant reduction in grip, but maybe some are struggling. Mikey Porter from first to fourth on the first lap. Plushkel also looks like he's fighting a little bit for grip in the early stages in the Muka Motorsport Aston, under a lot of pressure, I believe, from Enrico Furderer. Across the line they will come then to complete the first lap, and it is Marcel Marshavic's who leads the way. Here comes Josef Knopp though, the 19-year-old who's so experienced already in GT4s, particularly in Germany. Tom Leben significantly less experienced in GTs, but obviously has got a great single-seater background, but it's not enough to hold off Josef Knopp. Knopp makes that look fairly easy, gets through into second place ahead of Leben. Mikey Porter will be looking to try and get back into those podium places then on the Elite Motorsport McLaren. The AM class leader is Max Huber, the first of the 2 NM Racing team Mercedes AMG GT4s. The AM class cars are in red on your screen. The blue cars are the Pro class cars. Black number boards on your graphics are the Pro-Ams. And then the Cayman Trophy cars are in green. Tom Leben goes defensive from the Aston that's at least partially in green. Around the outside goes Mikey Porter. Couldn't quite get the run out of the turn there to draw alongside, but he does have a look to the inside at turn 8. He'll be wanting to get back through and make those positions as quickly as possible. He'll also be noting that Marshavic's and Josef Knopp are driving off a little bit. He doesn't want to get stuck behind Tom Leben if Leben doesn't quite have the pace yet in the early stages of this race. Porter certainly looking like he's on the offensive right now. A couple of deep braking zones to come before the end of this lap. The first one is right here at the Senna chicane. No move made on this occasion, but a matter of inches between them, centimetres between them, as they run through the chicane, through the curve of Ferrari, and on to the final hairpin known as Lorenzo, and it's the Elite Motorsport cars sandwiching Mikey Porter at this point. Mikey Porter has just as much chance of passing an Elite McLaren as being passed by an Elite McLaren as this battle continues right now. Marshavic's and Knopp are breaking away then. These two will be familiar with each other for certain, the 2 cars at the front of the pack. And look at this. Oh, Tom Leben's got a really bad run out of turn 1, and that is the move from Mikey Porter. That was exactly what he needed. Leben just didn't seem to get the power down out of T1. But he's going to fire back now through 3 and 4. Can't quite get it done there. Up the hill now towards turn 5. There's only 18 metres of elevation change across this lap, of course, but this is the highest incline on the circuit, I would say. And dipping back down towards the hairpin at turn 6. Again, the wipers just occasionally being deployed by some out there on circuit. At least visually, I don't see any rain out of my commentary box window. It's clearly spitting out there as Tom Leben again trying to find a way back past Mikey Porter now. Porter not able to get the couple of car lengths he needed to maybe just focus on Marshavic's and Knopp ahead of him. He's got to worry about the two elite motorsport McLarens making themselves very pronounced, wide and well known in the rear view mirrors of the Forsetti car. We ride on board with Matis Puškel. Puškel in the BWT Muka Motorsport car just behind Enrico Ferdera, who again is doing a brilliant job in the leading Cayman Trophy car. This youngster has done very little in terms of GT racing compared to some of those around him, but did do some racing with J-Mo Hartling actually in GT4s last year, but just 16 years of age. Quite a successful German karter. And also did some GTWinterSeries last year as well. The Cayman Trophy car not up to GT4 specification, but look at him keeping up with the Pro Class cars fighting for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Ferdera has consistently impressed me this season. He is definitely one to watch. The AMG GT4s behind of Puškel and Jerdrum losing a bit of time then to the plain white Porsche. Meanwhile, Josef Knopp, with what was a 3/4 of a second gap to the lead, is now less than 4/10. So certainly Josef Knopp seems confident in the car right now. The Pro-Am class leader won't be too worried about that in this race. His AM driver isn't getting in the car, so he can focus purely on the task at hand, and that is getting past Marshavic, and he has a look to the inside at turn 7. That was way too close for comfort, but I tell you what, the amount of precipitation on that windscreen to me suggests that it's getting harder out there. I think there might be a little bit more rain, at least on that end of the circuit, at turn 7 and 8. Into 9 and 10. You can see, I think, that they are a little bit slower around the corners than they were a couple of laps ago as well. Of course, tyre change in GT4 race isn't the easiest thing. These cars run 5-stud wheels and often aren't really outfitted for a quick tyre change. So if they do have to make a pit stop, it's going to be quite the scramble for our teams. Let's hope it doesn't get that far for their benefit. Certainly, I think Enrico Ferdera is thriving in these conditions. The Porsches in general tend to do well in the wet conditions. McLaren's being hounded by one of the Porsches, and here comes Enrico Ferdera up the inside of Tom Emson. Emson, though, uses the momentum to stay ahead of the Porsche just about. Matis Puškel now a bit closer to the back of them as well. It does seem as though that pack for 3rd, 4th and 5th is starting to break apart, and in the case of Tom Emson, he's instead being inherited by the cars behind him. Josef Knopp looking to get a good run here down the back straight. He does get a very tidy exit from the corner. Marshavic's a little more heavy on the curbs. He goes defensive into turn 6. As we just briefly lose pictures there, but went deep into the corner. Very deep into the corner, and Josef Knopp couldn't get it done there. The 8 and the 85 are in tandem. So Emil Jerdrum, second in Pro-Am right now. Didn't get the best of qualifying sessions in, starting down in P10. We know he's quick, and he's right there on the back of Matis Puškel right now. It's very close through the order. Emil Jerdrum just trying to find his way past Matis Puškel now. Jerdrum, another very interesting young talent. He raced in GT4 Europe and GT4 Germany last year. I understand that down in the pits, the rain is starting to pick up, according to the amateur meteorologist Chris McCarthy, and I fully believe that he's correct on that, because you can see it just in the body language of the cars. I think that we're no longer facing a fully dry racetrack. The top 8, though, are separated by no more than 5.7 seconds, so the great equalizer doing its thing as ever. As it gets damp, everyone seems to be struggling in much the same way, at much the same speed. Very close field of cars, and Josef Not wants to be the leader of the train. Looked like Plushkel was getting out wide there. Did he end up in the gravel? Is he still ahead of Emil Jerdrum? Plushkel in the number 8 car, the Mercedes from Muka Motorsport, is still there in 7th place. Just saw that in the back of shot, but he was getting very, very loose coming out of turn 3. It's becoming more and more of a challenge for these drivers. The wipers are being more consistently deployed now. And Josef Not is still looking for any opportunity to get past Marcel Marcevic. He seems to have a few percent more confidence in that car than Marcevic does, but he isn't quite able to find his way past the distinctive Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes AMG GT4. They're side by side almost as they run through turns 9 and 10, and oh, Marcevic goes wide there. It looks like it's at its worst down there at 7, 8, 9, 10 to me. This is getting harder and harder for our drivers. And look at Mikey Porter, he's getting involved in this as well, as are the elite McLarens. This is definitely now a 5-way scrap in mixed conditions. This is fabulous stuff. Air raising too, and here comes Josef Not, side by side through the penultimate corner. Mikey Porter with a 4-wheel drift as well. It's getting to the point where I'm not sure this is slick-worthy conditions. Mikey Porter up the inside, everyone drifting wide to some extent. It's still Marcevic that leads the way. 18 minutes of this to go. What is the weather going to do? This is going to be a hugely dramatic race for the remainder. It's already been spectacular. Josef Not around the outside. A little bit of close stuff between Mikey Porter and Tom Leben as well in 3rd and 4th. Here comes Leben to the outside at turn 2. Marcevic drifts far too wide at turn 2. Is it going to be the lead for Josef Not? No. Marcevic just about carries the momentum. They're still side by side. Oh, Leben and Porter, I think, just got into each other a little bit there. Emil Jerdrum past Mattis Plushkel there as well. They're still side by side for 7th and 8th, but Porter's up to 3rd, and Emson has followed him through. No, it's still Tom Leben there in 4th place. Leben, despite being on the gravel, is still there in 4th. Maybe make it 3rd because he's got a nose ahead, and the lead is going to change as well, because look at Josef Not. Not on the inside as they approach turn 6. Has he done enough? No, Marcevic still has it, but who gets the power down out of turn number 6? It is still Marcevic just about. You saw there as well on the picture-in-picture that Mattis Plushkel had a moment out there. It's Marcel Marcevic from Josef Not, from Mikey Porter, your top 3. Then it is, I think, still Tom Leben there, followed by Tom Emson, the Toms in the elite McLaren. And then it's Enrico Ferderer in 6th place. This is the biggest challenge of the season in the GT4 Winter Series for certain. Of course, remember, Tom Leben has some experience in these kind of conditions. They started an hour-long endurance race on slicks in damp conditions, and he's using that to his advantage, maybe, trying to get around Mikey Porter. But yeah, at Estoril, the 78 Elite McLaren started on slicks. It never quite came to them. It was wet weather conditions all throughout the race, but they kept it on the island for the entire race, and that experience could be useful now. Look at Enrico Ferderer trying to get up the inside of both elite McLarens. He has gotten past Emson by the looks of it. 15 minutes and 55 seconds, and I have no idea who in this top 6 will be on the track, much less leading by the end of this in these treacherous, slick conditions. I mean, slick as in slippery. Here comes Josef Not to the inside at turn 2. Surely this time he's got it done. The karting line can only do so much for Marcel Marcevic, but it does a lot for Marcel Marcevic. He does keep the lead, at least for one more corner, because it's through at turn 4 for Josef Not. Now, has he carried the momentum through the turn? Yes, he has. Josef Not is up into the lead. Plushkel in the pits then, as the leaders are side by side. Down the hill now out of turn 5. Marcevic with huge opposite lock. Here comes Tom Leben, who's got himself up into 3rd place. Could he make it P2? He's got a nose ahead. He's got the outside line. Marshevix tends to like that outside line, seemingly in the current conditions. He's given it to Leben. Oh, and a big sideways moment from Tom Leben, who somehow just about keeps it straight. Here comes Mikey Porter around the outside of Marshevix as well. Marshevix being swallowed up. Here comes Tom Emson as well in the other of the Elite Motorsport cars. Marshevix goes from the lead to 5th place. Mikey Porter going for 2nd. Off track there went Marshevix. Marshevix into the gravel. Marcel Marshevix, I think, ended up in the gravel there. But it is Leben up to 2nd, Porter in 3rd, Tom Emson in 4th, then it's Enrico Federer. Is Marcel Marshevix still there? We'll have to wait and see. Doesn't look like he is. He is still there, but he definitely took a trip to the gravel as Enrico Federer catches a big slide there at the centre chicane. Those curbs are getting less and less hospitable for our competitors in these treacherous conditions. Emson around the outside now, and all of them going all the way off track onto the paint. They need to avoid that as it gets slipperier and slipperier. But look at Josef Knopp. Now that he's been released by Marcel Marshevix, he is disappearing up the road. He seems to have a lot more confidence in his car than those around him. And I think that the 2 cars in the pit lane might be going for wets. I think that's what's going on there. Emil Jerdrum back out onto the circuit, as will be Mattis Plushkel, hopefully. They're both a lap down. Plushkel, I think, is 2 laps down, but I think they're going for wet tyres. Let's see if it pays off. Tom Emson around the outside of Mikey Porter for 3rd place. Your order then at this stage is this man, Josef Knopp, leading the way with 13 minutes left to go. Then it's Leben. He's followed by his namesake Tom Emson, who goes way, way off track. WRC spec McLaren Artura, evidently. Then it's Mikey Porter, then it's Enrico Federer, then a big gap back to Tim Neuser in 6th place. Max Huber is your AM class leader. Marcel Marshevix is also in the pit lane in the number 11 Schnitzelau Mercedes. I wonder if he is also going for slicks. Sorry, for wets. Definitely not going for slicks if they are doing a tyre change. I don't know that it's wet enough for the drivers to find a lap's worth of time, but it's going to be interesting to see how quickly Emil Jerdrum gets past these guys. I'm sure he's going to unlap himself. Just getting confirmation from downstairs that Marcel Marshevix is indeed going on to wets. Again, hugely difficult pit stops in these GT4 cars. I think I just saw that one of the drivers, well, the other driver of that car, was actually doing some of the tyre changing there. So I think that was Joel Mesh with a wheel gun. And critically, Marshevix will come back out still just about on the lead lap. So that will be helpful for him. He won't have to pick his way past these cars, slipping and sliding around the circuit, as going very deep into the corner again is Mikey Porter. Knopp is now leading by, I think, somewhere in the region of 5 seconds. In fact, it's only 3.2 as they come across the line. Leben and Emson then leading the charge of the others. I wonder what Emil Jerdrum's pace is looking like. He's just behind Tim Neuser on the circuit right now, just behind these guys. And if he's notably quicker, then maybe he could make something special happen. Again, I don't know that the time or the conditions are in his favour, but the CV Performance Group Mercedes is the car on wet tyres right now, just coming up behind this leading pack, albeit a lap down. Then, of course, there's Marshevix, who isn't even a lap down. He is still just about on the lead lap, and he will be hopefully finding some pace for his sake, because he has made the gamble to move on to wet tyres. If you're just joining us, it started spitting on the formation lap in this GT4 Winter Series race, 30-minute race, and the conditions have progressively gotten more treacherous for our drivers. It looks to me like it may have somewhat stabilised over the course of these last few minutes. But it's certainly a very difficult game being played out here. Drifting way out wide goes Tom Emson, really fighting the car. Of course, every time they go on the paint, they would risk the car just looping around on them in these wet conditions. There you see, just trying to put the power down on the paint, on the painted curbs. It just spins up the wheels, even with the aid of traction control and the like. And Josef Knopp isn't really getting away from them anymore, it must be said. It seems as though Knopp is doing about the same pace as those behind him, albeit with a little bit of a cushion. Meanwhile, Florian Bauer, who you see in the picture-in-picture, has been massively closing in on Max Huber. His last lap was 3.3 seconds quicker than Huber, so I think the AM class lead might be at threat at the moment. There's Emil Jerdrum. Now that's important. Jerdrum just going through shot there in the CV Performance Group Mercedes AMG. Again, yes, he's a lap down, but he's a lap down and closing in rapidly on the second, third and fourth place cars. So clearly those wet tyres are doing him favours. I don't think their favours good enough to win him back an entire lap. But clearly the wets are the way to go right now. Here is the AM class battle. Florian Bauer again in a Cayman. It seems as though these Caymans are liking these conditions. His last lap again several seconds faster than that of Max Huber. And Huber, I think, will come under fire here very quickly from Florian Bauer in the 99 East Racing car. There's Emil Jerdrum unlapping himself. So Jerdrum is on the move, on the wet tyres, albeit not for position. Marcel Maršović's lap times are a significant amount quicker than the leading drivers as well, about 4 to 5 seconds a lap faster, but again, that is not enough for him to close in before the end of the race. Florian Bauer has caught up to the back of Max Huber very quickly, but of course now he's got to find a way past the Mercedes AMG GT4 from the NM Racing Team stable. And in these wet conditions in particular, you never want to take that gamble excessively. Of course, yesterday Florian Bauer busted his radiator trying to make a move for the AM class lead, so he might be a little bit more treacherous than he was yesterday. Never mind, he's going up the inside, or is he? He goes almost straight on into the corner there. Just looking through my commentary box window, no changes in at the top four, so you're not missing anything on that front. The two elite motorsport McLarens are at very close proximity, but I'm sure the Toms, Leben and Emson have been told absolutely no contact, please. Though in these conditions, it's far easier said than done. Here comes Bauer then. You can hear how careful they're having to be on the throttle. Listen to the throttle input out of this final corner. He's going to have to be very gentle. Well, never mind, that's what happens when you're not gentle. Bad run out of the corner. He's going to get a couple of car lengths there on the NM Racing Mercedes, or lose a couple of car lengths in the NM Racing Mercedes. Bauer trying to go around the outside. Again, not quite making it work for himself. 6 minutes of this race left to go. He's got a little bit of time, but I don't think he's going to need it, because this time he gets a good run. He goes into turn 2 and he gets through into the AM class lead. And now that he's through, based on the lap times prior to Max Huber losing out, I somehow doubt Huber is going to have a response. Let's see though, maybe he can surprise, maybe he's found a little bit more pace, a little bit more confidence, but it looks to me as if the Florian Bauer driven East Racing Porsche is a little bit more poised, at least in these conditions. You can see him using that karting line, the outside line where the grip is usually found in the wet conditions, which is quite a surprise because of course, lest we forget, he's on slicks. Yes, clearly the AM class lead is now Florian Bauer's. He's already pulled a half dozen car lengths on Max Huber, so Huber demoted to second. Leben and Emson still very close together in the elite McLarens. As I mentioned, blue flags being waved down at the Senna chicane. I'm not sure who they're for, but it might be for the leaders getting vastly overtaken by the slick shod cars, or the wet shod cars, I should say. Indeed, actually, everyone who has changed into wets is now back on the lead lap. Second, third and fourth coming past my commentary position at the moment. 78 from 27 from 19. Mikey Porter still off the podium at this stage. But he is within half a second of Tom Emson, so certainly I think Mikey is going to be on the move before long. Continue to watch Florian Bauer. He has already built a good 2, maybe 3 seconds in the AM class lead, really stamping his authority on the AM lead at the moment. Josef Knopp is 2.5 seconds clear at the front of the order. However, that gap is actually shrinking. He was slower by 1.5 seconds than Tom Leben on the previous lap. So Josef Knopp is losing a bit of time to these 3 drivers in second, third and fourth place. The elite McLarens and the Forsetti Aston, the Brit pack, if you will, are closing in on Josef Knopp. Or was that just someone getting past him on the slicks? It could be the case. Marcel Maršovics has reached Alberto Di Martin out there as well. So Di Martin on the wets is about to get overtaken by the slick shod Marcel Maršovics. But again, with 3 minutes left of this race, those that have moved on to slicks are not going to close up on these drivers without a serious deluge any moment now. Through the Senna chicane they go then. 2 minutes and 52 seconds left on the clock. Can Porter do anything about the 2 elite McLarens? Can the elite McLarens do anything about Josef Knopp? We'll see what the gap is between them as they come across the line to complete lap 13 of the race. Knopp down the straight underneath the unidentified finish line object. It's 3 seconds, the gap between Knopp and Leben, so it's gone out again slightly on that lap. It seems that everyone in the top 4 is doing about the same pace right now. I think maybe all of them have gotten used to these conditions. I also don't think it's getting actively wetter at this stage of the race. If anything, I don't know if the rain has stopped, but certainly it doesn't seem to be getting any worse right now. Not enough to make the surface of the circuit any wetter. With 1 minute and 45 seconds of the race left to go, I believe we're just about on the penultimate lap of the race. We are doing slower times, of course. Most of these cars running in the mid to 13, 14 range, at least at the front, but I think we are just about on the penultimate lap rather than the final. There's Plushkel, one of 3 cars on the slicks, still in 12th place, ahead of these cars, funny enough, on the road, ahead of the leading machines, but of course not with enough time to really make use of these wets in the manner intended. I wonder if the likes of Emil Yerdrum may be a little bit disappointed that they moved on to the wet tyres. We saw Plushkel have an issue, make an error. We saw Marcel Maršovics make an error, but it looked as though Yerdrum was rather enjoying those wet conditions. So I wonder if he'll be a little bit disappointed ultimately that the call was made to get him on the on the wets, because he was just about on the pace on the slick tyres in these greasy conditions. We are going to have one more lap of racing, 25 seconds left on the clock. And Josef Knopp looks like he's on his way to a very good result for himself and the WNS Motorsport team here. just 19 years of age, has already raced KTM Mercedes GT4 machinery extensively as Josef Knopp. Certainly a GT4 resume that almost outmatches his own age. Enrico Fernero, we just saw there in 5th place as well. He'll be, I think, very happy with how the early stages of the race went for him. Again, in a sub-GT4 car, call it a GT 4.2 or something like that. It's just a little bit less of a race car than the full-on GT4 Caymans. But in the early stages of the race, he was in that lead train of cars. Enrico Fernero is going to take a comfortable Cayman Trophy class win by the looks of it. There's Tim Neuser second in the class as well, running 6th overall. Florian Bauer behind him far down the track in 7th place. He looks set for the AM lead. There's Fernero again in the 110. SR Motorsport will be happy with their efforts in this race. But it's the other Porsche team, W&S Motorsport, that will have the most to celebrate potentially, with Josef Knopp just a few corners away from race victory. He will be just a couple of corners from home now. And in these treacherous conditions, everyone that has made it to the flag on slicks will have reason to be incredibly happy with themselves. Josef Knopp it is then, approaching the final corner, taking a wide berth out of the turn, getting that power down one more time. And Josef Knopp takes a well-deserved victory for W&S Motorsport in the Pro-Am Class Cayman. Knopp is our winner. Tom Leben takes 2nd place. Elite Motorsport's Tom Emson taking 3rd. Mikey Porter, our pole sitter, ultimately finishing 4th, but doing a very good job in these difficult conditions, the most difficult he will have faced in his fledgling GT career. Fernero takes 5th place overall and the Cayman Trophy win ahead of Tim Neuser, who finishes in 6th place overall. Florian Bauer will be next across the line in about 25 seconds, I believe. Here he is, in fact. He's been closed in on by Marcel Marcevics. Marcevics on the wet tyres goes for 7th place at the very last corner, showing that the wets are just that much better, but unfortunately he didn't have time to properly utilise them. It is Marcel Marcevics then across the line in P7, ahead of Florian Bauer. Bauer will take a well-deserved AM win. Delighted to see him doing so well so early in his racing career. Max Huber didn't seem to quite have the confidence in the car in the wet. It seems as though the Mercedes weren't enjoying the greasy conditions more than any other car out there. Emil Yerdrum also on the slicks, of course, as is Matis Pushkel. They finished 10th and 11th respectively. Alberto Di Martin should be the last car home in the AM class. Certainly tricky conditions, and all of these drivers doing very well to even make that checkered flag. There is Di Martin in the 15 car. You can hear just how careful he's having to be on the throttle. But he will make the flag, and he will return an undamaged car to his team boss and teammate Neil Montserrat. So that is probably the most important thing. Still scores points for 3rd in the AM class as well. So then our results in that race, a very hair-raising affair in the GT4 Winter Series. Josef Knopp takes the win ahead of Tom Leben, who wins in the Pro class 2nd overall. Tom Emson in 3rd place. Mikey Porter takes P4. Enrico Fernero in 5th place, winner of the Cayman Trophy. Tim Neuser is next in 6th, ahead of the first of the drivers that elected to move on to slicks. Marcel Marcevics didn't quite pay off for him, but still finished in 7th. Florian Bauer taking 8th place, Max Huber in P9, Emil Yerdrum in 10th place, in 2nd place in the Pro-Am class, Mattis Buschkel taking 11th, and Alberto Di Martin rounding out our order. Of course, Florian Bauer also our AM winner in addition to 8th overall. So lots of trophies to be handed out, and of course we will be seeing that podium ceremony in a little while. In a few moments time as well, we will hear from Chris McCarthy with our winning driver. That's why I got confused at the start of the race. Look at that, that's more of a Muka Motorsport colour if I've ever seen one on his race suit. It is indeed a Muka Motorsport race suit. I thought we were on board with the number 8 initially, but the number 31 car of Josef Knopp, prepared by the WNS team, and I think he has a lot of reason to be optimistic about the combination of himself and the car. Zach Meek in there among those congratulating Tom Leben on his efforts. Leben did a very good job there. And Zach's dad there also among the elite crew congratulating co-driver Tom Leben. We'll see Zach Meekin back in the car later on, of course, along with Tom in the endurance race a little bit later. 60-minute enduro to come in the afternoon for the GT4 Winter Series. We can now, though, go to Chris McCarthy. He has Josef Knopp with him.
Yeah, Josef Knopp just getting jacketed up, and then yeah, because it is still a little bit rainy down here, the WNS Motorsport driver. Let's get you around. So we got your car in the background, Josef. Fantastic drive. Well done. I mean, tricky conditions out there. Dry at first, but then the rain started to fall. Tell us how it was dealing with that.
From the beginning was actually everything normal, but after half of the race was completely crazy. And then just was challenge who win.
I think that goes down as one of the races of the season. I think it went up to 5-6 cars battling for the leads at times. I mean, how was it hanging on to these guys around you and all the cars around with the wet on slicks as well? It must have been such a challenge.
Yeah, it was also first race in Porsche brand, so it was quite tricky and crazy. And I am still getting used to it, but it was just fantastic and I enjoy it.
And it must have been a tough decision at times. We did have cars coming in to change onto the wet tyres, but of course it was a sprint race. Was that going through your mind at times, though, whether you were going to come in, or did you always know you were going to hang on to
no, our team has planned like just don't come because the race is too short for changing tyres and lost 2 minutes there, so yeah.
But tell us how tough it was out there. How tricky did it get at times on those slick tyres?
It was wet condition. On dry and slick, so crazy, eh?
But I tell you what, it was great fun to watch. How fun was it out there driving? It looked great fun.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was just getting some gap and then just controlling, but it was crazy. Every corner was a big slide and crazy stuff there.
Josef, you've done a fantastic job. Who would you like to thank for the win?
Yeah, thank you.
Who would you like to thank? I'm sure you'd like to thank the team.
For sure, new team, WBS, and my sponsors and my family.
We'll let you go and celebrate on the podium with the rest of the guys. You've really earned that one. Congratulations. Josef Knopp there. I mean, Adam, I think that goes down as one of the best races of the season. I think now Adam has caught his breath back. We'll go back to him to summarise those highlights. I don't know how they've managed to trim those ones down. And then Lucas is going to be up there getting ready for the podium.
Certainly we were given a deluxe portion of racing action then in the slippery conditions. As you said, Chris, great racing from the GT4 Winter Series. And yeah, no shortage of side-by-side action and drama over the course of that race. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. As we got underway, Mikey Porter was under fire from everyone around him after pole position. A little bit of a moment there with the highlights. We might go back to them in a minute. Here we go now. So Mikey Porter was our pole sitter, struggled early on. Marcel Marshevic's then our early leader. Tom Leben also getting through into second place. Josef Knopp following him through into third. And Knopp looked like the form man in the early stages of the race. Certainly one of the more experienced of these youngsters in the pro ranks. He would soon find his way into second place. Shortly thereafter, he'd be fighting for the lead. Mikey Porter wanted his podium positions back and was in a bit of an elite motorsport sandwich. Great battling between everybody all race long. Porter there getting a great run out of turn one, getting back to third place up the inside of Tom Leben. But Leben would fight back in the elite motorsport McLaren Artura. But Porter, for at least that moment in time, would remain in third place. The top 8 cars would soon be in one big train. Enrico Frontera was trying to move up a few carriages in the leading Cayman Trophy car. The conditions got progressively worse, and Józef Knopp got progressively more confident than anyone else out there. Maršovics going wide into turn 2, but carried the momentum through the corner and just about held on to it for at least a couple more turns. However, it was soon to be a race lead for Józef Knopp. Tom Leben, a burgeoning rallycross career at times for him. A couple of occasions he dipped a wheel or two onto the gravel. He would try for third place, while Józef Knopp was up the inside for the lead. But again, Maršovics using the outside to his advantage as Porter continued to make the Aston as wide as humanly possible. This was all within the first 15 or so minutes of the race. It was so fast and frenetic in the early stages. And the top half dozen trying to share a very small amount of real estate among each other. And finally, Józef Knopp gets the outside line, gets the traction, and from there it all went wrong for Marcel Maršovics. He lost the lead, he lost second, third and fourth, and then we just see him at the bottom, a shot there going off circuit as well. He would elect to move on to slicks, would ultimately finish in P7. Tom Leben would hold on to P2, and through into third place would go his elite motorsport colleague Tom Emson. Mikey Porter ultimately finishing in fourth place, even if the elite motorsport McLarens were trying to pitch a rally program. The AM class lead went to Florian Bauer, the Porsche looking like one of the better cars in these greasy conditions on these slick tyres. But it would be WNS Motorsports' Józef Knopp who took a solid and commanding lead out to 3.5 seconds at one point, managed the gap from there, and it was a race victory for he and his new team, WNS Motorsport, his new car, the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS CS. And Józef Knopp takes his first ever win in the GT4 Winter Series. So the next question, of course, will be tyre strategy for the other races, but we don't have to worry about that in the media crew. We just have to worry about staying dry. Let's see if Lukas Gajewski can on the podium.
Thank you very much, Adam. Well, I have to say that race, accompanied by a fabulous Italian morning coffee, was the best way to start our Sunday live here in Jerez. So welcome everybody to the first of many podiums to come for today, and for this first GT4 Winter Series of the day just as well, because we have various classes to be presented on the podium. So let's clear the stage and welcome our winners in Pro Class. And in third place in Pro Class for Forseti Motorsport is Mikey Porter. In second place for Elite Motorsports, Tom Emson. And your winner in Pro Class for Elite Motorsport just as well is Tom Leben. Well done, guys, for keeping it nice and tidy. Trophies are being presented by the GEDLICH Racing and GTWinterSeries crew to our top 3 Pro Class finishers. On the podium, Mikey Porter in third after Jamie Day won the first sprint race yesterday. Tom Emson in second place, and of course Tom Leben securing another podium finish there for the number 78 outfit for Elite Motorsport. Let me quickly grab a word with our race winner in Pro Class with Tom Leben. Tom? No worries. Just a quick chat. I mean, we know that McLaren racing cars are incredibly hard to drive. How was it under these conditions then?
Yeah, it was pretty difficult, to be honest. Yeah, they're difficult to drive, especially in the wet on slicks, but managed to get it around, didn't fall off, and yeah, took the win.
Well done, absolutely fascinating to follow. Thank you very much, and of course, best of luck for the race later on. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause once again for your top 3 finishers as the Elite Motorsport crew, of course, take just another picture for their archives. So that's our Pro Class podium done and dusted. Next up is Pro-Am, and after that very interesting race, let's remember Pro-Am is also the class fielding the overall race winner in this second race of the weekend. First of all though, it's congratulations to the second place in Pro-Am class for CV Performance, Emil Gerdrum. And here is your Pro-Am and overall race winner just as well for WNS Motorsport, Josef Knopp. Emil and Josef on the 2 steps of the podium as Stefan Lehner and Markus Gedlich are handing over the trophies to Emil in P2 after Charles Dawson won the first sprint race in his number 85 CV Performance Mercedes yesterday, and Josef Knopp adding a victory to the WNS Motorsport campaign this weekend after Alexander Danzer was finishing second yesterday. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. Very happy to see you on the circuit later on this afternoon for the third and last race of the day in GT4 Winter Series. Coming up next is the podium in AM class. So please welcome in third place on the podium for NM Racing, Alberto De Martin. Yesterday's race winner once again on the podium. In second place, his teammate for NM Racing, Max Huber. And your winner for East Racing Motorsport, Florian Bauer. Trophies are being presented once again by our GEDLICH Racing team to Alberto De Martin for the second time on the podium. Max Huber, his Swiss teammate, in second place, and then it's Florian Bauer winning the second race of the weekend after finishing second yesterday. And in the background you might be able to hear the Formula Winter Series cars already heading out onto the circuit. That's going to be very, very exciting just as well. However, before we are ready to kick off the second Formula Winter Series race of the weekend, there is another podium to do, which is for the Cayman Trophy. So please welcome in second place for the Cayman Trophy drivers for SR Motorsport, Tim Neuser. And here is your Cayman Trophy winner after a fabulous race out there on the circuit for SR Motorsport just as well, Enrico Förderer. So 2 more trophies to be presented from Markus Gedlich and from Stefan Lehner to our Cayman Trophy winners. Now let me just grab a quick word with Enrico Förderer. Fabulous race there for Enrico. I can see you're very, very happy indeed. I mean, that was such an exciting race out there in these conditions, Enrico, and you're still so young.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race. Tricky conditions with the dry and the wet, but we did a good job, and I think that's the result.
And of course there is one more very, very important race coming up. So can we please have another big round of applause for our top 2 finishers in Cayman Trophy, Tim Neuser in second, and your winner, Enrico Förderer. Thank you very much. One more set of pictures taken down there in the pits just as well. And as we've mentioned earlier, Formula Winter Series cars are already on their way from the pit lane onto the starting grid. I can see it getting very busy down there. And of course, the very, very interesting point is going to be the weather. From where I'm standing, it's looking quite okay-ish for now. But let's head down to a person who is much, much closer to it. Chris McCarthy is down there on the grid to see what conditions are like for race number 2 of the Formula Winter Series, live from Jerez.
welcome down to the grid for the second race of the Formula Winter Series. Not so sunny today, is it? If you look down on the track, Johnny, you'll see we've just had the GT4 Winter Series out and it started to rain during that race. Spin round, Johnny, you can see just up, the cars are making their way out onto the circuit. They have done one installation lap. They're just going round for one more as well. Myself and your commentator, Adam Weller, were having a look at the tyres, and looks like most of the drivers have gone for wet tyres, but we'll have a little scan on the grid as far as we can get down and see what they're going for. But I think most of the cars in this one will go for the wet tyres. We did have qualifying 2 a little bit earlier. Juan Cota actually took pole position in that. He's going to be starting a little further down the order for this one. The grid of this, as I said, made up from the second best lap times from qualifying 1, which took place yesterday. Now, your race 1 result for yesterday, Andres Cardenas, who won here in Spanish F4 last year, took the win by 4.5 seconds ahead of Griffin Peebles. 2 familiar names to F4. Likewise, Mashesh Gladish, who finished 3rd. Mateus Ferreira from US Racing finishing in 4th. Akshay Bora, his teammate, just behind in 5th. And then Gianmarco Pradel, who finished on the podium here in this championship last year, was 6th place. Mattia Kilnuggi was our second of our rookies, our rookie winner. Gladish, he was 7th. Mikkel Pedersen was 8th. Lucas Flusha, very happy with his performance. Adam Weller told me, who walked into the track with him this morning, he was 9th. Juan Cota 10th, but as I said, could be one to watch in this race after that confidence boost that must have gave him that pole position earlier. He's going to start 23rd. MP Motorsport stood down here at the front of the field. That's because they lock out the front row. 5-minute board goes up and the teams and drivers taking their time to come down to the grid in this one. That's because of the conditions. I'd say they want to get a couple installation laps in. Now we'll see what tyres they go for. Johnny, come over here and you'll see they do have the slicks on hand, ready to go. Tools are at the ready. Just stand back, Johnny, because the car's about to roll in. So if they want to change the tyres, they can do so. Here comes the number 3 car, Griffin Peebles, rolling in. Finished 2nd place yesterday. Let's have a roll round and look at the car. We'll go and chat to Griffin Peebles and ask him how the track is feeling out there. He's given the thumbs up to his engineer. Griffin, well, can we have a very quick chat to you? How's the track feeling out there?
A bit wet. I think slicks might be an option towards the end, but I think everyone will be starting out wet, so it'll be an even playing field from the start.
Great race for you yesterday. Great start to the season. Confident now going into today?
Yeah, yesterday was a good race. We didn't use any new tires, so we had a little bit of a tire disadvantage. Pace was decent, and we kept up with Cardenas for a little bit, but we're on pole now, so I think we should be able to do very well from here.
Thank you very much for your insight, Griffin. Okay, let's keep walking. Mashesh Gladish, as I said, is over here. Let's have a little chat to him and see how the track is feeling. Mashesh, rookie win yesterday. You must have been over the moon with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really good race yesterday, but today, looking forward to win. I mean, the pace we have in the weather is actually really good, so it was a good start. We'll try to overtake in the beginning, and then we'll try to make a big gap. So the goal is just to win and make not too many mistakes.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's keep walking. Right, so good luck for the race. Andres Cardenas, our winner, is going to start from 3rd place over here. James Egozi come next as the 3-minute board goes up. The American, very exciting young talent. He starts there in the number 48. Here's Mateus Ferreira for the reigning champions US Racing. The young Brazilian driver will start from P5 in this race. Went very well in qualifying earlier as well, so will carry confidence from that. Pacone Weisenberger, the young Frenchman, will be alongside him next along. Then we have Thomas Strauven. We'll go through the top 10 for you. He starts 7th. Gianmarco Pradel is missing next along, it seems, from row number 4. So not too sure what's happened there. He took a podium in the first race yesterday. Next comes Ernesto Rivera. Have a look at Ernesto. He got a really good result in qualifying earlier, so he's going to be carrying some great confidence from that. And we'll end with Akshay Bora, top 10 for him yesterday. He'll be looking for a repeat of that today. Akshay Bora, get in nice and close, Johnny, don't be shy. Akshay Bora looking to, I'm sure, repeat that result today for the US racing team, looking very, very strong in this one. And then we will end by having one last look down the grid before we start making our way down, as we will be getting instructed to clear the grid. There we can see it goes a long way down, doesn't it? 38 of them on the grid, and as we spin back round, Johnny, that is the view to turn at number 1, and the view they make. Wet tyres, it seems, all around, Adam, but as we said, it might start drying as the race goes on. That's the challenge they're going to have to make. It's going to be a cracking race. We'll head up to you up in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris. Interesting that Gianmarco Pradel is not out there. I wonder if maybe he's in the pit lane. I can't quite see from my commentary position, but maybe he's there. Maybe he's been the only one to pull the slick trigger. I don't know. Wet conditions out there on the circuit. Clearly, for now, pretty much everybody on wet tyres, and a more or less full grid of 38 cars almost ready to go. We've got a couple of cars out there on the grid, or rather on the pit apron. But let's run through the order. It is Griffin Peebles on pole position in the MP Motorsport car, and his teammate Maciej Gładys is there in second place. Andres Cardenas is next alongside James Igozi. He'll be looking to make an impression in this race. Matías Ferreira is next alongside Pacon Wiesenberger, who had an off in qualifying 2 this morning. That session determining the grid for race 3 later on. Row 4. Thomas Strauven is alone because we know Gianmarco Pradel is not there. Ernesto Rivera is next alongside Akshay Bora. Tim Gerhardt is next in 11th place alongside Douwe de Decker. Kabir Anurag is in 13th place. Flavio Olivieri in 14th. Then it's Emmanuel Olivieri, not related. Mikael Pedersen in 16th. Finn Harrison in 17th position. And Adam Hideg in 18th place. B19, Enia Frey alongside Arthur Dorison. Juan Cota 21st. He was the fastest in Q2 earlier, so he'll have a much better race 3. Francisco Macedo is 22nd. Mattia Colnaghi in 23rd. Maxime Breen in 24th place. P25 is Peter Buzinolos. Lorenzo Castillo in 26th. Edouard Mornia in 27th, Bart Harrison in 28th, one of the 2 Rodin cars. Lucas Frugia in 29th place, he'll have a lot more work to do today. Leah Block starting from 30th place in her second ever junior single-seater race. Carrie Schreiner in P31, Filippo Fiorentino in 32nd, then it's Lenny Reed alongside Rennie Lammers, 2 sports car names there. Alexander Savinkov and Victor Dobransky in 35th and 36th places. In the final row of the grid, Bianca Bustamante and Nathaniel Bereby rounding out our 38 car order. A couple of gaps across the grid, however, a huge pack of cars nonetheless, and I suspect we might see a couple of them rolling the dice on a set of slicks. I think that might be where a couple of our cars have gone missing. And, well, they're certainly bold. You can see that it's not dry out there. Drying, maybe, but I don't really see an established dry line as such. It's in that weird middle ground at the moment. So maybe, over the course of the 30 minutes plus 1 lap, we will see a few cars coming up through the order on slicks. There is the number 12 car. That is Gianmarco Pradel, and that's Gianmarco Pradel on wet tyres and being pushed back. Now, is there an issue with the car? This was the driver that was meant to start on the 4th row of the grid and wasn't there. I think Gianmarco Pradel may have a problem. Well, all attention turns to the cars that are lining up on the grid then. Griffin Peebles, who led briefly yesterday, wants to try and take a race win this time around. It's an all-MP Motorsport front row with the Orlan-backed Maciej Gładys in his first weekend in single-seaters. Just 15 years of age, he would love, to have a good run here. What about Andres Cardenas as well? Row 2 of the grid for yesterday's race winner. A circuit that he's now won at in 2 championships. We've got one car having a bit of an issue further back in the pack by the looks of it. That's Lorenzo Castillo, who has drifted towards the middle of the grid. Well, we're going to go racing by the looks of it, or is it an extra formation lap? No, an extra formation lap by the looks of it. And that's caused an amount of confusion, I think, for everybody. But an extra formation lap appears to be the case, although the clock has started on the race on the timing screen. So are we racing? Yes, we appear to be racing, but that was a very, very bizarre start. I think about 2/3 of the grid didn't know they were racing there. A very strange start to this race then. We are underway. And it is Griffin Peebles that leads the way. We are running, everybody tiptoeing through the first few corners, but the way that race got started was most peculiar. They're warming their tyres up as if the race hasn't begun. There's clearly some miscommunication somewhere. Are we racing or not? The number 3 car is your leader in what appears to be the start of the race. I guess we're going to have to see when everyone comes around the first lap whether there's a grid formation or not. Don't think there's been a bulletin on the timing screen to reflect anything. No, I think everyone is racing. But with the way Peebles was weaving his tyres there, it rather gave the impression that he didn't think he was. So then Peebles leads the field round curve of Ferrari towards turn 15. Double waved yellows out there on circuit. And it does look as though we are idling towards a second formation lap, but again the timing screen does not reflect that. So this time, we hopefully get a full grid and we go racing again. Well, slightly strange that the timing is rolling. Maybe this is something in the procedure that I'm hitherto unaware of. I will fully take responsibility if that is the case, but no, the clock has just reset to 30 minutes. So evidently there was never a race actually on, and Lorenzo Castillo no longer has a grid slot. He was stranded in the middle previously and now he doesn't know where to go, by the looks of it. Oh dear. Okay, well, what happens now, question mark? Well, hopefully a race, hopefully a 30-minute race plus 1 lap. Hopefully all cars get underway. Oh, a lot of drivers creeping forward. The red light's on, but they never went off. Are we going on another formation lap? The clock didn't start, so I guess so. Another formation lap. Take 3. The clock has not started on my timing screen. But we are struggling here, aren't we, with getting everyone into the right grid slot. I think that some of the drivers' inexperience may be starting to show a little bit here. Of course, standing starts will be new to quite a lot of these drivers. But certainly, this has not quite gone to plan for everybody so far. Sure, there is a lot of communication and miscommunication going on the radios. And of course this also, if you are bold enough to jump onto slick tyres, as it continues to, I believe, dry out there on the circuit, things may swing in your favour. Still certainly, I think, going to be a few seconds faster on the wets right now, but the longer we spend trying to start the race and having the track dry, the more chance potentially anyone trying for slicks might have of doing well. There you see René Lammers through shot in the distinctive orange, blue, black and white car. The black and white is a homage to the Racing for Holland dome that his father Jan Lammers raced at Le Mans so successfully, with a checkered flag livery and about 100 sponsors, if not more, on the car. It's a bit of a homage to that, which is great to see. So then, take 3, third time lucky, rule of 3s, all apply. Let's see whether we can go racing this time in the Formula Wind Series. Race number 2. Marshall's down there to try and usher people into their correct slots. I hope no one was too marginal on the amount of fuel they put in the car, because we've done rather more pre-grid laps of this circuit than we were anticipating. Still no Gianmarco Pradell on the 4th row of the grid, but Griffin Peebles and Maciej Guadish are the MP Motorsport duo on the front row, contrasting liveries, but the same team awning. Peebles, who led early on, will be looking to try and lead again today from pole rather than from second. Andres Cardenas, yesterday's winner, 3rd on the grid. And James Agozi, also from Campos, there in 4th place. A reduced race distance of 26 minutes begins now. And it is Griffin Peebles that leads the way as they approach the first corner. Peebles leads the way. Around the outside goes Cardenas in the 18. Is it Cardenas or is it Peebles that leads the way? We'll see as they go through turn 2. There's Leah Block in amongst the pack in the 57 car. It's Griffin Peebles in the lead. Then it is Cardenas. Then I think it's Gladish there in 3rd place. Everybody else 2, 3 wide. Some of them brave enough to go on the paint as they run through the first few corners. René Lammers on the outside there, further back in the field as well. 4th place for Agozi there by the looks of it. Then it's the first of the US Racing cars. I believe that'll be Matthias Ferreira. Everybody streaming through the corners, 2, 3 wide, but everybody staying out of each other's way miraculously in these tricky conditions. One of the Cram Motorsport cars there being bounced across some of the rougher parts of the tarmac on the inside there. 38 cars scheduled to start this race. I think we're somewhere around 35 or 36 in reality, with a couple of holes in the grid. In fact, it was 37, the only non-starter being Gianmarco Pradell. Side by side for 4th place there as Matthias Ferreira is investigating James Agozi. There's Leah Block through shot, Bianca Bustamante in the similarly coloured car as well, down there outside the top 25. As everyone tries to find room in the centre chicane, the main bottleneck on the circuit. René Lammers up among the other MPs there. It's 3 MP cars all trying to find their way around Harrison. There's the 33 making a move. That's for, I believe, 9th place. So a very good start from Mikael Pedersen, who started in the teens, and he's up in the top 10 side by side for 8th place. Mikael Pedersen versus Akshay Bora. There's the fight for 2nd place after not quite getting as good of a start as Andres Cardenas. Maciej Guadish is now looking for his way to try and get through. Your order at the end of the first lap is Peebles in the lead, from Cardenas, from Guadish, from Agozi, from Ferreira, from Wiesenberger, Rivera in 7th place, Pedersen, Bora and Strauben, your top 10. In the mid-pack there, you see the 71 car. That is Maxime Riem running just ahead of both of the Cram Motorsport cars, actually, who've managed to find each other out there on the circuit by the looks of it. Flavio Olivieri among them. And there's Andres Cardenas just about holding off Gtws, or is he? Oh, goodness me, at the last possible moment, jinking to the inside there. Look at the defensive driving there from yesterday's winner. Carrie Schreiner has come into pit lane. Now, has Carrie Schreiner come into the pits with the idea of going on slicks? If she has, very brave. Side by side, further back there with one of the US Racing cars. I think that was Akshay Bora and Strauthen side by side, so Rodin versus US Racing. But this is the MP versus Campos battle for second place, even though Maciej Gtws's Orlen colours look distinctly Campos-esque. I assure you, he's in the MP Motorsport garage. Peebles, though, building an early lead, while Cardenas has to go defensive. Gtws, maybe unwittingly, is helping his MP Motorsport teammate by keeping Cardenas occupied. Egozi under pressure from Ferrera there for 4th and 5th place. There's Douwe de Decker, who had an engine issue yesterday. That's why he was dropping through the order in quite the manner he was in the pink BWT-backed machine from the GRS stable. So he'll be looking for better fortune in this race. Also understand that Bustamante had engine issues. She also lost her front wing yesterday on the first corner of the first lap, which is why she at one point was in pit lane. If Schreiner did in fact pit for wets, we'll have to keep an eye on slicks, sorry. We'll have to keep an eye on her performance, but I've just been informed that she is not on slicks. So Schreiner was in the pits, but not to change tyres. Battle second, getting very close there between Cardenas and Gtws. That feels like a matter of time. Mikael Pedersen working his way up the order. 7th place at the moment from outside the top 10, but there is the battle for P2. Cardenas and Gtws to the inside there at turn 9 of the lap. Egozi is wide. Here comes Ferrera on his inside line at turn 10. Everybody else streaming through. And Ferrera has gotten past Egozi. Pedersen up to P6. Pedersen is on the move. He's just gone past Pacom Wiesenberger. Here comes Gtws up the inside at the final corner. I think he may have got that done. Cardenas will have a better run out of the corner, so he may well try and fire back here. Top 3 have long since gotten away from the rest of the field. Yellow flags down at turn 10. Not sure what's happened there as this battle for second place continues. There is Ferrera now up to P4, but keep an eye on Pedersen in 6th place at the 33. He is on the move. Ernesto Rivera side by side there with Akshay Bora for 8th and 9th place. Kabir Anurag, who of course had a spin on lap 1 yesterday. He's well in the top 10 at the moment and trying to move further forward into 9th, maybe 8th place in that 3-car battle. Yellow flags are still being shown out there on circuit at turn 10, but I believe it's still a local yellow at this stage. No, safety car has been declared, so safety car is out on the circuit. Olivieri was in the pits there. That was Emanuele Olivieri of the AKM team, the Antonelli squad. There was that for slicks. I didn't quite see the entirety of that picture-in-picture, but if he's gone to slicks, then that's certainly a bold call. Again, whether it's damage or whether it's whether it is the tyre change or whether it's just damage picked up around the circuit for these pit stops, we'll have to keep an eye on it. I personally don't think slicks would work in the current conditions. I understand that the wind has changed significantly down in the pit lane. The wind direction has completely switched up, and that will be a factor to bear in mind as well. I see a couple of wing end plates as well around the circuit too, so clearly it's got a little bit physical with a couple. Just getting confirmation that the 73 car was a front wing change. We're also getting confirmation of the reason why the safety car is out, and that's the 37 car of Filippo Fiorentino. So unfortunately, one of the very handsome-looking Cram Motorsport cars is going to take no more part in this race. Very fetching blue livery on those Cram machines. Griffin Peebles, who was doing a great job working his way through the pack, is unfortunately, well, not so much working through the pack as distancing himself from the pack, I should say. The gap that he had built himself is now completely eradicated as everybody piles in behind the safety car. We saw Lenny Reed in the pit lane as well in the Monlau competition, number 74 car. Gianmarco Pradella is also out there on the circuit, but he's a good 2 or 3 laps down, unfortunately, so he'll rejoin the queue, but sadly won't be able to do much, I think, in this race unless the tides turn in a significant fashion. Drivers just trying to keep those wets cool. You see them there peeling off towards the side of the circuit. They're just trying to find any moisture, because these wet tyres will be overheating, because frankly it's not quite wet enough for them, but it's also not quite dry enough for slicks. If we had intermediates, it would be intermediate weather. So everybody looking for a little bit of moisture to just try and keep those tyre temps down. Unlike the GT4 race we saw earlier on, these cars, of course, have centre-lock wheels, and that means that getting the tyres off is a far less laborious process than it is on a GT4. So in theory, a pit stop won't take quite as long. But of course, with so many cars on the circuit, track position is worth an awful lot in this race. So I don't know that anybody, maybe with the exception of a couple out of position further back, I don't know that anybody is going to roll the dice in that fashion. One more lap then behind safety car for Griffin Peebles. Maciej Guadish, of course, winning the rookie class yesterday. Finishing 3rd overall as well. Very strong on the international karting and indeed the national Polish karting scene. Has picked up that backing from Orlen. Andres Cardenas, of course, made his debut in F4 mid last year in Spanish F4, missed the first round of the season. Also took his first ever car racing win here at Jerez in Spanish F4 last year. He sits 3rd at the moment, ahead of Matías Ferreira, who last year was backed by the Alpine Academy. Ended his season in great fashion in Brazil, racing in the F4 races at Interlagos on the Grand Prix support package. And, took 2 wins that weekend, if I remember correctly. First attended the Brazilian Grand Prix when he was 11, Matías Ferreira, so I'm sure that was a thrill to step on that podium that he would have been watching in years previous. Safety car will be in this lap then. That's come through on the timing screen. So Griffin will soon be the man in charge. I just need to give a shout out as well to Finn Harrison. Finn Harrison, where did he start on the grid? He's currently 11th in this race. He started in 17th. So he has made up some great positions in another of the Campos cars. Finn Harrison, who is graduating from Ginettas this weekend into the world of Formula 4 racing. And I've seen Finn race and race very well in Ginetta Juniors. And I'm very impressed with the fact that he's on the verge of a top 10 right now in these tricky conditions. Of course, British youngsters are more likely to have faced these kind of conditions than most of our Southern European counterparts. So maybe that has its role to play as well. 13 minutes left to go. And the Cupra safety car will cross over into the pit lane. And Griffin Peebles will more than likely pull the pin as he goes alongside pit exit. Typically they pull away before they get to the hairpin. Everyone clusters together and Griffin puts the throttle down now. We are back to speed then. No overtaking, of course, before the safety car line. So everyone's going to be wary of that until they start a new lap. They're still under safety car conditions, technically. Griffin Peebles heads down into turn one, then still as our race leader, but now with far less of a cushion between himself and his MP teammates. Everybody else firing through the first few corners once again. There's René Lammers down in 20th place. Again, struggled in Q1. Maybe not quite getting results he would have been hoping for. Gianmarco Pradel back in again, unfortunately, so his issues have only continued. We had one of the, I think, US racing cars looking at the inside of somebody there through turn 4. That was, I think, Akshay Mora trying to find a way around Ernesto Rivera. I understand that the rain is starting to fall and fall heavier in the pits while this is going on the circuit. Here's the number 10 car around the outside, then Ferrera trying to take third place but gets hung out on the paint. Andres Cardenas holds on to third place then with authority. There's Mikkel Pedersen, who of course was carving his way through the order before the safety car. Last year's Danish F4 champion. The 19 up the inside as well, Kabir Anurag, trying to find his way past Ernesto Rivera, who has already lost out to Akshay Bora on this lap. Garda Pedersen has seemingly had poor qualifying in Q1. However, his race pace in both races has been electric so far. The first of the Drivex cars in the field, going for 5th place at the moment. He's pressuring James Ngozi here for 5th place as they head down towards the hairpin. Oh, and look at that, a car fighting him every inch of the way. Here comes Pacon Weissenberger. Oh, a big drift, and he pushes Ngozi off into the gravel trap. Well, I don't think Weissenberger meant to do that by any means, but it's parted the seas nicely for Mikkel Pedersen. I also saw that Flavio Olivieri was falling through the order on the timing screen, but I think that might have been a telemetry issue because he seems to be about in the right position. Look at the lead two as well, Griffin Peebles and Maciej Guadic very close together as they run first and second, 2-3 wide. Further back in the pack, Akshay Mora up to 7th place now. Is that 6th place? Yes, it is. He's got himself ahead of Pacon Weissenberger. And Ngozi, after getting into it, of course, with his teammates, is under a lot of pressure from another of his teammates, Ernesto Rivera. Less than 10 minutes of this race to go. It is, of course, 30 minutes plus 1 lap. Oh, goodness me, and Pacon Weissenberger again drifting out wide there. He will get swallowed up by that pack of cars. Andres Cardenas being pressured for 3rd place, almost wheel to wheel there between Bora and Weissenberger as they go side by side for P6. Make that P7, of course, at this juncture because Egazi has gotten back past them. But Pedersen has firmly broken away from this pack of cars fighting for 6th back. I think it may well be an inevitability that he closes on Matías Ferreira because he seems very comfortable in that car right now. Drivex versus Campos there. As Finn Harrison, I think, getting overtaken by Juan Cota, who is on the move. There's Juan Cota in the number 4 car, leading this train of cars, and Juan started well down the order in this race, but he's working his way back up there from 21st on the grid. He now sits in P10, so Juan Cota is on the move. Yellow flags at turn 11, that is the chicane. Meanwhile, Akshay Bora, Pacon Weissenberger and Ernesto Rivera I don't think all of them came off with all their body panels at the end of that. I think Rivera may have lost a wing end plate. Akshay Bora, though, just ahead of Pacom Weissenberger. There's the 21 car, which has clearly had a little bit of contact. It doesn't look like that front wing is quite at the angle it should be, but that car is off the track. One of the MP Motorsport machines in the hands of Lucas Frucha, of course. Here's Andres Cardenas then, he's still in third place, but not only is Matthias Ferreira behind him, but also Mikel Pedersen. Pedersen, who has to be one of the quickest out there. In fact, yes, he's the only driver from third place back in the 57s, but the safety car has once again been declared. That is, of course, to free Lucas Frucha from his resting place there at the centre chicane. That car beached between the grass and the tarmac. Not much that he can do from his seat there. Of course, Griffin Peebles said earlier on, well, we might go on to slicks before the end of this race, but the rain has gotten heavier here. So our race leader and the rest of the field definitely staying on these wet tyres. 6 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. That should be a fairly straightforward recovery. It may even be a one-lap safety car. So I suspect that we will get 2 or 3 more laps of racing once the car is recovered. For those of you tuning in to see Leah Block's first steps in a single-seater, she currently sits 32nd in the order, just behind Lorenzo Castillo and Lenny Reed. The first of the female racers in the pack is currently Bianca Bustamante, I believe. Yes, Bianca in 28th position. And in fact, Carrie Schreiner, just before the safety car got past Leah Block out there on the circuit. Qualifying was very difficult for everybody on Friday when Q1 took place, because, rather on Saturday morning when Q1 took place, it was mixed conditions and vastly interrupted by red flags as well. So I think both of the qualifying session, both of the grids for the first 2 races may be slightly different than anticipated. The likes of René Lammers, for example, maybe would expect him to be further up the order. A few drivers not quite getting the laps that they would have liked to achieve, but obviously if you're 2 sectors into your fast lap and then the reds come out, there's not a lot you can do about it. Drivers being told to keep on the left-hand side following the safety car as they come through turn 11, so that's to again avoid the recovery process of Lucas Frucha's car. Reminder of your order then: Griffin Peebles the leader, Guadish in second, Cardenas, yesterday's winner, in third place, Ferreira and Pedersen rounding out your top 5. If I had to do my best forecasting, I would suggest that Pedersen could well be sniffing for a podium. He has been so fast so far. Not quite as quick as the 2 MP cars at the head of the order. They have been the quickest cars out there in these difficult conditions. 1 more lap under safety car by the looks of it then, because the lights are still on even though the scene of the accident has been cleared. I think we're going to have 1 more lap under SC. In fact, yes, we are going to have 1 more lap by the looks of it under safety car, so 3 minutes 25 left on the clock. Safety car laps seem to take somewhere in the region of 2 minutes 10. So I think we're going to end up with a 2-lap dash, so long as they do pull the safety car in this time around. So, in summary, strap in. It's going to be fast and frenetic when this race resumes. Race 2 of the season in the Formula Winter Series. Over the course of the next month, we will be racing, obviously, here at Jerez. Next weekend, we are in Valencia. There's a weekend off, then Aragon and Barcelona play host to our final 2 weekends. Again, consecutive weekends for the events there. And of course, those are also the weekends, the first 2 Grand Prix of the Formula 1 season. However, they're being held on Saturday. So if you want some Sunday racing, bear in mind that the Winter Series will be running on Sunday at both Aragon and Barcelona. If you haven't quite scratched the itch by the time the flag falls on the F1. Safety car in this lap then, as anticipated. We will have somewhere in the region of a minute to go once Griffin Peebles breaks the timing beam. Since the race is 30 minutes plus 1 lap, that means we will have 2 more laps of action. Maciej Gładys has largely been playing nice there in 2nd place over the course of this race. And I just wonder if, now that he's there in 2nd, with 2 laps left to go, whether maybe the fun stops and Gładys, in just his 2nd ever car race, decides to go for broke. He's a 15-year-old in a racing car. His first win is just 1 car away. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries something here. And of course, Andrés Cárdenas loves this circuit. Not sure how he feels about this circuit with a smattering of greasy conditions in the mix, but you can't rule him out from 3rd place as well. Ferrera's racecraft is very good indeed, so he could be one to watch. And Pedersen has been carving his way through the order too. Any one of those in the top 5, if the cards fall in a certain way, could at the very least be on the podium. With 35 seconds left on the clock, I actually kind of want Griffin Peebles to get on with this to make sure we get that 1 extra lap. But we are hopefully going to get 1 more lap of racing. When will Peebles pull the pin? Pull the pin soon, please, because I want to see another lap. Maybe 2. 15 seconds left on the clock then. Now, if the timing beam is broken before 0, we will be on the penultimate lap. Let's see the start line so we can tell. Yes, we are going to have 2 more laps of racing then, in theory, unless the timing screen says otherwise. We are back to racing as the clock hits 0. I believe we're going to get 2 more laps. We've got a moment there for the 26 car. That is Enya Frey, who was doing very well up in 15th, but will have lost a couple of places there. Griffin Peebles is your leader then. Off track goes one of the, or almost off track goes one of the Campos machines further back. Mikael Gardner-Pedersen up the inside, potentially there, of James Agozi. In fact, no, it's Cárdenas. Cárdenas has fallen to 3rd place there. In fact, no, it was Agozi and Pedersen side by side for 5th and 6th. So Agozi has moved up into P5 in that 1st sector. Ferrera, the only black and white car among the white machines. And oh dear, the 44, Ernesto Rivera in a spin. Pascal Wiesenberger involved in that as well. Rivera should be okay to get the car rolling again, but he will fall to the very back of the grid from the top 10, and that will be a huge shame for the Campos racer. Cárdenas falling off the back of the 2 MP Motorsport cars. It looks like 3rd is about the best he can do. I believe we should, by the letter of the law, see 1 more lap of this race, but there's a chance they throw the checkered flag. We'll have to see. But Griffin Peebles is your race leader. Peebles will come out of the final corner now, and I suspect he will start the final lap. However, he only crossed the line a few seconds before the end, so Yeah, I think we've got one more lap, and it's a drag race for third place. The 66 in a spin, Francisco Machado, who was having a really good race. Unfortunately, in a spin at the final turn. Around the outside goes Ferrera for third place. Wheel to wheel with Cardenas. They just about avoid each other. Cardenas giving him all the space he needed and not an iota more. Oh, and very close between them out of turn 2. Ferrera with a nose ahead. They touch, and somehow Ferrera catches that. That was a big slide. Very well held young man, Ferrera. Now under pressure from another Campos car in the form of James Agozi. Certainly Cardenas wouldn't have wanted to defend by way of contact, but that has given him a little bit of a reprieve. But he's still having to try and break that slipstream on the way down into turn 6. Agozi to the inside line for P4. And Ferrera on the paint and on the wet stuff, and that drops him down behind Mikael Pedersen, so that puts him to 6th position, just ahead of one of his cohorts from Us Racing. Car in the wall there as well. I think that was Tim Herharts in the Monlau competition car, so Monlau having rotten luck with both of their vehicles in this race. Griffin Peebles, meanwhile, will be running through the final few corners. This is the final lap of the race for Griffin, and he's put every foot right over the course of this race. One car off, and it's the 48 of Agozi. Agozi went off the circuit there. He rejoins in P5, so Agozi there losing out to Mikael Pedersen. I don't know if it was all clean there, but what I do know is as the rain gets heavier, Griffin Peebles is your race winner. Peebles wins it. 2nd place for Guadish. 3rd place for Cardenas, 4th place for Agozi. Drag race to the line for 5th, and it's won by Mikael Pedersen. Ferrera takes 6th, Bora in 7th, and Juan Cota all the way up into 8th place, having started from 21st. Everybody else streaming across the line at the moment. There's Leah Block. She was wheel to wheel there with the recovering number 44 car. Ernesto Rivera just about ahead of Leah Block as they come across the line. And Leah tried to get back by there on the drag race, couldn't quite do it. She will finish 31st, just behind Ernesto Rivera. 34 cars taking the flag on the lead lap of Tim Herharts. Didn't finish. Everyone's across the line then. And your race winner is Griffin Peebles. Griffin Peebles has won this race. Everyone who is going to take the flag has done so. There is Tim Herharts. We did see him between turn 7 and turn 8. You can see what happened there. He backed it into the wall on the penultimate lap of the race, unfortunately. One to forget for the young Dutchman. Herharts will regroup along with the rest of the Monlau competition team. Let's go through the results of that very frenetic race. Griffin Peebles takes the race win then by 2.8 seconds over his MP Motorsport colleague, Maciej Guadish. 3rd place, Andres Cardenas, yesterday's winner, takes a 2nd podium. In fact, it is the entirety of yesterday's podium in a different order, of course. James Agozi in 4th place, ahead of Mikael Pedersen in P5. Good run from him. Matthias Ferreira losing out at the end there to finish 6th place, ahead of his Us Racing colleague Akshay Bora. 8th place for Juan Cota in the DriveX machine. 2 DriveXs in the top 10. They'll be happy with that. Pacom Wiesenberger in 9th place. Finn Harrison rounding out the overall top 10. Maxime Reen is next in 11th place, ahead of Kabir Anurag, Thomas Strauthen and Enya Frey. 15th place on the finishing order then is Arta Durizon. René Lammers in 16th, Douwe de Decker 17th, Olivieri 18th place ahead of Mattia Kolnagi and Peter Bazinalos. Bart Harrison for Rodin Motorsport in 21st. Then it's Emanuele Olivieri, Savinkov, Bornia, Hideg, Bustamante and Lenny Reed taking you down to 27th. 28th, Lorenzo Castillo, Schreiner in 29th, Ernesto Rivera recovering to 30th ahead of Leah Block. Victor Dobzhansky in 32nd, Bereby in 33rd, Macedo in 34th, Gerhardt's in the wall at the end, Fiorentino 36th and a couple of laps down. Pradel, of course, not taking the flag or the start, unfortunately, doing a few laps in the middle of the race. And Lucas Fluscher will be 37th in the record books after his issues. But there is Maciej Guadish. He'll be happy with 2 podiums in a row on his first weekend, certainly. That is a mighty looking trajectory for the youngster as he takes his first steps in car racing. See there the MP team, 2 on the podium for them. One, of course, from Campos, that being yesterday's winning car, the number 18 of Andres Cardenas. Be very close in the championship between these 3 as things stand, of course, because this is the same podium as yesterday with a wee shuffle on it, so it's going to be mighty close between them. I think Peebles with a second and a first will be our championship leader by fractional margins coming out of this second race. The second of the rookie class runners home after Maciej Guadish was Paco Wiesenberger in second place. Maxime Reen, who finished 11th overall, was the third of the rookie class runners. There are some 24 rookies on the grid, the rookies being those who have not raced Formula 4 cars previously. Most of them, of course, from a karting background. Some others also coming in from F4 testing work and the like. Anyway, let's go down to the podium where Chris McCarthy has some drivers.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, down with Griffin Peebles, our race winner for race 2 in Formula Winter Series, here in a very wet pit lane. Well, Griffin, we spoke to you down on the grid where you said it might be good for slicks at the end of the race. That certainly changed once the race got going, didn't it?
Yeah, I had a very good start and I pulled quite a big gap as my teammate and Cardenas were fighting a bit, so I was happy with that gap. I calmed down a bit. I thought I needed to save the tires because it was going to dry. Safety car came and I did a good restart, pulled a small gap, and then another safety car with about 8 minutes to go. And I just kept cool and I did a good restart again, and they were fighting and I just did wet lines and stuff and I pulled away a big gap, and nice for my first win.
2 podiums in 2 races now for you. This race a lot more of a different challenge, as you said. You mentioned safety car there. There was a few of those, wasn't it? How was the challenge of trying to control those restarts?
Well, you just need to change sort of when you go, because obviously the person behind you wants to go as soon as you go. So I tried to change up a bit, but luckily I just had that small gap at the start so he couldn't attack me and I didn't need to defend, so I could just do what I wanted to do and got a nice gap. And
tell us about the conditions. Did it get more tricky to deal with as the race went on? It certainly looked from our perspectives as it did.
After like half of the first safety car, it started to rain a bit more, and I thought it was just going to stay like that, but after the second safety car, it really started raining a lot, and everything was getting a little bit slower and a bit more slippery, but I held on to it, honestly.
And it looked like it really meant a lot to you when you came in. Tell us how it felt to cross the line. You certainly gave it some out there on the track. How did it feel to cross the line as a winner in Formula Winter Series? Yeah, it feels really good. Good points at the championship. Obviously, I fell slightly short yesterday with a P2, but I'm very happy with this result. The car was great. The team really helped a lot. Now we focus on race 3. Who would you like to thank? Thank you very much. Good stuff. Very much. We'll hear more from Griffin and our top 3 on the podium with Lucas. But first, let's go back to Adam, who has some replays from race 2 in Formula Winter Series.
This is the GT highlights, so we'll hopefully get the formulas up in just a few moments. But yes, we will take a look at the race that was momentarily. The Formula Winter Series race, of course, just completed, and they will be up on the podium in just a few seconds. We'll see highlights from FWS in just a couple of moments once everything is ready to go. The GTs are up next as well, so we're going to see how these wet conditions fare with the next set of cars too. But the Formula Winter Series drivers, all told, did wonderful stuff in those conditions. Yes, we had a couple of safety cars, but we got a lot of wheel-to-wheel racing out of that one, regardless of the conditions. And pretty much everybody made the flag. Only a few Tatuus front wings were lost in the process. I would say that's a net positive. You can hear how heavy it is raining now just on the camera. It's certainly getting worse out there on the circuit. The alphalive camera crew go through a lot on these weekends, because often we do get lovely sunshine during the Winter Series events here in Spain, but it is also still winter, and occasionally the climate reminds you that that is the case. There have been a lot of droughts in Spain and Portugal over the last few months, so I don't begrudge the fact that we're getting some much needed precipitation for the sake of growth and crops and plant life, etc., etc. However, I'm not a racing driver, so I obviously can think about that kind of thing. The racing drivers, though, will be most aggrieved that they've got wet conditions, but everyone, as I said, in FWS managed that absolutely fabulously. Griffin Peebles, the best of all, of course, in that race, and great to hear from him again. We can hear now from Lukas Gajewski, however, he has a podium.
Absolutely, and what a big task that was for our young guns in only their second Formula Winter Series race of the season. It's great to see a crowded pit lane down there, although it's pouring down with rain. So let's get our victorious drivers and of course the winning team onto the stage just as well. And please welcome with a big round of applause the winning team in the second race from the Netherlands, MP Motorsport. In third place, for Campos, it's Andres Cardenas. Yesterday's winner onto the podium once again. In second place, from MP Motorsport, Maciej Gladiš. And for the first time onto the top step of the podium, from MP Motorsport, Griffin Peebles. Now, Griffin, of course, being Australian, but racing under a Spanish license, so let's listen to the Spanish national anthem. Well done and congratulations to Griffin Peebles, your winner in race number 2. Trophies are being presented by the GEDLICH Racing team, joined by Marco from the Formula 4 Spanish Championship organization. Of course, there is a partnership in place to present the fabulous 38 car grid here in Jerez as we gather the MP Motorsport team and our top 3 finishers on the top step of the podium. And of course the MP Motorsport team is kindly invited to join the podium shot just as well. As a big round of applause is audible from the pit lane. Ladies and gentlemen, once again your top 3 finishers and the best team of the second race of the weekend in Formula Winter Series. And as we can see and hear the GT Winter Series cars heading out from the pits, let's continue our podium procedures with our rookie class podium. And in third place in rookie class from US Racing is Maxime Rehm. Maxim Rehm, third place in rookie class. Joined in second place from Campos by Pacom Weisenberger. And here is your rookie winner for the second.
Seems as though the rain is interfering a little bit, unfortunately, with Lucas on the podium, but you saw there the conclusion of the junior podium there, of course. The young and very impressive Maciej on the top step of the junior podium. Maciej Guardish with a jolly good work once again, an overall podium as well as a junior class podium. The young Pole will be celebrating that along with MP Motorsport. The first of the female drivers home in that race was Bianca Bustamante, so I think she would have been up there as well. But we will now start to migrate away from the world of Formula cars. We do have the GTWinterSeries grid, as you saw through this shot, starting to get their way over to the grid, and we will now go and focus on GTWinterSeries race number 2.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, we are down here on the... Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, we're down here on the grid, ready to go for GTWinterSeries. As you can see, for this grid walk, I'm in need of some assistance because the rain really heavy now. We're getting ready to go for GTWinterSeries race number 2. Let's have a look down the grid for you then. We'll take you over to SR Motorsport first. Kenneth Heyer is going to be in the car. You can see J-Mo Hartling stood next to the car for them. Did a great job yesterday. Kenneth Heyer in the car for them today. Can we have a chat to Kenneth at all? Can we have a chat to Kenneth? No, maybe not. Is Kenneth in the car? Can we have a chat? Yeah, can we have a chat? Perfecto. Thank you. We will. I've got an umbrella too, don't worry. Kenneth, how are we doing? How's the track feeling out there? Very wet out there. But how's the conditions feeling?
Yeah, first time the rain, so unexpected conditions. Yeah, we'll do my best to defend the Lambos in the first corner, and then I hope to can pass away with.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck for you. Thanks very much for giving us that insight. Kenneth Heyer will start from pole position. We spoke to Martin Kazmarski yesterday, who has driven stuff like the Dakar Rally. All of this very new to him. Now, he was in the dry conditions yesterday. I want to see how he's enjoying the wet conditions so far. Martin Kazmarski, how's it feeling out there in the wet so far?
I'm so happy because it can be really slippery, and kind of conditions for me are quite good because I know how to control the car and have a good car control. And I hope I will come to the finish in the one piece.
We had that test day in the wet. You felt you learned a lot there to now tackle this race?
To attack, you mean? Sorry.
I mean, we had the test day in the wet. Do you think you've learned enough now there for this race?
I think every race is not it's same on the wet. You need to focus on the braking points and don't crash the car. That's the most important.
Good stuff. Thanks very much to Martin Kazmarski. Yes, focus on braking is one thing that he feels. Okay, let's keep walking down. We've got Adrian Lewandowski here in the Lamborghinis. We spoke about, or we heard from our pole sitter there, be careful of the two Lamborghinis, and here they are. The number 62 car alongside the DL Racing car did very well, got the Cup 4 win yesterday. These two are going to be fighting for that Cup 4 win. They were yesterday. It was very close, and they were fighting for an overall podium. I'm sure they will be doing the same today. Then we come to two of our Porsches. These are the two cars we're going to be seeing fight for the Cup 2 victory. We've got the 911 car over there, the Racar Motorsport car, and then on the other side, the PTT racing car. They were our Cup 2 winners yesterday. Let's see if they can go and take that again today, but 911 will be hoping to change that. A little bit further down, we've got this lovely gold Lamborghini. Let's see if we can have one very quick look at this before we clear the grid. Johnny, have a quick look at the Lamborghini. Here it is, the 177. Really nice BDR competition. Alfredo Hernandez in the car for them. Let's see how they go in this one, and then we will start making our way off the grid. It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? The BDR competition car, Alfredo Hernandez in it, but you can see from the resistance my umbrella is giving me and from the notes that I've got on my board that the rain is really starting to come down, Adam Weller, so you don't need me to give you too much else insight on the grid. The conditions really tricky. Focus on the braking zone, Martin Kazmarski says. I think we'll hand it back up to you now in commentary for what's going to be a very challenging sprint race.
Hopefully some soft damping on the cars. Certainly a very damp Chris McCarthy during that grid walk. We are just a few moments away from rolling then on the formation lap. I believe the board that's just been displayed there by the marshal at the front of the grid will be the 1 minute. So in the next few moments, these cars will be rolling. We expect 14 starters in this race. We've already had a fabulous GT Winter Series race this weekend. Here's the grid for race number 2. Kenneth Heyer is your pole sitter in the number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG. Martin Kazmarski was not a million miles away from him in qualifying. He likes these wet conditions, so we could have a bit of Mercedes dogfight there. But rain is the great equaliser. And the less aerodynamic and more powerful cars, the Cup 4 entries on row 2 could be a factor. Ibrahim Badawi on row 2 alongside Andrzej Lewandowski, the father of Adrian, who raced yesterday. Andrzej has already won a race in the wet this year at Estoril overall, so expect him to be a factor in this one. Hubert Darmetko in 5th place alongside Leandro Martins as the cars will now start to roll. Row 4 of the grid is Uwe Lauer in the number 72. He's also won a race in the wet this year alongside Alfredo Hernandez, the aforementioned all-gold BDR competition Lamborghini that had a crash yesterday. John Dillon and Motoko Isozaki, the Cup 1 runners there, sharing row 5, the 2 Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo machines. Przemysław Bienkowski is next in the 11th place alongside Alessio Raffini on his second weekend in motorsports. Our final couple of rows, or our final full row, is Igor Klaya in the 741 car, Petros Makris in the number 16 for Kessel Racing. Rounds out the 14 car order. Maciej Sazowski will not take the start. He'll be there in the endurance race later on though. So then, 15 cars or 14 cars expected for this race, but we saw yesterday just how good this GT Winter Series action can be. Regardless of the number of cars, we had numerous class-leading battles going on all at once yesterday. It was really a spoilt for choice situation for everybody watching around the circuit here at the Circuito de Jerez, and indeed for those of us on the live stream, maybe a director's nightmare, but otherwise very good fun. It was great stuff. Of course, if you are liking what you're seeing here from the Winter Series package, do bear in mind that all of these events are free access, so those that are here today are getting to take in the sights and sounds of the Winter Series classes absolutely free of charge. Of course, they're not free of damp clothes, unfortunately. It's not the best weather right now here at the Circuito de Jerez. However, Martin Kazmarski is certainly going to thrive in these conditions. At least that's what he's forecasting for himself. He seems confident. Of course, Kenneth Heyer ahead of him is a very quick driver in his own right. One would expect him to be very solid at the wheel of the Mercedes. He's got a lot of experience driving the Mercedes AMGs in GT3 form. So a gulf of experience and certainly two wildly different resumes on at the front row of the grid. However, we will now be 2x2 formation. In just a few moments, we will be racing. Kenneth Hire has great successes in ADAC GT Masters, FIA GT, the N24, a great measuring stick for someone like Martin Kazmarski taking part in his first GT3 weekend. He has raced GT cars elsewhere. This is a big step this weekend. Let's see if he can contest for the victory, or will it be one of those big Lamborghinis from Row 2? Andrzej Lewandowski has got proven form in the wet. We're about to find out who has the most in the pocket. The GT Winter Series goes racing, and it's a great start from the second row from Andrzej Lewandowski. He was a bit out of position, we'll see what's said about that, but he dives to second, he tries for the lead, but he ends up in second place, and it is Kazmarski that leads the way through the first corner. Exactly as he did yesterday, he leads the way early on, getting a good start around the outside. Kenneth Hire struggling in these wet conditions. He falls behind Ibrahim Badawi. Leandro Martins just behind in fifth place there. We ride on board with Hubert Darmetko in P6. Of course, he's running in the Cup 2 class for 992 GT3 Cup Porsches, as is Martins ahead of him. So the battle for fifth place, yes, but also the battle for class honours, and that's where the points are scored in this championship. Martins the inside of Hire. This is a move for P4. Oh, and I thought Leandro was going to drift wide there, but he manages to find room and get the car stopped. The Porsche's brakes usually very solid. Kenneth Hire continues on in P4 for now, so it is Mercedes from Lamborghini at the front of the pack. Then it's Lamborghini from Mercedes, and around the outside goes Kenneth Hire, potentially here for third place. To the inside for turn 9, of course, with the outside at turn 8. And he gets back up into third, or does he? Because there goes Badawi trying to get back through, but he can't make that work for now at least. Here comes Leandro Martins around the outside as they go through the centre chicane. A couple of drivers deep into that corner. Darmetko getting a bit crossed up there on the apex, but continues on. Porsche is usually good in the rain. It's very close between the top two as they cross the line, and the rocket ship Lamborghini of Andrzej Lewandowski just a few tenths behind Martin Kazmarski as they run through the first couple of corners of the lap. Your race leaders certainly in a battle, Kazmarski versus Lewandowski, as Hubert Darmetko trying to find his way past Ibrahim Badawi, as Leandro Martins has now done. There are the PTT Racing Porsches further back in the pack. Darmetko around the outside of Badawi. Everybody tentatively through the first few corners of the lap on the second occasion. Where's Lewandowski in relation to Kazmarski, though? Because every time we go to a straight, that Lamborghini has the advantage over the Mercedes. Still Kazmarski in the lead, but only just. Lewandowski will struggle through this part of the lap because he has less aero in the Super Trofeo Lamborghini than Kazmarski, who we ride on board with. But it's the front straight and then the run from turn 5 to turn 6 where Lewandowski has the best chance of maybe challenging for a win. But if he nails these last few corners, he could set himself up nicely for a challenge down the main straight. More power and less aero in a Super Trofeo spec car means it's a rocket ship in the straight lines, but you have to fight it a bit more through the corners. However, the lack of grip is rather offset by the wet conditions at the moment. Kazmarski leads Lewandowski into the final corner. You see Lewandowski there trying to set himself up for a straight line run, and while he's close to the back of the Mercedes, he won't be close enough into the first corner. Has a little look to the inside, gains a couple of car lengths by the time they get to the braking zone, and oh, a bit too late on the brakes there from Lewandowski. I think we may have lost Ibrahim Badawi. No, he's lost a position. Badawi down to 7th place, further back in the pack. The Egyptian racer struggling, but Lewandowski fighting very hard here with Kazmarski. Here's the other place. Here's the other fight further back in the pack. Uwe Lauer just getting past John Dillon. Igor Klaya also involved in this scrap for 9th overall, 8th overall, my apologies. Uwe Lauer up into 8th place. His next target is Ibrahim Badawi. Uwe seems to like the wet, so I expect him to maybe make up a couple more positions. Meanwhile, go back to the lead scrap and 25 minutes left on the clock. We've got a long way to go, but something tells me Lewandowski will not be wanting to run around in second for too long. Andrei Lewandowski knows that he likes the rain. He told Chris McCarthy at Estoril before he won his race there. Yeah, I just love this rain. I reckon I can be good in the rain. And sure enough, he went to win the thing. It was the first race of the 2024 GT Winter Series. We ride on board there on the picture-in-picture as well with Hubert Darmetko, who's losing a bit of time now to Leandro Martins. So it looks like Cup 2 is with Leandro for now, although actually Leandro's maybe lost a few tenths on this lap now, realising he's a lot closer than I thought in that picture-in-picture. So maybe Darmetko can get close enough. Of course, he doesn't have the obvious advantage that these two cars have. In certain areas, the Mercedes is quicker. In certain areas, the Lambo is quicker. Those two Porsches are identical. Uwe Lauer is past Ibrahim Badawi, the Egyptian 17-year-old racer. Just about a year into his career as a car racing driver, still not a driving licence holder for the road. There goes Igor Klaya. He launches it up the inside of John Dillon. Przemysław Bienkowski, the next man to try and get past Dillon, who's losing a couple of places in these wet conditions. Kessel Racing's Petros Makris is in 14th place at the back of the pack. He and Alessio Ruffini are both pretty new to racing, I think, so those two at the rear of the field are perhaps understandably taking it carefully. This looks to have settled down a little bit now that Igor Klaya is past John Dillon. However, Ibrahim Badawi, his next target, I get the feeling it won't be long before he's challenging him. There is the Cup 2 scrap once again. Hubert Darmetko, 5th overall for now, just behind Leandro Martins. Both of them keeping pace as well, with Kenneth Heyer, who is definitely not quite hooking up the Mercedes right now. I know that at Estoril, the SR Motorsport team got caught up with a dry setup on the car in wet conditions, and I just wonder if again they've maybe not got the optimal setup on the car. I was alluding at the very start of the race to the fact that Lewandowski wasn't quite in the right formation, and the start procedure for the race is under investigation. We saw yesterday in the GT4s one of the elite McLarens starting out of line on the 2x2 rolling starts, and well, there's a start procedure investigation in play, so quite who it affects we don't know, but it's quite possible that we might see some slaps on the wrist coming down from race control soon. Leandro Martins, his second car of the year, of course, after a massive shunt at the Estoril season opener, contact with Adrian Lewandowski in the GT3 Poland number 6 Lambo. He ended up buying the car from Johannes Kapfinger, last year's GTWinterSeries champion. Still wearing the Kapfinger colours is the number 911 machine. Of course, Johannes moving into GT Masters next year, along with brother Mikael Kapfinger. We're going to see both of them in a GT3 car in GTWinterSeries before this season concludes. We'll see our defending champion out there for at least an event this year. Johannes Kapfinger currently in the process of recovering from an injury, so we wish him well as he continues to recover. Darmetko has already taken, of course, class honours once this year, if memory serves correctly. Estoril, second overall, and first in class on what was, I understand, his first race weekend. And he's now fighting for first in class once again, as Martins gets a bit clumsy there through the centre chicane, wide into the first element, and had to take a suboptimal line from there. Hubert Darmetko senses opportunity. At the front of the order, Andrzej Lewandowski is losing time to Martin Kazmarski. Kazmarski, who previously drove with Maciej Lizowski in PTT Racing Porsche, a cup car, in Central European and Polish Endurance GT Racing. Also a former rallycross driver, also a former Dakar Rally driver in a car. Came 9th overall in the Dakar in 2014 while it was still an event in South America. Of course, now held in the Saudi empty quarter. Before that, of course, was held throughout Africa, including the eponymous Dakar and wider Senegal. Kazmarski certainly a thrill seeker, a petrol head, and currently our race leader, Lewandowski, there in second place, but just gradually losing time to Kazmarski, who is the fastest driver out there on circuit. Very impressive stuff. Igor Klaya has just gotten past Ibrahim Badawi for 8th overall, so Klaya continues his forward surge, but his next target will be Uwe Lauer in another of the GT3 cars. Mercedes AMG GT3 car is the leader in the hands of that man, Kazmarski. Still very close in Cup 2 honours, as you can see. Once again, Darmetko closes up through the chicane. I note that Przemysław Bienkowski has dropped a couple of positions on this lap. I don't think he ever got through sector split 2, or if he did so very late. So I just wonder if he had an issue. In fact, I think he may have made an error in sector 1, and that is why he has dropped down to 12th overall. The orange graphics you see on the side of your screen are the Cup 2 cars. This is the Cup 2 class that we're seeing being contested here, the race lead within class. Leandro Martins goes defensive into turn 2, and while that's happening, confirmation that a drive-through penalty has been handed down to second place car Andrzej Lewandowski for a wrong starting position. So rather as anticipated, Lewandowski is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. Darmetko trying to find any way past the other Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. Looks to the outside line as they approach turn 6. This can be an overtaking opportunity in these conditions, certainly. He's just going to get the power down. He gets the power down very nicely. Cuts to the inside, gets the whole car ahead before turn 7. Very nicely done by Darmetko. Carries the speed wonderfully through T7 as well. Hubert Darmetko is up to 4th overall. He leads Cup 2. I've no doubt that even though he now leads his race, his next target is the GT3 car ahead of him. That, of course, being Kenneth Hyatt. Darmetko may or may not inherit 3rd place once Lewandowski serves his drive-through. This pack of cars fighting for 3rd, 4th and 5th overall is just under 30 seconds back from Lewandowski. I think the pit delta means he'll probably come out right into this battle, actually. So once Lewandowski serves his drive-through, strap in. It's going to get very interesting. Once Lewandowski has to serve that drive-through, he might come out just ahead of them, actually. It's already 31.4 seconds from the leader to this battle, which means about 30 seconds between Lewandowski and Kenneth Heyer in 3rd. Here comes Darmenko then, as anticipated. Kenneth Heyer is the next target. Goes to the inside at turn 4. Can't get it done there. Turn 5 is next, and the 11 car with the aero advantage, the Mercedes AMG GT3. Oh, a little bit bold on the curbs there. Slippery curbing, always a risk. In these wet conditions, you want to keep it on the black stuff where you can. Can't rule out Leandro Martins as well. Every time Darmenko drops a 10th, suddenly it looks more like he's under threat than attacking. Will we see Andrzej Lewandowski serve his drive-through this time by? And if so, where will he feed out? He continues on for another lap, so Lewandowski crosses the line now just behind Kazmarski for another lap. He's actually closed in significantly on Kazmarski at the front. The gap is back down under a second. But of course, we know Lewandowski has to serve a penalty. Darmenko, meanwhile, trying to get this 3rd place away from Kenneth Heyer. And Martin's a factor in this one too. The 2 Porsche 992 Cup cars, more sure-footed seemingly in these wet conditions. Martin's to the inside of Darmenko, both to the inside of Heyer, and Heyer powers out of the corner, continuing to lead the battle for 3rd place. BDR competition car is in 6th overall, of course. That is Alfredo Hernandez. I don't think he's close enough to inherit a position from Andrzej Lewandowski when he serves that drive-through. In fact, I think Lewandowski will now come out ahead of this battle for 3rd place as well. There is Lewandowski. He may or may not come in next time. But Heyer under significant pressure from Darmenko and Martins, as we saw. And I think Lewandowski will be quite relieved to not end up in that battle pack when he serves that drive-through. Heyer from Darmenko from Martins is still the order, but it's only going to take 1 foot wrong from one combatant for things to alter significantly. I think the gap will be somewhere in the region of 38 seconds this time by, as now Lewandowski serves that drive-through. Sure enough, in comes the number 6 car. Let's see where it funnels back out. I think we're under 30 seconds on a pit delta here at Jerez, so I don't think he's going to lose any positions as it turns out, but he will lose his shot potentially at a victory unless Kazmarski falls foul of a problem. Back out onto the circuit goes Andrzej Lewandowski, and as he heads through turn 1, 3rd place isn't even around the final corner. So the battle between Heyer and Darmenko holding them up significantly. They've lost 10 seconds over the last 2 laps, pretty much. Darmenko around the outside of Heyer, carries the speed, gets the power down. Very nicely done by Hubert Darmenko. Will Heyer try and fire back? Well, maybe so, but the favoured outside line falling to Darmenko. He moves up then to 3rd overall. And now, of course, he's going to hope that Kenneth Heyer can hold off Leandro Martins for a while. Because those two are Cup 2 class rivals, of course, Darmetko and Martins, and with Haya now in the middle, gives the number 7 PTT Racing driver the opportunity to maybe break clear. However, he's got to stay out of the firing line of the SR Motorsport Mercedes as well, of course. I thought he might have a few more tenths in the back pocket once he gets past Haya. I do believe that is the case, but it's still very much a situation where the smallest of mistakes will put him back down to 4th overall. 10 minutes and 15 seconds of this race left to run. All 14 cars that started the race are still out there, still on circuit. Wide through turn 11 they go. Both Haya and Martins taking a very long route through the chicane. Martins looks to the inside at the final corner. Haya should have the traction on the outside, and yes, he does. The 11 still ahead of the 911, but they are very, very close as they come down the main straight. Can Leandro Martins replicate what Hubert Darmetko did 1 lap ago? Well, Haya does everything he can to cover off the opportunity, but Martins cuts to the inside. Haya now has the outside line for turn 2. That's where most of the grip seems to be. But Leandro Martins does it. Martins is up into P4 then. Kazmarski, we see him picture in picture there. Running well ahead. Already through turn 10, as a matter of fact. He's pretty much a third of a lap, if not a little bit more, clear of that battle. You see through the centre chicane, taking a much less tight line through the chicane, opening up more than we saw from Martins and Haya earlier on. Now heading towards that last corner. You see them going wide at this turn, but you don't want to go wide enough to end up on the blue stuff if you can possibly avoid it. See him just fighting the car under power there. Now running down the main straight under the UFO building here at Jerez and down towards turn 1. Again, battling it under braking, battling under power, but you heard him talk about his car control prowess. He had some confidence in that aspect of his game, and he's using it to very good effect here with 8 minutes left on the clock through turn 3, through the sweeping fast turn 4, which is bordering on the verge of being flat. I don't think you have to brake for it in a GT3 car. Kazmarski doing a fabulous job at the front of the order. PTT Racing will be absolutely delighted with their man here. Of course, Kazmarski is set to drive solo in the endurance race later as well. So that's going to be something to consider, because of course we saw yesterday that JMO Hartling has the pace advantage over Kazmarski, at least in the dry conditions. However, he will be consistent across the race distance, more so than the Haya Hartling driver pairing. Haya is now down to 5th place, as we saw a couple of laps ago. And he did, however, kind of do his job, in inverted terms, for Hubert Darmetko, and that's give Hubert about 3 seconds between himself and Leandro Martins. Martins some 3.3 seconds off, and oh goodness, clearly trying hard. Came out of turn 7 fully sideways, but managed to hold it. There are only 2 cars lapping under the 2-minute marker, and that is our top 2 in the race, Kazmarski and Lewandowski. There is Lewandowski coming across the line now. The Polish racer who won the International GT Open and class title in 2018. We've seen him in GTWinterSeries in previous years too. And in general has been competing in GTs for north of a decade at this point, and it's become something of a family affair, of course, sharing this car with his son Adrian Lewandowski. But I think the old man still has a couple of more tricks up his sleeve when push comes to shove, certainly in the wet conditions. Andrzej Lewandowski is a very, very good driver. His last lap was actually almost a second faster than our race leader Kaczmarski. So maybe he's driving a little bit frustrated at the moment, of course, because of that drive-through. Showing the pace that he has, unfortunately, won't do much for him. Started the race out of formation, was basically in the middle of the road on row 2 of the grid in the 2x2 formation start, and unfortunately the steward's not taking a conservative approach towards that, saying no, penalty. That's consistent with what they did yesterday in the GT4 race as well. There's Alessio Ruffini. He's running in 13th position right now. But I'm interested to check in on that combination in the endurance race. Ruffini will hand over to Milos Pavlovic, and Pavlovic, of course, a gold-rated driver, a former Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion in Europe. One of the real handy drivers in terms of pros in Super Trofeo, so Ruffini has a great teammate there. Alessio, in just his second weekend as a racing driver, only started preparing himself for a attempt at a racing career back in the summer. He's made his first racing home, the GTWinterSeries. It is a very good place to make those early steps as a gentleman driver. Gentleman drivers in the series, I think at this point, focus on GTWinterSeries more so than anything else. For some of the gentlemen who, of course, sometimes have to put business first and racing second, the first quarter of 2024, or the first quarter of the year in general, is an easier time to go racing than all across the summer months in a wider part of Europe. Przemysław Bienkowski just ahead of Motohiko Isozaki here. They've just been lapped by leader Kaczmarski. Of course, another PTT car. We've got plenty of PTT representation on the grid, the Polish team. There is John Dillon running 10th overall. Huge amounts of experience in Ferrari racing cars, leading the Cup 1 class at the moment, and has raced GT3 cars. He's been almost exclusively affiliated with the Prancing Horse for the better part of 15 years at this point. John, always a good guy to talk to, and he, of course, will be sharing the car with his coach, Matt Griffin, coming into race 3 as well, so that will be one to watch. Powers out of turn 5 down towards turn 6 in the 488 Challenge Evo, the car that will be superseded in most of Europe for 2024 by the new 296, although the 488 Challenge Evo will still be the car in Ferrari Challenge UK next year. This year, sorry. A minute and 25 seconds then left on the clock. This is the penultimate lap of the race for Martin Kaczmarski. He will be hunting down this man, John Dillon, at the moment, actually, to put him a lap down. as Dylan comes through the chicane and then exits the chicane. Kazmarski will not be too far behind. But Dylan won't worry about that. He enjoys the fun of racing in the winter. As he said, it means you don't have to stop racing, you can keep going. The race goes on, I suppose some may say. There is Kazmarski's on board once again, 30 seconds left on the clock. Kazmarski, very good guy. Haven't met him before this weekend, but we had some good chats in the hospitality area. And obviously we had an extensive chat with him in yesterday's broadcast as well. There is Mercedes-AMG GT3. We spoke to him yesterday with Chris McCarthy, and he was rather denigrating of his own performance versus JMO Hartling. But there's not a bad word that can be said about his drive in this race. Double yellow flags are out at turn 10, so someone may have had a drama on the very final lap. As we continue to watch Kazmarski, I'm just counting the cars as they come by and seeing who might be missing. I think it's Alessio Ruffini, unfortunately, who has gone missing, but Kazmarski through 7 and 8. There is Alessio Ruffini. He has come to a halt somewhere in the number 30 Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. I think that's somewhere around the last couple of corners. So he will unfortunately be out of the race and not take the flag on this occasion, but heading toward the flag is the PTT Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3. First time we've seen the PTT crew running a GT3 this year in GTWinterSeries. They've been bringing their fleet of Porsche Cup cars along, but Martin Kazmarski, in addition to the driver lineup, bringing the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo out to play for the first time, not the last time this year. And now adding a trophy to the collection for PTT and for himself is Martin Kazmarski, who crosses the line to win the race in the GT Winter Series. He is a winner in the series for the first time. Andrzej Lewandowski was closing in after that penalty, finishes 14 seconds back, gained about 5 seconds over the last few laps of the race. There is the Ruffini car. Stopped on the run towards turn 11, towards the last chicane. Third place car, Hubert Darmetko, coming through the final hairpin now. Powers out of the corner. Too composed to give us a slide coming out of the last turn. I was expecting him to give it a dab of Oppo, but that might be a little bit risky. He takes the Cup 2 win as well as third overall. Fourth place then to Leandro Martins. Fifth place just with Kenneth Hire, is it? It's a drag race to the line. And Hire does indeed hold on to it by half a tenth over Alfredo Hernandez, who was coming on strong at the end of that race. Sixth overall. And also second within Cup 4 after Andrzej Lewandowski. Uwe Lauer taking 7th place, or at least he should shortly. Oh, never mind. Igor Klyer diving up the inside at the very last opportunity. He gets past Uwe Lauer, and here comes Ibrahim Badawi. Badawi might just pip him. It's very close. No way. An exact tie almost. Exactly 1/100th of a second between Lauer and Badawi, but Lauer just about held on to 8th overall, but Igor Klyer rather rudely budging through into 7th overall at the end there. He will also take 3rd among the GT3s, but Uwe Lauer and Ibrahim Badawi dragging to the line there. John Dillon the last across the line. Everyone has now taken the flag. What a motor race. As always, the GT Winter Series delivers. even if the climate delivers the rain, racing is still brilliant to watch. It's Martin Kazmarski that takes the win in the GT Winter Series race number 2. Lewandowski wins Cup 4 and takes second overall, ahead of Cup 2 winner Hubert Darmetko in third. Martins takes 4th place ahead of Kenneth Heyer. Alfredo Hernandez is next in 6th place overall. Igor Klaya taking 7th place. Uwe Lauer just beating Ibrahim Badawi to the line after Klaya budged through into P7. John Dillon wins Cup 1 and takes 10th overall. Przemysław Bienkowski in 11th place. Isosaki taking 12th. Matt Chris in 13th. And of course, Lettia Raffini not finishing the race after that moment towards the end. Respect there between the countrymen, Kazmarski and Lewandowski. Both of them searing in the rain, quicker than anybody else out there. I'm looking forward to this interview with Martin Kazmarski. I think he's going to be pretty upbeat when he speaks to Chris McCarthy in a couple of minutes' time. He certainly seems upbeat as he speaks to Andrzej Lewandowski. PTT Racing waiting with open arms to congratulate him. And I think he was saying there, may have calmed down a little bit in the race once Lewandowski had his penalty. Chris McCarthy and his well-serviced umbrella are standing by. So once Martin Kazmarski has done his hand shaking, I'm sure we'll hear from him. Chris, dive in there, see what you can get.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, down with our race winner, Martin Kazmarski. You can squeeze under here if you like. Martin, race winner in GT Winter Series. How does that feel?
Boring. It was a boring race for me because from the beginning I was leading, and in the beginning I was fighting with the Lamborghini. The driver is really fast there, but he had some penalty or something. He needs to go through the pit stop, and I was alone. And I tried to be all the time the same, similar, no crash the car, because the leaders can be a bit like higher than normally. And I'm okay. That's my second race. Yesterday was second place, today was first place, and then maybe today afternoon also first. Yeah, we try together.
The conditions certainly weren't easy for you. Was it changeable throughout the race? How did you have to adapt through it throughout the race, the conditions?
For me it was quite tricky because the rain was a bit lower and higher during the whole race, and I couldn't find a good pace in the corners. Wasn't easy because it changed a lot during the race, but when I was alone in the front, I could be a bit gentle for the car and safe driving.
And what about when you get towards the end? I imagine, did the pressure grow on you a little bit, knowing that a race win was getting closer? No.
I am professional driver since years, and I know that the pressure is not good for a driver, because when you have a pressure, you can easily go out from the circuit. Yeah, that's why. Of course, I am happy, but I know the guy from yesterday. He was something there. He is something there. If he would be a driver today, I would be second.
Well, I tell you what, it's a very historic track. Was it fun driving out there in the wet in this car?
Yeah,
it certainly looked it.
Yeah, it's fun to drive this car. It's fun to drive this circuit. I love this place, but to be honest, I am here for better weather. But today is not better weather than my home place.
Looking forward to the next endurance race. Reckon we can get another win?
We'll see. It depends who's gonna be a driver in the other cars. Yeah.
So congratulations on the win. Well done.
Thanks. Have a nice day, guys.
Martin Kazmarski, well done on the win there. There we can see the car, Johnny, if you come round. That is the winning car of Martin Kazmarski, who takes the win here, Adam Weller. Everyone taking for cover very, very quickly as they get ready for the podium celebrations, which Lucas is preparing for. But for now, we'll head up to Adam in commentary.
Thank you, Chris. Great to hear from Martin Kazmarski, fresh out of the Mercedes. Alessia Raffini being craned and trailered, unfortunately, The Autosport Racing Lamborghini there being recovered. We are, of course, now coming into the lunch break here at the circuit, so there is a little bit of breathing room for the spectators around the circuit to go grab something to eat or something of that nature. However, we will continue broadcasting all through lunchtime. I know that Chris and Lucas are going to go down there and get some observations from the pits. However, for now, let's take a look at the race that was. It was a controversial start for Andrzej Lewandowski. He took the centre stage of the second row, quite literally, moved himself up to second place, but would get a drive-through penalty for his efforts. Hubert Darmetko, from the very start of the race, was looming large behind Leandro Martins, who dove up the inside of Kenneth Heyer, trying to make up some places in the early stages. Ibrahim Badawi, who started on the second row, was running in third, fourth place early on. He started to drop through the order. In the meantime, Hubert Darmetko was continuing to make life very hard for Leandro Martins. Got a good run out of turn one, tried to go to the outside at turn two, eventually got past, and then started hunting for Heyer, Kenneth Heyer. And he would get past as well. The Mercedes AMG GT3 Heyer once again struggling in the wet conditions, much as we saw in Estoril as well. And Darmetko around the outside at the first corner. Very nice textbook wet weather driving. Gets through into third place overall, where he would stay. And of course, by the time Leandro Martins followed him past Kenneth Heyer, the Cup 2 rival Darmetko had disappeared up the road. But Kazmarski took the flag, took a win, and, well, he said he found the race boring. I very much enjoyed watching it. He will be on the podium along with quite a few of his country folk, actually, because Andrzej Lewandowski is Polish, of course. He'll be on the Cup 4 podium. Hubert Darmetko is a Polish racer with the PTT Racing team. Of course, the PTT crew is very, very Polish in nature. And Andrzej Lewandowski racing for GT3 Poland, of course, the team that he and his son Adrian run under the Polish banner. GT3 Poland, a great team that have long come to GTWinterSeries events. I had a good time. I had some great runs as well last year at Valencia. I remember that being a very entertaining time, watching that Lamborghini once again jet off the line. Always gets a good start, does Andrzej Lewandowski. And this time the start was good, but the way he achieved it was less good. And so he will be still on top of Cup 4, but maybe he could have fought for that overall victory had the penalty not come. See the standing water increasing around the circuit, which won't be good news for the next grid out there on track, which will be the TCR Winter Series, which is set to begin its procedures in a little over 50 minutes time. So we'll see what the weather does in that intervening period. But certainly I'm not so certain we're going to see slick tyres again today, unfortunately. I think the weather has made its choice for the afternoon when it comes to the conditions here. That's going to make the afternoon's racing very compelling indeed across our 4 categories that we'll see this afternoon. Got touring cars, GT4s, GTs, and of course the Formula Winter Series to bring you over the course of the next several hours, as well as insight from the pit lane. And the odd podium celebration as well. Of course, podium celebration is always a difficult thing to convince drivers to do. You'd think that silverware and the odd bottle of bubbly would be enough to coerce them, but sometimes we have to really work hard to get them all up there. The GEDLICH Racing staff, Stefan Lehner and co, will be down there working on that. The Race Ready guys also working hard along with GEDLICH, the Race Ready organisation behind the Iberian Supercars series. They are also part of the GEDLICH team on these events, and all of them will be all hands on deck, along with Lukas Gajewski, trying to get the drivers where they need to go. And Lucas will hopefully have a full quota. I think we have one driver who's currently playing delinquent on the podiums, from what I understand. But we will go to the podium celebrations just as soon as we can, and I expect a lot of noise from PTT Racing. Every time you've heard an air horn on the podium, that has been the direct result of one of the PTT Racing crew members. So I expect a lot of noise as Kazmarski comes up to the top step of the GT3 class. And I believe we are now heading to the podium, so let's go to Lukas Gajewski and see what's going on.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller. You are exactly right. We are ready for the podium after the second wet race for the GT Winter Series this weekend. And we are very happy to welcome the drivers on the podium. And we will start with the procedures in GT3 class. So let me clear the stage and welcome to the third step of the podium from DBMacher Racing, Uwe Lauer. In second place for SR Motorsports, Kenneth Heyer. And your winner for the second time this weekend for PTT Racing, Martin Kaczmarski. Well done. And as Adam Weller said in commentary, massive round of applause from the pits as Stefan Lehner, Mart Hilgenberg and Jan Jürge kindly present the trophies to our top three finishers. Uwe Lauer, like yesterday, in third. It's Kenneth Heyer in second after J-Mo Hartling took the win earlier on this weekend yesterday. And Martin Kaczmarski with another victory for the PTT Mercedes AMG GT3 outfit, as pictures are being taken, and as we are heading into the lunch break, I think there's plenty of time to have a bit of a chat with the drivers, as we've got some more photographers upstairs. Uwe, P3 yesterday in dry conditions, P3 again today in wet conditions. What do you prefer? What do you like more?
I like more the wet conditions. It's slippery. It's more feeling with more traction feeling, more sliding in the corners. It was very nice race. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Uwe. Kenneth, a word from you as well. How did you like conditions out there today?
We struggled a lot with the Pirelli tires compared to the Michelin. I had no chance at all. Lack of aqua planning. I just want to keep the car on the track for the endurance race later, because I had two really big moments on the straight. So yeah, it's like it is. P2, we take it and it's good.
And as you said, the big endurance race coming up later, you have to share the car. You always want to keep it in one piece.
Yeah, for sure. We have to go later for the third race, and we have to save the car a bit, and no crash at all. Yeah, and that's it.
Kenneth, thank you very much to you as well. I think Martin is already gone, but that's not the biggest issue, because of course we heard from him down in the pits already. All right, second podium then coming up, and this is for the Cup 1 class, the Ferrari 488 Challenge cars, and their respective drivers are next. And as yesterday, in third place from Kessel Racing, it's Petros Makris. Third place on his series yesterday as well. In second place in Cup 1 for AF Corse is Motohiko Isozaki. And your winner for the second time this weekend in Cup 1 class from AF Corse is John Dillon. Congratulations to John once again, as Jan, Mart and Stefan are ready to hand out the trophies to our top three Cup 1 finishers. Same order on the podium as yesterday, however, very, very different conditions indeed for our Ferrari 488 Challenge drivers. They kept it all in one piece, and this is most important, of course, in order to enjoy the last competition later on today. So let's have a quick word with our top three finishers on the podium. Petros, P3 yesterday in dry conditions, P3 today in wet conditions. What did you like more in your Ferrari?
The dry conditions, not the wet ones, but it was very tricky, very hard. The weather was changing all the time. But that's it, that's motor racing. But anyway, I would like to thank my team, Kessel. It's because of Kessel, for the help, the support, everything we do, and I dedicate everything to them. They deserve it.
So fingers crossed for you to get some more dry running later on this afternoon, although I have to say I'm not awfully optimistic there, but let's see. Second place, once again, completely different conditions. How did you like it on the circuit?
I like drying, but not so much good driving, but lucky, second lucky.
Mito Hiko-san, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And well done to P2 once again. John, as we said, dry conditions yesterday, completely wet conditions now. How did you like it on the circuit?
Yeah, I like the wet. Don't forget I'm from England, yeah? So in England, you know, the first thing you think about is, yeah, this is going to be a great day. So, yeah, the wet is good for me. It was tricky. You know, I'm on the Pirelli tyres, which are not great in the wet. The front tyre's not always gripping up, you know, towards the end of the stint. But no, it was good. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, you know, and once again, a great championship and great organisation, you know, it's brilliant.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, guys. Your Cup 1 podium finishers after race 2 here in Jerez, and of course for these guys, the third competition coming up later on just as well. So then, next up is our third podium for Class Cup 2, which is our Porsche Carrera Cup class, and much as in Cup 1, it's exactly the same order as yesterday. So please welcome in third place for Cup 2 from PTT Racing, Igor Klaya. In second place for Raka Motorsport, Leandro Martins. And your winner for PTT Racing is Hubert Stametko. Huge cheer from the pit lane once again from the PTT Racing guys. Absolutely fabulous, although they are standing there in the pouring rain here in the Jerez pit lane as our GEDLICH Racing organizers hand over the trophies to our top 3 finishers in Cup 2. Now we know, of course, that Porsche Cup cars, due to the engine in the back of the cars, are quite controllable in these weather conditions, but it was still very, very hard to manage for these guys, just as well as we are getting all the podium shots in. Let's have a quick word then with Igor Klaya in third place on the podium. Igor, how was the race for you today?
It was very nice. The team is great, so congratulations and thanks to the team. And you know, my partner is driving like a dirty and wild cat, so I love him.
Why has he left us? Where has he gone?
I don't know. I'll call him. You know, he doesn't know what to do, what to say. So I can say that he wants to congratulate to the team, and we make a team, and he loves his wife.
Thank you very much. She'll be very happy to hear that. So best regards to the wife. Is she here or is she at home?
Him because we make a team.
Thank you very much, Igor. Thank you. That's your third place finisher in Cup 2. And of course, we might be able to hear from Hubert and his PTT Racing teammates later on. One podium still coming up for Cup 4 and our Lamborghini Super Trofeo class. And in third place, it's yesterday's race winner from DL Racing, Ibrahim Badawi. In second place, first podium of the weekend for BDR competition, Alfredo Hernandez. And here's your winner and second overall for GT3 Poland, Andrzej Lewandowski. And it's once again up to the GEDLICH Racing crew to hand out the trophies to our top 3 finishers in Cup 4. The Lamborghini Trofeo cars delivering a great show out there, and it was absolutely fantastic to follow just as well. Pictures being taken, and afterwards, of course, let's hear from our podium finishers as well. We're just going to wait a couple of seconds. Guys, please bear with me as we would like to speak to everybody of you. Bit of a difficult competition today, wasn't it, in these conditions?
Yes, indeed. It's my first time in the rain ever, so I went in with the mentality that I need to finish the race and gain as much experience because I'm doing Super Trofeo Europe. So this was the main purpose of this race, was just to get experience under the rain and learn everything.
Right, and you kept the car in one piece. That's the most important for the third race of the weekend later on. Stay with us for a couple of seconds. Going to speak to you first of all. First podium of the weekend in these incredibly difficult conditions. How was it for you?
Well, it was good. Just the best thing is my car started competing because yesterday with a big crash. But today my team works very good and my car is perfect and just enjoying.
We are very happy to see you smiling, Alfredo Hernandez. Thank you very much. And of course, Adrian Lewandowski, Andrzej, sorry, Adrian going to be taking over the wheel later on in race number 3. We need to speak about the start, don't we? It's always so hard to get exactly right, and I'm afraid you got done there by race control.
No, maybe I make some small mistake and go too much in the inside, but it's a little, I want to be front, and that's why maybe I do some mistake and I got the drive-through, yes. But generally, I quickly catch the first car and I want to take over, but also I want to drive very polite, not take the risk, and that's why I like the rain and I have a lot of experience in the rain, and that's why I'm happy. The time is good.
Andrzej Lewandowski, thank you very much and best of luck for the third race coming up later on today. However, coming up next, first of all, is our lunch break, which is not really a break at all, is it? Because, of course, our crew is down there in the pit lane to give you some insights and some backgrounds about the GT Winter Series. And, of course, this weekend, it's not only the Winter Series package, but we are also joined for the very first time by an external support series, so to say. Spain is joining the Winter Series package this weekend with a sort of pre-season event here in Jerez. And let's head down to Chris McCarthy in the pits to get a bit more insight on Spain. Chris.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Yes, we're down here in the pit lane. We're building up to Spain, and with that I've been joined by some drivers. A driver, first of all, from Monolau, who was on the podium yesterday, Eric Genet, a familiar name, of course, to TCR Racing, the Genet name. Thank you very much, Eric. First of all, tell us, how was it finishing on the podium yesterday?
Well, it was my debut here in the TCR Spain, very competitive championship, really. It was feeling great. I like it very much. We had very good battles during the race, but also learned a lot. It was my first race, and I think I did it quite good. But we still have to learn a lot.
I know your father raced World Touring Car level TCR at 24 Hour Le Mans. It must have been great to follow in his footsteps and get on the podium in a TCR race.
Yeah, it's my best friend in this moment. It's my idol. He showed me everything in this world. He showed me how to race, how to be on the track. So I have to say thank you to him, because he's one of the protagonists of my life.
Very well said. Let's talk about the race today. We won't keep you too long because we're building up to it. You're starting at the back today, different conditions. Looking forward to taking it on in the wet?
I think it will be a good race. We were testing on Friday here on the wet. We were very, very fast, so I'm with the head up. Still have to learn a bit in this tricky conditions with this special car, but I think it will be an interesting race to see, and we'll be focused on the race to try to win.
Thank you very much, Eric Genet. We'll let you get off and we'll quickly getting our pole sitter for the race. Good luck for the race. Thank you very much. I know you guys have to get off and get ready. Anna Carrasco, we spoke to you on the grid yesterday, and of course, your first ever race in a car. How was it, first of all?
Honestly, it was a good race. I had a lot of fun for my first time racing on cars, so yeah. I didn't have any expectation, but I really enjoyed the race on the TCR, so I'm happy with this experience, and let's see today if I can improve a little bit.
And they're throwing everything at you this weekend. I suppose you could call it the perfect experience, because dry yesterday, now wet today, but you're telling us before we went live for this interview, you've never driven in the wet before.
No, it's the first time also. Honestly, it's a challenging weekend because everything is really new for me. But yeah, having my first weekend on racing in wet, dry, so I will have a lot of experience during the weekend, so let's see if I can keep it for the future.
And I know the plan yesterday would have been to just get home in one piece. How was it when you crossed the line and saw the VRT team cross them and got across the line? How did that feel to make that achievement?
Yeah, it was good. Honestly, I was happy for the team because they work a lot to be here. Finish my first race was good. Then we will also jump on the podium, and that was a little bit unexpected, so it was good for them. And let's see today. I would like to keep improving, see my feelings on wet, because I think will be a lot of different from dry. And yeah, I hope to make a good race, make them happy, and finish the weekend in a good way.
Well, thank you for taking the time to speak to us. Pole position later. Best of luck for it. The rain stopped for now, but we'll see how it goes. Good luck later. Anna Carrasco, thank you very much to Eric and to Anna as well. Good luck for the race later. We will see them both in action. Anna racing for VRT and Eric for Monalao. We appreciate their time. There we go. Welcome down to the pit lane. We started, well, I have to say a big thanks to Lucas on the podium for arranging those interviews. That, of course, the TCR-Spain pre-season event 1. We had their first race yesterday, their second race today. Now we're going to go and find a Formula Winter Series driver. I believe we've had their second race a little bit earlier. First race was yesterday. The grid made for the third race later from the second qualifying session that we had yesterday, and I believe Nathaniel Berraby is waiting for us down here, and we'll see if he's able to jump up. Nathaniel, great to have you with us. First of all, how were the conditions out there earlier?
It was pretty hard. There was not that much grip, but I tried to find the pace with those hand hooks. They're pretty difficult, to be honest. But yeah, I found the pace, and I managed to bring back the car home. And yeah, that's pretty important, since yeah, it's only my second race now here in Jerez, and yeah, pretty proud of it.
It's a fast track, isn't it? How is it when it rains around here? It must get very, very tricky. You've got to be brave through some of the corners, I bet, when the rain starts falling.
Yeah, there's some. You have to be pretty confident about your car. You have to trust the car. But I mean, yeah, you have to know the car. Yeah.
Any sections in particular that you'd pick out as some of the most tricky sections?
Well, I think Sector 3 is pretty complicated with the curbs. When they get wet, it's pretty complicated to keep the car straight. But like, yeah, how I say, you trust the car, trust the process, and it should be okay.
Good stuff. Well, it's great to speak to you. Looking forward to the third race later?
Yeah, third race, yeah, pretty confident about it. Let's see how it goes, and I wish myself all the best.
We wish you all the best as well. Thank you very much for speaking to us, Nathaniel Berraby. Good luck. Have a look at the car, Johnny, as well. You can see, feel free to just dive in and have a look at the car. You can see him getting ready to go for that one, and we appreciate him taking the time to speak to us. Nathaniel Berraby talking us through that the third sector in particular looked to be the trickiest section. Here we come next then to US Racing, who had problems unfortunately with Jean-Marco Pradel's car a little earlier, but they did get back out for a little while. But overall, this team running very, very well so far. As down a little bit further here, I believe we've got another driver. We got Lorenzo Castillo here, I believe, from Technical. Who do we have here then? Introduce yourself for the stream, sir.
Yeah. So we're here in Jerez, and now we have the last race of the weekend, and we will see next week in Valencia.
So we're in this car here. You're driving number 5.
Yeah, I drive the number 5, and yeah, we will hope the best for the next race.
How was it out there earlier, the condition-wise?
Well, the conditions in the first race was very strange, because in the first stint of the race we had a lot of dry track, but we were with the wet tires, so it was very difficult because we couldn't see the wet parts for our tires. But now the track for the next race is fully wet, so it's going to be, for me, it's going to be easier because I prefer fully wet than dry and wet. So yeah, let's hope.
I guess mentally going into that race earlier, it was a bit up and down, wasn't it? Not really knowing what the conditions were going to do. Is it easier to mentally prepare for a race, and both for the team as well, when you know now looks like it's going to stay wet?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's hard because we didn't know how to manage the tires and like this, but after the rain come in, so at the end it's the same for everyone.
Tell us, and although it's a sprint race, does tyre management come into it in those situations as well? When you're at tyre management, was that coming into play a little earlier at times?
Yeah, I think, yeah, but now in the next race also, yeah, a bit, because now our tires are a bit, are very, very old. So, no, also, like in the track, in the last conditions, the tires suffered a lot. So now we don't have good tires. So, yeah, we need to work on the management of the tires also.
Thank you very much for your time. Best of luck for the race, Lorenzo Castillo there in the number 5. Okay, let's keep moving. Here are the guys from Rodin Motorsport, Thomas Straven and Bart Harrison in the car for them. We see Thomas Straven's car, the number 8 Bart Harrison alongside in the 77, jumping up from karting, a 2-time vice British champion, Thomas Straven, alongside doing some great things in the international and European karting scene. And then MP Motorsport we come to next. You can see garages closed a little bit on them. Well, we're going to go and see if we can go and find some more drivers from you. In the meantime, one of the drivers in this category is Bianca Bustamante. We were hearing a little bit about the circuit from a couple of the other drivers just there. Here's what she had to say about the circuit a little bit earlier this week.
We're very excited at the GRS team to welcome Bianca Bustamante into Formula Winter Series. Bianca, we're just talking, it's your first time at this circuit. It sounds like it's been interesting so far.
It really has been, and you know, it's not a conventional circuit. It's very tight. There's little margin for errors because you're so close to the gravel every time. And you know, there's about 38 cars on the grid, so that definitely makes it a bit tougher. First time here at the circuit. I'm loving every bit of it. I mean, it's lovely to compete at such high competitiveness, you know, driving with the best teams, best cars. I mean, it's incredible. Really looking forward to it.
And obviously you allude to that with the mix of drivers. You do have some who are fresh out of karting, albeit at a very high level, others who are second, third year potentially in Formula 4. I suppose that's a really good opportunity to kind of, you know, see where you're at going into the summer, isn't it? To see where you are in the pecking order.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you've got a grid full of different drivers with different level of experiences, and for me, I'm here to learn. Like every day at the track, every corner, every lap, it really is such a learning experience. I mean, I'm driving these tires for the first time as well, the Hankook, so that's a tough one to learn, but it teaches you to be adaptable, to learn how to adapt your driving depending on the tire compounds, which varies a lot because it's the only thing that touches the ground or the track. So, but yeah, I mean, all gone so far, pretty good. I loved my first experience in the Hankooks. Very different from the Pirellis that I'm used to, but yeah, learning.
And have you ever driven Aragon before?
Aragon, yeah, I've driven Aragon. I tested there before in the F1 Academy. Love the track, very high speed. I love the little corkscrew. Little bit known for track limits, so there's a big topic about that. But all in all, it's a fun one.
And so how do you feel about Jerez then? You get proper track limits here, gravel.
Yeah, gravel. I mean, the first session we had about like 3 red flags, so obviously not a good welcoming. It's hard to learn the track, at the same time learn the tires when you got barely any laps because of all the red flags, yellow flags, but it makes it even more tough, and you learn from the tough moments. And today, you know, we only got 2 sessions, 2 practice, but we already made a massive step, and I know the upcoming days is going to be tough, but I'm here for it.
And obviously you've got some kind of a teammate who's going to become F1 Academy competition in Leah Block. She's coming in from quite a different background within motorsport. What do you think of her journey so far, moving into single-seaters?
I mean, it's nice to see, you know, different level of just experience. You know, her, she's very competitive in rally and stuff like that, and me, I've always been grassroots into single-seater. So, I mean, obviously I know how hard it is to suddenly get into a different discipline of motorsport and having to relearn everything. And you know, we're teammates this year. We've done a lot of tests. We just came back from Barcelona from the F1 Academy. I mean, she's learning a lot. I mean, it's nice to see the progress, to see the growth, and to somehow, you know, help her as well as teammates, share data, share onboards. But yeah, really exciting.
Well, it's very exciting to have you here. Great to see you on the timing sheets, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you so much for having me.
Great to hear from Bianca Bustamante there, speaking with Adam Weller a little bit earlier this week. We're down at Rodin Motorsport here. I'm with Thomas Straven, who is racing for them this season. Just jumped out from karting. Thomas, you were racing in the FIA Karting Championships last year with the Kart Republic team, joining Rodin Motorsport for what is only your second weekend ever in a single-seater. Going pretty well so far, challenging for top 10s, qualifying in the top 10. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm quite happy. Just like the last race 2 wasn't a little bit of unfortunate, so I didn't really have the pace. So yeah, but we'll move on in race 3 and try to maximize the race.
I always talk to car drivers about this. Tell us how you're adapting to jumping out of karting. Of course, that's a very intense timetable when you're in there, but a completely different to driving. How's the physicality of getting in one of these F4 cars?
Well, the physicality is more, so you really have to gain some muscles, but at the same time, karting is more active, so like you have a session 30 minutes rest and you have another session, but well, here it's 4 hours almost, because now I have a very big break and then after we go again. So but it's nice because we have more rest time, but yeah, it's also a little bit of a shame that we don't drive that much, but I really like it.
Want to get out in the car more, I love it. But I guess a lot of data to go through as well, isn't there? Plenty to work with, and you're with a great team here in Rodin Motorsport.
Yeah, it's a really good team. Like also in karting, you did 50 maximum 10 minutes data, and now you're like almost 1 hour. So yeah, it's longer for the data and everything, but yeah, really happy with the team, and we're making the steps, and we will come there.
You must be very happy with already challenging for top 10. You're in for a full season as well. I guess the plan is hopefully to get some good points on the board and maybe even push for some top 5s by the end of the season.
Yeah, I hope I'll get for sure some points and try to get some rookie podiums. I was close in race 1, got 4th rookie. Race 2 I got 5th. At a little bit at the end I was running in 3rd rookie, but then after got a little bit back, but yeah, we'll charge forward in the next race and hopefully have some podium.
Good stuff. Thank you for speaking to us, Thomas. We'll let you go back to go and do that data, because I'm sure there's plenty to go through as we head down the pit lane. Thomas Straven, very, very big name in the international karting scene. Great to have him in the paddock, as is many, like I said in the build-up yesterday, many European international karting champions. Thomas raced with one of the biggest factory teams in international karting and is here with us with one of the biggest single-seater teams now in Rodin Motorsport as well. And speaking of European karting champions, one of them is on the grid this weekend, our reigning FIA karting European champion in René Lammers, and Adam Weller caught up with him a little earlier this week.
René Lammers is one of the most exciting youngsters making his debut in a Formula 4 car this weekend at Jerez. René, obviously you've had an incredible few months with the Ferrari Academy scouting and so on and so forth. How excited are you now to go racing in a Formula 4 car at last?
Yeah, I'm very excited to get to racing. I've done a lot of test days already, so I feel like I'm prepared. I think the speed is there. So I think we should definitely be contesting for the win, obviously. That's the main goal. And yeah, I think we have the speed to do it, so I'm looking forward to it.
And obviously MP Motorsport, very well-established team, a good bunch of people to work with.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here with MP. We're both Dutch as well, so that also gives us another connection, which is nice. And yeah, we feel really great. We have a great feeling with them, and I think they're a good team as well, which they manage their cars well, etc. So yeah, I'm very excited to get going with them.
Obviously, for you, racing is a family business. Tell me, what's your first memory of motorsport? Do you remember kind of your first memories?
Well, I don't really remember like my actual first memory, but yeah, I did grow up kind of in the racing world, obviously, with my dad being yeah, he used to race in the past. He was still racing when I was born, so I also kind of grew up on the track, you know, went with him a lot of times. So yeah, not like I really had another choice, you know, kind of grew up in the life and stick with it.
Obviously, I think it's fair to say that your fellow Dutchman, Max Verstappen, maybe slightly eclipsed his father as a racing driver now. Jos Verstappen never won a world championship. Is it the same for you? Are you hoping to best your dad and have more trophies on the mantle than him?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was in F1, but I think he's the first one to say that he only thought about getting into F1, not about staying into F1.
Yeah.
So his F1 career wasn't that long, and although in the LMPs and the prototypes, he did do a really good job. He won 24 hours per mile. So yeah, obviously my main goal will be Formula 1. I think I will definitely go for the World Championships in Formula 1. So in that point, I'm not really thinking about my dad. I'm just thinking about doing the best, which I also think he hopes I do the best.
And obviously you grew up, you know, while he was still racing sports cars and things like that. So Formula 1 is your main goal, but would you be interested in that sports car world as well?
Yeah, definitely. If I have if I end up being into Formula 1, or if I end up just missing Formula 1, I think prototypes and yeah, and IndyCar, all those cars are definitely something I'm looking into again. I think it's a nice car to drive. I think with some, yeah, still some very good drivers, and yeah, obviously still again the main goal is Formula 1, but we'll see how that goes. So.
And obviously lots and lots of cars on this grid, 38 cars. Are you looking forward to getting into that pack, or do you think it might be a bit tricky?
No, definitely looking forward. Obviously in the race everybody is packed up, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, and definitely in quali it's gonna be a tight one. It's gonna be hard to manage with traffic. But luckily I've learned that in quali as well, in karting as well, which sometimes 110 people on the grid, so the groups were always really packed, and you always have to really be careful of traffic, tow, etc. So I really think I've already been trained quite a bit for that. So I think it's yeah, it's a good thing for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining us for this interview and indeed for this racing weekend. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to Adam. Great to catch up with our reigning FIA karting European champion, now Formula Winter Series driver, René Lamazere. We've come a little bit further up the pit lane to some GT Winter Series drivers. We've got Joel Mesh from SR Motorsport here, and also a Cayman Trophy driver as well, Enrico Frontera. Great to have you both with us. First of all, Joel, we've spoke to you quite often on the podium. I know you're going to talk us around the car in a little second. Enrico, I just want to catch up with you very quickly, because you guys at times have been stealing the show out there. It's been fantastic to watch. How fun's it been out there driving?
It was until now it was a fantastic season. We won the last 3 races, and we want to win another few races, and we're working very hard to have good results, but until now it was very good.
Tough conditions out there though this weekend. How's it been adapting to that?
Yeah, this weekend there are very tough conditions. Also in the last sprint race there was dry and wet, but I think we managed good, and you can also see it in the results. So yeah.
Well, look, we could talk about the racing. We've got plenty of time to do that. One thing we don't get to do very often is get inside the cars. You guys are both going to be driving this in the main season, aren't you? So you're going to talk us around the car, aren't we? So let's go in and have a look at the car. Right, let's dive in and have a look. You can actually feel free to hold the microphone for this if you want, Joel. You can talk us. Come in, Johnny. We will see if you can, as far in as you can come, and see if we can get in there. There we can see. There's plenty going on in here. Joel, why don't you talk us through it?
So first of all, I'm just gonna do the buttons in the middle, and Enrico's gonna do the buttons on the steering wheel. So I'm first of all explain you here in the middle the main and the ignition switch. Main is just for activating the main source of electricity, like having a radio already. Then after, if we turn on the ignition, we've also got the DDU working. And then the basic check we're doing is just an ABS reset. There's the button, also those buttons to spin. We can change the ABS from low to high settings, as well as the traction control on the right of it. Then we also got the reverse button in the middle. You don't see that quite often, I think, having a button for reverse gear. And also down here, the fuel pump. If we haven't activated this one, we're just gonna go run out of fuel probably after a few meters. Also the fire extinguisher, and on the middle up there we've got some light settings on the right, as well as the blinkers, brightness for the DDU, motor engine mapping for maybe saving some fuel or just full push. Fuel reset button, yeah, just some basic stuff, as well as the race logic, which is showing us how much time we've got left in the pits. So we're gonna go out the pits as tight as possible, having the best pit stop available. Yeah, and so my teammate's gonna do the steering wheel then.
So hi guys, now I show you the Mercedes steering wheel, and I think we begin with the on the right top you see the flashlight. It's for the flash to get some driver annoyed. And then we have the pit limiter. You start it in the box that you only drive 60 kilometers per hour. Then you have the PG plus and PG minus. There you can switch the pages on the dashboard. Then you have the left and right blinker. Then you have the start button to start the engine. Then you have the full light, so all the lights going on. Then you have the wipers. You can put it 1, 3 and 2 times. It's going faster by every tap. Then you have the drink button, and on the left side you have the radio button to talk to your team. And yeah, that's the Mercedes car. Yeah, that's the steering wheel and the middle part of the car.
Well, that was absolutely fantastic, guys. Let's come out of the garage a sec, so we can have a little look at the car. That was absolutely fantastic, guys. Fantastic job for all of you. They look great fun to drive. There's definitely a lot going on, isn't there? I mean, getting used to that all must take a little bit of time.
Yeah, every racing driver needs to train a lot of time for driving these cars. And yeah, also, Joel and also me, I drove 10 years. I don't know how many years he drove kart, but also in karting you learn how to control a car, and that helps you very much to control a car like this.
And is this where maybe stuff like sim work comes into play as well? Is getting used to everything going on as well as learning tracks?
Yeah, for sure. Sim is the main source of getting experience in my case, because, you know, budget-wise it's just always quite hard getting that much experience. Also, when you're driving sim and got the steering wheel as close to the model we are using in the car, then you can just put the buttons on every perfect button, the meanings, and just learn it in memory, you know.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, guys. That was awesome. Good luck for the race. We're going to head down to our next interview. But yeah, on behalf of everyone watching, that was absolutely fantastic. Best of luck for the race later. What an insight there. I think I'm choosing to walk in the rain. This gives you a little bit of an idea, though. It really is the rain really not dropping off here as we are live in the pit lane now. Don't see it stopping any time soon. I think we're going to be speaking to Tim Gerhard's next, one of our Formula Winter Series drivers. Here he is. We can put that down there for a second. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. How's things been going so far for you this weekend?
Yeah, from the beginning the speed was good in both dry and wet, but the races went a bit different because it's my first race in F4, so it's a bit different compared to karting. So the races went a little bit worse compared to the speed we have. But yeah, I enjoy it. The starts are a bit difficult, trying to get the slipping point at the clutch. It's a bit different to karting. But so far so good.
Tell us, how is it going through a race start procedure for the first time, a safety car procedure for the first time? I mean, it's different to karting, isn't it? In karting, you got your rolling start and off you go. I mean, I imagine doing all of these things for the first time must be a real experience.
Yeah. It's, as I said, it's different compared to karting. And in the beginning, before the first race yesterday, I was also quite nervous because maybe I stalled the engine or something, because I also didn't do a lot of practice starts in free practice. But yeah, everything went well in the start. So yeah.
Enjoying it so far though? It must be a fantastic experience, even if the weather's not holding up for us.
Yeah. I was coming into Spain thinking it will be nice weather, but it isn't, unfortunately. Yesterday it was. But yeah, the racing is really nice. I like it, yeah.
Looking forward to the rest of the season as well. No, we're not quite done here yet, but we've got some fantastic tracks coming up.
Yeah, this is just my first race, so everything is new. So we didn't expect that much. But yeah, the speed is actually really good compared to what we were thinking before the season. Only the racing we need to find a little bit more experience. So yeah, we will see this coming season. Yeah.
Seems like you're doing a fantastic job. Great to have you with us. Well done so far, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. I imagine a very nerve-wracking experience jumping straight up from karting. Thank you very much, guys. That was superb to speak to there. Right, let's keep walking down. I believe we have someone waiting at Garage 7, which is going to be Max Huber. So I won't make you walk too fast, Johnny. Don't worry. I could see you were maybe having a little run there. So we're going down to speak to Max Huber, who is one of our GT racers from the NM Racing team. There we can see Lucas, who has been helping us get these sorted, is out as Forsetti Motorsport open their garage door. Here we can see Max Huber is at the end of his garage now from the GT4 Winter Series. Max, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. GT4's been entertaining so far this weekend. How was that second race?
Yeah, it was messy. It was messy, not gonna lie. I mean, the first like 6-7 minutes were great because it was changing conditions, and with the tire, like, yeah, not degrading as much, but that as soon as you lost temperature in the tires, it was really tricky. But yeah, it's great learning.
As you said, good learning experience and part of the Winter Series. I guess it's something we're here to do. Looks like it's going to be more of the same going into this afternoon, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be worse. It's going to be actually worse, but yeah, we'll be on wet tires for sure, so it's going to be easier. Yeah, I said it will be easier because we were on dries, and yeah, race 2 was a mess. It's going to be great.
I guess, was the decision ever going through your minds about coming in for wet tyres? Some teams made that decision.
Yeah, but I mean, you had to do it so early for it to pay it off. So yeah, I think it was a great decision to stay on dries.
Nice to have the decision made before the race starts this time, I guess. Tell us a little bit about driving a GT4 car around here in the wet. I know you guys had some testing around here. Tell us how the track is. Is it a tricky one in the wet?
Yeah, it's tricky, but I mean, I've driven here classic cars in the wet, so it's different, but I had the experience of running here in the wets, and yeah, when you lose basically the temperature, it's really hard to keep it on the track, and the gravel traps are hard to get out too. So yeah, it's hard. Not gonna lie, it's harder than Estoril at the start of the season. Yeah.
And your season so far, your thoughts on it? Happy with how it's going?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I'm learning a lot, and the car is awesome, the team is awesome, the coach is awesome, so yeah, it's great. It's great for the moment, and great results too, so yeah, it's good.
I think that's a nice way to end this. Thank you very much, Max. Good luck for the race later. Let's go then next to Stefan is here. Great to see you from GEDLICH Racing. Wow, it's been entertaining days so far. Great to welcome Formula Winter Series with us this time, isn't it? What a start to the season for them. 38 cars, given we were around sort of 10 each round last year. Tell us about the work that's been put in by GEDLICH Racing to make that happen.
Yeah, for us, absolutely amazing to have this amount of car and this interest in the championship after the first season last year. For us, it's been a hard summer, definitely. We've been on a lot of effort, spoke to a lot of persons to make it happen, and so far I'm quite happy, yes.
And some brilliant races so far today. I mean, we had that, not only the Formula cars, I think it was a really entertaining race, but GT4s as well. We were all on the edge of our seat. I know when I came up to you guys, we couldn't take our eyes off the screens.
Yeah, I mean, it's really amazing. Here in Jerez, the races are so entertaining. As you say, I have to prepare the podium, and afterwards there's always a lot of stuff that I have to do, but I'm always with one eye still on the screen to watch what's going on in the circuit, yes.
And then we had GTWinterSeries as well, which I think always delivers new faces here as well, straight onto the podium. I guess that's another thing that the organisation must be happy with, always new faces coming into the championship every round.
Yeah, of course. Here, especially at GT4, there are some season entries, but of course we are also happy for single event entries. Some are doing 3 events. We are happy about everybody that joins us on the grid.
Let's talk TCR Spain, because we started this with Eric Genet. I mean, of course, son of legend, Jordi Genet. He said he's my best friend, you know, Jordi, who have won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, who raced in International Formula 3000, raced in touring cars as well. And Eric Genet had that quite emotional podium yesterday, and I'm sure a moment with his father as well. Great to have TCR Spain with us, and some big names in there, of course, Eric being one of them, and Ana Carrasco as well. How fantastic is it to welcome them as a support series for what is their first pre-season event?
Absolutely fantastic. We're happy they are here. To be honest, it was, well, not last minute, but it was quite late in the summer that we got in the first contact, discussed everything, and in the end it was well, on point timing-wise that they are here. In Valencia, we are expecting even more cars from the TCR grid. Right now, the pit lane opens for the TCR, so the next race is already coming up.
I know Eurocup 3 joins us a little bit later in the season, I believe, at Aragon as well. Is this something we're looking to do more of, welcome more support series into the championship as we continue to grow this?
Yes, definitely. This season we are joined by TCR here in Jerez, next week in Valencia, and then, as you said, at the end of the season in Aragon, Eurocup 3 will also be there. We are, compared to last season, we are having more available track time, because now we are doing 2 race days instead of 1, so that of course also makes room for more series. So for the future, I'm interested to see who's joining us as well, on the grid, yes.
Good stuff. Well, thank you very much, Stefan, for joining us. We are getting ready to go now, as you can see the cars in the background, for TCR Spain pre-season event 1, race number 2. That's where we are going next. Make sure you stay tuned just for that.
TCR Spain pre-season events, then 2 of them to come, as alluded to there by Stefan Lerner, here and at Valencia, and the cars are rolling already away and onto the circuit. We will see them out there in not too long. Typically, there's a slightly complicated way of getting the grid formed in TCR Spain with the different qualifying sessions and so on and so forth. I won't explain that in vast detail, though, because effectively, since we have 9 cars, it's a full reverse grid for this race. Usually they reverse the top 10 based on the qualifying 2 order. However, since there are only 9 cars, that's the only bit we have to worry about. So it's a full reverse grid for this race, which is going to be immensely entertaining. That could create a little bit of drama out there. That also creates Ana Carrasco on pole position. Obviously, we saw her during that lunch break. She has been riding bikes over the course of the last couple of months, despite breaking her leg last year in Moto3, so one would expect that she will be back into the two-wheeled world in the season as well, but I don't know if she's intending to ride competitively again. I assume that is the case. But we know that she is making her first strides here in the TCR for the first time. First ever car track time here for her. So then Mariano Alonso will also be a beneficiary up there at the top of the order as well, potentially. Mariano Alonso, who didn't take the finish yesterday in one of the older spec TCR machines. That's worth talking about as well. The TCR Cup class machinery is a whole other class. TCR Cup is basically a older generation class for cars of the first generation ilk. TCR came out into the racing world in 2015, so it's been around for a good long while now, as a matter of fact. But some of those early generation cars, the first generation Cupras, the Peugeot 308s, the cars that we've got here. Also, I think the Volkswagen Golf is also in that factor as well. That was a car that was brought on song very early by the likes of Liqui Team Engstler. We'll see cars like that potentially re-emerging on the TCR scene as a result of the decision to run a Cup class. Of course, the main TCR class is for the current cars, the Hyundais, the Audis, the Hondas, the Cupras, et al. Obviously cars that we don't see here this weekend, like the Lincoln Co, for example. Also still very much current modern cars, and we'll see, I'm sure, more of them as well in the main TCR season. I think we are expecting a few more from the second pre-season event for TCR Spain at Valencia, but we've still got a very healthy grid. We had a very exciting race yesterday with Nacho Montenegro taking the win, but certainly not a win that was uncontested. Eric Genet, the son of Jordi Genet, had a very good run indeed to finish second place behind, and there's also the factor of Alvaro Garcia, the other of the two Civics, slightly older FK7 generation Civic, second generation TCR car. And he started from towards the back of the grid and ended up finishing in third place, battling his way through the field, getting past the likes of Marco Aguilera, Miguel Romero as well in their Valles entered Audi RS3 LMSs. We've got a good range of body shapes, a good range of vehicles out there on the circuit. Lots of variety to be had here in the TCR Spain pre-season event. Of course, the Circuito de Jerez, one of the historic circuits in Spain, and it makes a lot of sense for a category like this to be here at this circuit, the Circuit de Jerez in Angel Nieto. It's well liked, and a unique challenge compared to some of the other facilities that we go to during the GEDLICH Winterseries package. So certainly it makes sense that we're here with the Winter Series categories. TCR Spain tagging along with their pre-season events as well. Aguilera and Garcia coming up onto the grid now. Ana Carrasco is set to join from pole position. I think she took a couple of sighting laps on her way around the circuit, so she is going to be with the rest of the grid very shortly. She's going to take it nice and steady in this race. It will be her and Mariano Alonso at the front of the pack. Santiago Castilla will be third. It'll be all Cup cars towards the sharp end of the grid then. Reverse grid, Chris McCarthy. That means a very different one from yesterday.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yeah, I believe you've got the better position up there. It is currently raining sideways down here. Just from that, I mean, yeah, go on, show it, Johnny. That pit walk alone, you can see I'm absolutely covered. The cars are coming down on to the track now. If you have a look up, Johnny, I mean, from this view alone, you can just see how wet the braking zone is now going up towards turn number one. The conditions conditions really starting to get tricky. Let's go to Mariano Alonso then, who is the first car down to us here on the front row. They did bring him into the pit lane and had the bonnet open. That appears to be the case once more. I'm not sure if we have a problem here, Adam, or not. Of course, Mariano had the fire extinguishers go off in the car yesterday when he seemed to go over some curbs and had to come straight into pit lane. And I'm not too sure now if Mariano Alonso is suffering with some similar issues again. Here comes another car, right, our pole sitter now pulling into place. We spoke to her in the lunch break, Anna Carrasco, who has never driven a car before this weekend, never raced a race car before. Anna Carrasco now starts on pole position, and she has never driven a race car in the wet conditions before. We spoke to her before she went out. We will see if we can. Well, we've had a chat to her. We'll leave her to. I'm sure she's going to be feeling very, very nervous. So let's see if we can go and speak to another driver that we haven't quite heard from yet, and see if we can find out about the conditions. We have Castilla there. Let's see. I don't know if we can have a chat. He's giving us the thumbs up. Don't know if we can get in and have a look at all. We'll keep walking for now. I want to see if we can hear from someone just how treacherous it is. I think they might have opened the door for us. Have they? Have these guys? Let's see. There we go. These guys are. Let's go around here. These guys are. Can we have a chat? Can we have a chat to Can we have a chat to the driver here? Let's have a look. We can see that number 33 is next along on the grid. I think everyone's trying to stay dry, to be honest, and I don't blame them. Let's go to Aguilera, who is next along in the number 4 car, just being spoken to before they get going. And we'll see if we can have a chat very, very quickly. How wet is it out there? How tricky are the conditions looking?
Yeah, there is a lot of turns with a lot of rain, but we are going to go a little bit slowly, but always fast.
Good stuff. Thank you very much for the insight there. Good to hear. So very, very tricky conditions is what we are hearing. Now, a complete reverse grid is what we have here, as Adam Weller would have been instructing to you. We'll see if we can have a chat with another driver. We've got Romero here. We spoke about, well, we know it's wet out there. Let's hear from Romero. Any sections of the circuit in particular that are looking tricky?
Can you repeat, please?
Any sections of the circuit that are looking tricky?
I think the close turns will be more water in there. The fast, we wanna go with very precaution because it's very wet.
Very, very wet. Thank you very much for keeping the door open there for us. I don't know how long we have left. We'll just take you up to have a little bit of a look on the grid. Eric Genet is here, who is next along. And then we have our winner, Nacho Montenegro. We'll see if we can... he's next along in the number 23. Let's have a look at his car. Just getting himself in the zone is Nacho Montenegro. Feel free to have a look around the car, Johnny, before we have to clear the grid. And then Eric Genet comes next after that. Did a fantastic job to go and take the win yesterday. Nacho Montenegro driving very, very well. So we're essentially, if you spin round, Johnny, we're going to see the drivers starting from the back here, trying to fire their way through the grid as quickly as they can, but they're going to have to be dealing with these conditions as well. The rain is starting to come down very, very heavily now. Very, very windy as well. We've been hearing from the drivers just the sections that are the most trickiest. There's still three minutes to go, so a little bit of time for the drivers to get themselves in the zone, but with the rain falling as heavy as it is, I think like many of the teams we're going to take for cover, so I'll head up to a very dry Adam Weller.
try indeed. Yes, I do apologise. I did briefly go outside during the lunch break, if that's any consolation, Chris, and I did get wet. The TCR Spain pre-season then. 2 events with points being scored across 2 weekends, of course, those being here and Valencia, and you've got a full reverse grid almost for this race. You've got Q2 results being half reversed here. So let's run you through the order. For now, it is Ana Carrasco on the pole position, as we saw for this one. Mariana Alonso is next. Santiago Castilla in 3rd position. Jose Antonio Chico in 4th place ahead of Marco Aguilera. Miguel Romero starting from 6th position in the all Audi row there. 7th place is Nacho Montenegro, who qualified 2nd in the session, which is why he's there in 7th place. Our pole sitter, of course, as you'll remember, was Eric Genet. That's why he's in 8th place. The reason there are cars behind them, Alvaro Garcia had to change his car to the slightly older FK7 spec Civic. And Sandra Gomez, unfortunately, she didn't take the start yesterday. I don't think she qualified either yesterday, and that is why she starts at the back. So that's the logic there. So the top 8 basically are reversed, really, although the only reason the back row is what it is because those 2 cars didn't qualify. Nonetheless, Ana Carrasco starts a new adventure within a new adventure. Her first 4-wheeled race weekend. Her first time starting a car from pole position. Looks like Sandra Gomez has struggled to get the car off the line. It is now creeping forward and does finally get underway. So thankfully the second of the 2 Peugeot 308s does indeed get started. 2 cars from Motor Club Sabadell. The 308 Cup was used in TCR competition in the early years. TCR, of course, a POP category, much like GT3 racing and GT4 racing, so all of these cars balanced together. A few cars that we used for single make series at the time GT3 was established, like the 308, like the Seat Leon Euro Cup car, were the basis for the first generation TCR machines in some cases. But a great field of drivers here. Obviously, Ana Carrasco is the only world champion on the grid, courtesy of her incredible career in motorcycle racing. Really special for her to be a part of this TCR pre-season event in the Spanish Championship. But also got champions within touring car world. Marco Aguilera is a champion in TCR, or rather in the Spanish Touring Car Championship. In the same vein, TCR South America champion of 2023 was, of course, Nacho Montenegro, who is back in Europe. He was racing F4 cars in Europe several years ago, but has made his return and is now laser focused on getting into the upper echelons of saloon and perhaps GT racing in the future. These are conditions that even the most experienced of drivers would struggle with. So those with less experience, like Eric Genet, who is moving into touring cars, like Ana Carrasco, who's moving into cars point blank, Sandra Gomez as well, fairly new to this racing world. There's several drivers here who are going to have to really lean on experience that they don't have almost. They'll need to get an experience loan and pay it back in parts. The formation lap, though, is almost complete. I do wonder if they might have a pair because of the wet conditions, although they did race in the wet, they did test in the wet on Friday, so perhaps we will only have the one. There hasn't been any bulletin to suggest 2 formation laps of the TCR Spain pre-season, and the marshal is there ready to space them out into their grid slots. So we are going to line up and go racing this time. The standing water on the main straight compared to what we had a couple of years ago a couple of years ago, a couple of hours ago, is certainly notable. It's gotten a lot wetter out there on the circuit. We have lost, no we haven't, one driver just didn't find his grid slot. Jose Antonio Chico lining up on the 3rd row. Someone's politely informed him, you're on row 2. Let's see what the Hyundai can do. He could be a favourite in this race, didn't get to finish the race because of an electrical fault in yesterday's race. A 50-euro-cent piece was the issue. 25 minutes plus 1 lap then ahead of us for the TCR Spain pre-season. Red lights on and red lights off. Who gets the best start on the front row? I'll tell you what, Ana Carrasco got a pretty good launch. She will potentially lead into the first corner, although Castilla is on the inside line. Carrasco very generously giving track space there, and it is going to be Castilla that leads the way. Everybody through the first few corners, and a little bit of a drift there from the number 70. Already up into 2nd place has gone Nacho Montenegro, and by the next corner, yes, he's alongside to try and get the lead. Let's see if Castilla can hold him off. It's side by side as they go to turn 5. Montenegro with the outside line much later on the brakes. He has all the confidence in the world, and almost immediately he gets himself to the front. Only 5 corners between himself and the race lead. Now Castilla, the first of the Cup class cars, has to worry about the new spec Audi RS3 behind him. That is Marco Aguilera looking for 2nd place in the Auto Club RC2 entry. Moves up to 2nd place. Genet didn't quite get the run through the field that Montenegro got, so he's now just trying to get into 3rd place. Gets past the older spec Cupra in his latest spec machine from Monlau competition. That's 3rd place then for young Eric Genet. So now we get to see a slightly more true picture of the race already. However, we have not had Alvaro Garcia go through the field in quite the order that he did yesterday. So Garcia still has some work to do. He's just behind the 2 white cars there in the slightly older spec Civic, the FK7. Just behind the 63 car there of Miguel Romero. Miguel Angel Moreno, the 2023 Spanish Endurance Champion, there in 5th place for the time being. Castilla doing a good job of fighting here as Garcia goes to the inside line for 5th place, gets past Romero. The ALM Motorsports Honda Civic is your race leader in the hands of Nacho Montenegro. It's also the car in 4th place. Have a look at Eric Genet trying to get past here. Marco Aguilera. Aguilera in 2nd, but I don't think it's going to last for long. Here comes Genet. Contact between the 2 of them. With the outside line, Aguilera just about holds on to it, but of course, that is often the case in these wet conditions. You find more grip away from the racing line in most cases. Side by side further back for 5th, that was Alvaro Garcia getting past the 70. So Santiago Castilla, rather as expected, falling through the order as this battle for 3rd place continues on, or 2nd place I should say, continues on. Here comes the 21, here comes Eric Genet. Textbook move, and Aguilera locks up, he's in the gravel, keep it going. Don't use too much throttle, the front axle could dig you in. Careful, never mind. The splitter digs in, and that car will need some rescuing. Meanwhile, Alvaro Garcia has moved up and passed the number 70 car. That will then put him into 3rd place, courtesy of the off we just saw for Marco Aguilera. So 2 Civics in the top 3 once again. In fact, the top 3 is now in the exact order they were in yesterday's race. Yellow flags at turn 6 have been declared on the timing screen, as one would expect. see the standing water there at the centre chicane pooling quite severely. There are certain sections of this circuit that can't afford much more heavy rainfall before they become somewhere close to impassable. Alonso in 7th place here. Castilla here in 4th position. Now under some pressure from the Audi RS3 of Romero. So Romero again in a newer spec car, you'd expect him to be quicker. Castilla though does have his car very softly set up. We saw that yesterday in the TCR Spain race, and in these conditions a softly sprung car is exactly what you need. The more give, the more sway, the more travel in your suspension, the less treacherous it is out there in these wet conditions. So Castilla, I think, already pretty much running his wet setup yesterday. And that might be doing him some favours now, certainly running fairly strongly as Romero continues to challenge. In the case of Santi Castilla. He is a regular all throughout Spanish circuit racing, so he certainly knows Jerez, I'm sure of that. He picks the inside line as yellow flags, of course, down there at turn 6. So as the 63 car goes around Castilla, I have to think that the stewards have their eyebrows raised, because that move was made around the outside under yellows. And I think Romero has realised that and drops back behind Castilla. So self-policing there. I don't know whether the stewards will now look fondly upon him or not, but sometimes if you know you've done something wrong and you redress, you can avoid a penalty. Nonetheless, he has to do it all again then. He has to get back past Santiago Castilla, the leader in the Cup class, currently running 4th overall. The next car in the Cup class is Mariano Alonso in 7th place, who's about 5 seconds down the road, so doesn't have to worry too hard about the Cup classification right now. Can focus on the task at hand. That is the battle for 4th place. Alvaro Garcia in the ALM Motorsport Honda, powering out of the first corner and definitely closing in on Eric Genet, I would suggest. In fact, definitely. The last lap time for Genet, a 2:13. The last time for Garcia, a 2-minute 10.6. Both of them in the 0.6s, exactly 3 seconds between them in terms of last lap time. So I would expect that Alvaro Garcia is soon going to find his way past. However, we've already seen that Eric Genet has some good racecraft under his belt, courtesy of his years in Formula 4 and karting. Still double wave yellows down here at turn 6, so no move can be made around these parts. And Marshall's trying to dig Aguilera out of the sandbox. Oh, and Genet steps out there, into the gravel he goes, and that was the slip-up that Alvaro Garcia needed. He'll be happy with that, because that means he doesn't have to battle the Cupra driver. He can just now move on and try and catch Nacho Montenegro. And I tell you what, I think he's capable of it, because not only was he 3 seconds a lap faster than Genet, he was also 2 seconds a lap faster than Montenegro. Now maybe Nacho is just driving carefully here to avoid any excess risk, but he's going to have to step the pace up now to hold off Alvaro Garcia, who's through into 2nd place and charging. Garcia joined the TCR Spain ranks last year with the Com2U team. As I mentioned yesterday, runner-up in last year's championship, so we know Garcia is quick within the TCR Spain realm. No reason to expect him to have gotten any slower before the Spain pre-season. He would love to make a bit of a statement by being quicker than Nacho Montenegro. Conditions definitely still worsening here. Everyone doing a magnificent job just to keep the cars under control. Castilla and Romero running 4th and 5th respectively. Miguel Angel Romero is the youngest driver in the category in that Audi RS3 LMS. I think Santi Castilla wouldn't mind me saying he's a little bit older and a bit more experienced than the Audi driver behind him. The Scuderia Baix Importer team running the Cupra, running both of the first generation Cupras in the field. So Castilla and Mariano Alonso. As the recovery continues on the Audi. Of course, the 63 car being actually run by the Andalusian Automobile Federation for Miguel Angel Romero, although I do believe that the Baix Importer team are also involved in preparing that car, so it is effectively a teammate scrap for 4th and 5th place as well. How's the gap going between our leaders? The answer is it's down 1.5 seconds on this lap alone. So Alvaro Garcia was 4.1 seconds back from Nacho Montenegro almost a lap ago. I suspect when they cross the line this time, it's going to look more like 2.5 seconds, perhaps. It's certainly going to have gone down significantly. And see the gap as they come across the line. It's 2.8 seconds, so it's a little bit generous towards Alvaro Garcia's prospects in the final sector, but nonetheless that gap is coming down. And look at how Eric Genet is aquaplaning there, under braking into turn 3. You can see the water almost bouncing back off the tarmac. It is so wet out there right now. Right conditions for aquaplaning at this stage. Castilla and Romero closer together. Romero loses the car. Oh, and he has no choice in the matter once he loses the rear end. Into Castilla, he digs himself into the gravel. I think Castilla might just be able to put through, but damage to both cars. Not for the first time within the GTWinterSeries schedule. We see a car aquaplane off at turn 1 in conditions much like these. Of course, last time it was a prototype at Estoril, now in the TCR-Spain pre-season. We see a collision. Miguel Angel Romero, unfortunately, the youngster putting a foot wrong and collecting the number 70, and that will push Castilla down a few places as well. That will hand, I think, the Cup class lead to Mariano Alonso potentially as well. In fact, yes, there is Mariano Alonso. So that's our new Cup class leader, the number 42 car. A very handsomely prepared car, I must say, from Escuderia Baix. There's the recovering Sergio Castilla with the damage to his car. Double yellow flags out at turn 1. So they will have to be very careful this time through. Incidentally, an update on Ana Carrasco. We haven't seen her for a while, but she is running in P7 now, just ahead of her teammate and fellow female racer Sandra Gomez. It's an all-female lineup at the Motor Club Sabadell for this weekend. Sandra Gomez winning a contest organised by the Auto Hebdo Sports publication to become a racing driver in the hill climbing ranks, and now climbing further up the ladder still in the TCR-Spain pre-season. Gap has gone out significantly between our top two. So Alvaro Garcia has lost a good couple of seconds on this lap. So the gap that was shrinking has now grown again as the recovery process gets underway for Romero's stricken car. Is certainly a big hazard there, that tractor in the firing line, but hopefully the drivers will abide by these double waved yellows. Certainly excess caution is the bare minimum in these conditions, come what may. Simply too wet to push the envelope too far. Very difficult beginning to the racing career of Ana Carrasco for sure, in four-wheeled world at least. She may be a two-wheel world champion, but diving into something so opposite in conditions like these is no mean feat. You see there the number 33 car. This is the car running 4th overall now because of that collision previously. That is Jose Antonio Chico, who has done some karting, also raced in the Spanish Endurance Championship. So another one of the drivers that is on the younger side of the spectrum. And, doing a very good job of holding off Mariano Alonso, who has probably got as many years in racing as most people have in their lifetimes. He's more than 20 years deep into his racing career. Spanish endurance again a factor there. The Peugeot Championships in France, Clio Cup Europe as well. Always a solid pair of hands in a saloon car. Now leading the way, of course, in the Cup class for the older generation cars. The Hyundai that we see on screen from Chico, I believe that car was liveried up in the paddock. I seem to remember that on Thursday morning it was completely bare and white, much like this car from Castilla. And then suddenly it gained some colours by the time we went home on Thursday. Certainly Castilla, it's good to see him still running at least after the collision with Romero. He's some 14.3 seconds off the Cup class lead now. Quicker is he? Well, the answer is he's not quicker at all, as a matter of fact. His last lap at 2:26. The last lap for Mariano Alonso at 2:23. Maybe that is partially down to some damage on that car. You may see behind him Marco Aguilera. Now, Marco's been in the pit lane. Apologies, I didn't pick up on that at the time, but Aguilera has visited the pit lane during this race. Not quite sure. Of course, the car was in the gravel, wasn't it? It's not a pit lane visit. The car was at the gravel trap. Apologies, my memory is failing me. But yes, down here at turn 6, the car was embedded in the gravel trap for a little while. But good to see them still running. I don't think he actually did visit the pit lane, which is quite rare for someone who gets stuck in the gravel. But no, he's going to make the most of the track time, keep going. 4 laps off the lead, or 3.5 laps off the lead, but continues to run there in what is 9th position, or will be 9th position once he's registered ahead of Miguel Romero. Incidentally, I don't think Romero is running again. I don't think we'll see that car back out there. See, though, just how much worse it's getting out there on the circuit. The likes of Nacho Montenegro are still lapping in the 2:13s. Montenegro and Garcia both still lapping in the 13s. Eric Genet is in the 2:14 bracket. Everybody else is somewhere between 6 and 10 seconds slower than they were at the start of the race, which is simply an indictment of how little confidence one can find in conditions such as these if you're anything other than a true professional like Montenegro, like Garcia. Montenegro still leading the way. It's far from a picturesque day at this point, but there is a good picture to be taken here for ALM Motorsport. The Honda Civic. FL5 leading the FK7. That's certainly the way that Honda's offices in Japan would want it to be. The new car ahead of the older car. The FL5, the latest and greatest generation of the Civics. The road-going Type R Civics, the performance-enhanced models, the last couple of generations have been developed more closely with the performance departments. I think those who tinker with the Type Rs have had a more profound effect on the direction of the last couple of generations of Civic, which means a more sporty feel, a more driving forward feel to the car than some of the previous generations. I still aspire to an EP3 from the early 2000s personally, but very impressed by the newer turbocharged cars as well. Montenegro though, certainly impressing as well from TCR South America over to mainland Europe and really showcasing what he can do. But equally, this man Alvaro Garcia has been setting the touring car landscape alight a little bit in Spain recently. Runner-up in TCR Spain last year, as I said, and obviously trying to get his eye in to go one better. Montenegro, I believe, is potentially looking beyond Spain for his summer campaign, but he could well end up doing a dual campaign. I'm sure ALM Motorsport would be very keen to see more of this from Nacho after these two pre-season events are complete. He's just closing up now on the pair of Motor Club Sabadell 308, so closing in on Sandra Gomez. Through the centre chicane goes the ALM car. There are the pair of Peugeots in the hands of Gomez and Carrasco. Two minutes and 55 left to go, plus one lap, so I think it's 3 to go this time. My incredibly rudimentary commentator maths is close to the ball. Carrasco will, as we saw at the start of the race, no doubt make it fairly simple. Doesn't want to, I think, get her nose stuck into stuff that she can't quite handle just yet. New to the four-wheeled world. Now that she's, of course, under blue flag, she abides very nicely and allows them through. Garcia has had a better run of it, though, through the traffic, it must be said. He's back down under 3 seconds to Montenegro now. And that might give Nacho the hurry up a little bit. That being if he can actually see out of the rearview mirror, which, given the conditions, is a big if. Certainly some of the worst conditions I've ever seen TCR cars running, actually. It's certainly the wettest I've ever seen the Jerez circuit. We're blessed with some very picturesque weather today, but today is a little more challenging, let's say. There are still a lot of spectators here at the circuit. There's a wonderful view from the balcony of the last few corners of the lap. The balcony that actually my commentary box window, or my commentary box itself, leads out into. And it is full of fans who are still here, still watching the action. It's not often you get to come and see such a variety of motorsport free of charge, especially in February. And a lot of the local fans taking advantage. Of course, we're not too far away from the the city of Jerez itself, Jerez de la Frontera. There is our TCR Cup leader, Mariano Alonso, then. Just a couple of laps from home and looking very much in control of the situation here. Is maybe slightly closer to 4th overall than previously, but Jose Antonio Chico seems to be controlling it nicely there from 4th position. Been something in the region of 2 to 3 seconds between them for much of the race, and I'm sure Alonso, as experienced as he is, was aware that his Cup class rival Santiago Castilla was the one working his way through the gravel after that collision at turn 1 a few laps ago, and may well be deciding to follow Chico home rather than attempting to get into a battle in these kind of conditions with a driver he's not actually fighting for Cup class honours with. But great proof in the pudding that the older cars, some of which have been racing for 9 years, are still competitive within TCR Spain and the TCR package generally. Certainly we've seen cars like the Opel Astra, which was another early doors TCR machine, still in use variously in the UK and also in TCR Germany as well, back in 2022 actually. Vincent Rademacher, ex-BTCC factory driver for Volvo and Vauxhall. Volvo Vauxhall Vincent, he was driving an Opel in TCR Germany in 2022, often some very good results, got a few podiums out of the deal. So then this time by, Montenegro should begin at the final lap of the race. Garcia just set a fastest second sector of the race, which seems utterly bonkers because, again, I am convinced that it's far worse out there than it was at the start of the race, but Garcia is still pressing on. That said, we saw on the timing screens that he dropped a couple of seconds at one point, possibly while lapping, and that may have cost him the opportunity to properly close in on Nacho Montenegro. Nacho powers out of turn 5, downhill towards turn 6 for what will be the final time. He is just a few corners away from taking a second consecutive win here at Jerez. And ALM Motorsport are just a few seconds away, a few corners away from having a double celebration. P1, P2, 1-2 finish, about as good as it gets in the world of motorsport. There's Santiago Castilla as well, still second in Cup. He's just gone a lap down. I think that car very much walking wounded after the collision that we saw early on in the race. Carrasco and Gomez running in tandem towards the back of the order, but running in tandem at the front, the pair of Honda Civics. Nacho Montenegro jumped into the lead within the first few corners and has never looked back since. Nacho Montenegro hasn't put a foot wrong. He's done absolutely everything right, and it's a well-deserved second win of the weekend in the TCR Spain pre-season event number 1 here at Jerez. You only have to wait 6 days as well to try and do it all again at Valencia. Eric Genet will come across the line third. He's flashing the headlights there as Castilla crosses the line to take second in Cup, just ahead of him. So Eric Genet taking third position. Next up, quite a way around the circuit, it must be said, is Jose Antonio Chico. He will cross the line in a little while. And he'll be followed by the Cup winner, Mariano Alonso. Ana Carrasco in the 22 car will conclude her first weekend on four wheels by beating her teammates, Sandra Gomez. 7th and 8th place for the Auto Club Sabadell cars, also 3rd in the Cup class for Carrasco, so she'll get to stand on the podium, something she's done here previously, I'm sure. Mariano Alonso on his way to Cup honours then, still pursuing the Hyundai of Jose Antonio Chico, but Chico has gotten away over the last few laps. Nonetheless, Mariano Alonso will be taking the Cup win. There goes the Hyundai, and here comes Mariano Alonso to take the win in the Cup class. Others faltered, he capitalised, and it's a win in the Cup class for Alonso and for Escuderia Beige Importer. Also across the line there, the recovering Marco Aguilera, of course, after his off-track moments in the early going of the race. He crosses the line in 9th. So then let's go through the order again. Nacho Montenegro finishing in first place. Alvaro Garcia taking P2. 3rd place for Eric Genet Casanovas. Jose Antonio Chico taking P4. 5th place for Mariano Alonso. 6th place for Santiago Castilla. 7th place Ana Carrasco. Sandra Gomez in 8th. Marco Aguilera in 9th. And of course, Miguel Romero not taking the flag. Mariano Alonso in that order, 5th place, and the first, of course, of the Cup class runs. Well, congratulations to all parties. Everyone who took the flag is a winner in conditions such as these. But Nacho Montenegro makes it 2 from 2. Certainly the smart money going into this weekend was on Nacho. But Alvaro Garcia and Eric Genet at various points proved to be worthy adversaries to the well-seasoned touring car driver. And I suspect that they will meet again on a track somewhere over years to come, beyond the TCR Spain pre-season. Eric Genet, of course, good to see him making that move into touring cars. He was going through the karting F4 route previously, but he has now set his sights seemingly on touring car competition, though you can never rule out a return to single-seater world either. Young drivers will take the opportunities they can get, and certainly Montenegro took this opportunity with both hands. ALM Motorsport celebrating a 1-2 here at the Circuito de Jerez. A great day for them. And family also getting attention there from Montenegro. The TCR coordination and communication team, Maria and Laura are down there as well. They'll be herding their drivers where they need to go, which is a much easier thing to say than do. I see that Chris is down there. He'll grab Nacho once he's rehydrated and umbrellaed. And we'll get some insight from the TCR Spain drivers, who've certainly been in the most tricky race of the weekend because of these weather conditions, but 9 of them made the flag. And Montenegro never let up that pace, and nor did Garcia. Garcia was homing in at various points in that race. I thought he might get to the back of the other ALM Civic. I think ALM Motorsport might be quite happy that they didn't go wheel to wheel. That would have been perhaps a slight blood pressure raiser. Chris McCarthy, though, matching umbrellas down there. Let's chat to Nacho.
Yes, yes, indeed. Nacho Montenegro, 2 out of 2 wins there. Perfect start to the season and perfect weekend in this pre-season event.
Yeah, mega show all weekend. We are so happy about it. Well, today was really tough, you know. Low visibility for us. First time in this car with rain here in Europe. So, yeah, we did a mega job with the new Honda car. So, yeah, very happy with that.
And very, very tricky conditions out there. I mean, I think that's probably the toughest we've had all weekend. How was it to deal with on circuit?
Yeah, for sure. In the middle of the days, it was really, really tough because the rain started to be like harder and harder. But yeah, all the race, it was in the first and second corner. You know, we did a mega job in the start. I passed the 7 to second, and then another corner I passed to P1. You know, so yeah, I think the whole race was there.
I know at times, you know, the lead was there, but I guess even up until the last few corners, at any time you could have thrown the car off in that race. It was that wet out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was so wet and very tricky, you know, for the cars. It's too easy to lock up the front tires here with a lot of rain. For a moment, as I say, you know, it was harder than others, but we really managed it very well, you know, all the lap times, all the parts of the race. So yeah, we did a good job, not only for me, engineers as well with the information. So yeah, we are really happy both of them.
Perfect start to the season, perfect weekend in this pre-season event. Who would you like to thank for this?
Same as I said yesterday, you know, ALM, Martin, all the people who is in GTWinterSeries, they give me a lot of support here. My family, Dave, Elvis, and also my all Argentinian sponsor, you know. They are like living my dream, no? They are like all my dreams are trying to be successful. So yeah, very happy with them.
Congratulations, Nacho Montenegro. We'll let you get out of the rain with the other drivers there. There you can see, Johnny, if you look to your right, the winning car just over there. Drivers are getting ready to go up onto the podium. There's Nacho Montenegro's car over there, Eric Janet's car, who finished in third as well. 2 out of 2 podiums for him as well. We'll get a proper chat with him. He's just jumped in. We'll have a very quick chat with him. Very tricky up there, wasn't it?
Yeah. For me, it was one of the most difficult races I did in my life, for sure.
Yeah, most tricky parts of the race, I guess it was just keeping it on the track, I imagine.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Important thing was keeping it on the track. I was P3, I was on the podium. Not bad for me. As I said before, it was my debut. It's perfect for me racing in these conditions because during the year we will have some tricky conditions like this. So experience is the best thing for the race.
You've done a fantastic job on your debut. 2 out of 2 podiums. Congratulations. We'll let you go and celebrate now on the podium. And Adam, I think we'll pass back to you to do some reflections on that race as Lucas prepares upstairs for the podium.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much for those conversations. Well, I mean, that picture tells the story of a race in the sense, doesn't it? It was a pretty wet race for the GTWinterSeries drivers. Was a reverse grid, of course, so Ana Carrasco started from pole position, but she was quite quick to, I think, just allow that door open and say, no, go through. Castillo would lead briefly, but Nacho Montenegro surged forward from 7th on the grid to the lead by halfway through the first lap. He was being followed by Castillo and then Aguilera, who got through. Janae also making his way through on the first lap of the race up to P3. And unfortunately for the Audi, the number 4, of course, we know that race did not quite go to plan. Alvaro Garcia didn't make his way through the order as quickly as some of the top runners around him. What could he have done with a better start? That's a thought, certainly. Janae and the Audi got into it a little bit here. Aguilera getting a little bit of Monlau competition paint for his troubles, but then unfortunately would just lock up the brakes. Nothing, and then into the gravel, skidding straight on, and then unfortunately digging himself into the gravel trap. Romero in the 63 car would make his way around the outside of Castilla, and then realised, I think, quite promptly that he did it under yellow flags and gave the position back. Meanwhile, Alvaro Rivera closed in on the back of Eric Janae, and Janae crumbled, unfortunately, under the pressure. Castillo was leading in the Cup class, Miguel Angel Romero was closing in on him, though, in the battle for what at the time was 4th position. And then, unfortunately, Romero loses it, pushes Castilla into the gravel. Castilla's confidence knocked by that, his car knocked as well, and he would ultimately lose that cup win. That would, of course, go to Mariano Alonso. Garcia was closing in on Nacho Montenegro by the end of the race. However, he didn't get close enough to challenge. Alonso drove nicely to 5th overall, just behind the Hyundai. And Nacho Montenegro claimed a 2nd consecutive win in the TCR Spain pre-season, just ahead of Garcia in the other ALM Civic. So ALM will be packing down the awning with smiles on faces, I believe, in spite of the conditions, heading to Valencia with some good momentum, potentially heading into the main TCR Spain season with good momentum too. Lukas Gajewski is ready on the podium, though, so let's continue the momentum of the broadcast by going to him.
Thank you very much, Adam, and I can tell you even the podium is getting wetter and wetter over the course of the day. So let's please continue with our ceremony for the TCR Spain race number 2 here in Jerez. And onto the podium comes, in 3rd place from Monlau Motorsport, Eric Genet. In 2nd place for ALM Motorsport, Alvaro Garcia. And your winner, your double winner this weekend for ALM Motorsport is Ignacio Nacho Montenegro. And of course, congratulations to the winning team as well, which is ALM Motorsport and Elvis Veskis. Congratulations. Technical manager there to be presented with the trophy. But first of all, of course, it's time for the Argentinian national anthem. Big round of applause. Your double winner this weekend here in Jerez is Ignacio Nacho Montenegro. So here we have the presentation of the trophies done by Felipe McGuff, who is the TCR South America promoter, to present the trophy to the 3rd place driver. First of all, congratulations to Eric Genet. And Felipe presenting the trophy to the 2nd place driver just as well. Congratulations again to Alvaro Garcia. And next up is the trophy for our winner, presented by Gabriel Alonso, the TCR Spain promoter, with the trophy to the winning driver. Congratulations, Nacho Montenegro. And Felipe handing out the junior trophy to him just as well. And then it's Felipe McGuff to present the trophy to the winning team, which is ALM Motorsport in Elvis Veskis. Well done to all our competitors on the podium. All smiles and one final big round of applause. And thank you very much. Thank you, guys. And of course, in TCR Spain, there is a 2nd podium coming up, which is prepared right now and will be ready in just a couple of moments, which is the TCR Cup podium for the previous generation of TCR machinery. So let's bring onto the stage, in 3rd place in TCR Cup, in her first ever race in the rain for Motor Club Sabadell, Ana Carrasco. Well done to Ana. in third place. In second place for Escuderia Bikes Importer is Santiago Castilla. And your winner from Escuderia Bikes Importer just as well is Mariano Alonso. Well done to Mariano just as well. So here we have the presentation of the trophies, and first of all it's Gabriel Alonso, the TCR Spain promoter, to present another trophy. Once again on the podium, Ana Carrasco. Second place trophy presented by Felipe Alonso just as well to Santiago Castilla. And Felipe Merkaf, the TCR South America promoter, with the trophy for the winning driver today. Congratulations to Mariano Alonso. What an exciting competition for TCR Cup as well. Thank you very much. Pleasure to see you once again next week in Valencia, as it's going to be the case, of course, with the GT4 Winter Series, and it's their third and last race of the weekend coming up. Cars are already downstairs on the grid, and so is Chris McCarthy to bring you all the info you need for the last competition of the weekend in GT4 Winter Series.
Thank you, Lucas. Yes, welcome down to the grid where we're getting ready to go for the endurance race of the GT4 Winter Series. It's that windy, my umbrella just completely gave up on me. So we're completely taken in the atmosphere here down on the grid, Adam. Very, very wet on here. We're going to have a quick chat with Matt George, actually, GT racer. Matt, I'm sure you've dealt with these conditions several times going into endurance race. You were just speaking to Mikey, I think, there. What instructions are you giving at this point?
Send it and hope for the best. No, just about being smart in conditions like this. Obviously, Jamie being off pole, hopefully will be the first, will be starting under safety car, so will be the first person to stumble across all these conditions. So, about being clever. It's not a long race, but it's plenty long enough, and hopefully it doesn't get any worse because it's absolutely horrible.
And I guess when you're Mikey then on the sidelines, it's just seeing how it changes throughout the race.
Yeah, obviously we work together really strongly as a team, so Jamie will give us loads of feedback. We'll keep a good eye on everything that's going on, and hopefully when he gets in the car he's as clued up as he possibly can be to hopefully achieve something a bit brighter than this weather.
You're right, it's horrible, isn't it? Look at that for a grid sheet. Okay, Joel Mesh and Marcel Marshevich are next. Joel is going to be going off pole position, and we come to the elite motorsport pair next as well, 78 and 27. I don't think anyone, Adam, is going to want to open their car doors for me, but best of luck to the lads in there. They're giving us a wave in the cars. They've been doing a fantastic job this weekend. Alex Standing and Zach Meakin are going to start the race for them. And we come to 85, a CV Performance. We heard from the CV Performance youngster a little bit earlier in the weekend when we caught up with Charles Dawson in the pit lane. Then we come to the beautiful Muka Motorsport number 8 car next here, BWT Muka Motorsport. Take a look down at the grid. We're not going to leave it much longer. I think my GT4 shower is coming to an end. We need to go in search of another umbrella, Johnny, I think. But that's your look down the grid. It's going to be a 60-minute endurance race, GT4 Winter Series, race number 3. That's a look down the grid. Adam, I think we're going to run for cover, try and find some more shelter for the next grid walk. For now, we're going to head back up to you in commentary as we get ready to go racing for the GT4 Winter Series, race 3, 60 minutes ahead of us.
60 minutes ahead of us, 60 minutes that will start behind the safety car because of the conditions around the circuit. Probably a wise decision. That will mean that, as to my understanding at least, we won't have anything like a formation lap. As soon as these cars are rolling, we will be technically within the 1 hour race, although we are expecting a minimum of 2 laps behind the safety car so drivers can acclimatise before they are put up to racing speeds and racing conditions. So it will be Jamie Day on the pole position for this race. But we will be starting the race single file as well, so that's going to be even more of a benefit than usual for him. He's going to be the only driver heading into turn 1 without that much spray in front of him. So the pole will be a big get for Setti Motorsport, as it turns out. He and Mikey Porter going for yet another win together if they possibly can. Joel Mesh in second place. The third place is Zach Meekin, Alex Denning fourth place, of course. That means 2 elite McLarens there as well. The hour-long race has begun, so we are getting started. And the race does begin. So let's quickly run you through the grid in full while we do that. Jamie Day on the pole position for this one. Joel Mesh in second place with Lindslam Racing. He'll be handing over later on to Marcel Marshevics. In third place, Zach Meekin, who will be starting the number 78 McLaren Artura alongside Tom Leben. Alex Denning is next. He's joined by Tom Empson in the other elite McLaren. BWT Muka Motorsport, Mattis Prushkel driving solo in fifth place. He could definitely be one to watch here, and so could Jan Emil Gjerdrum. He's Norwegian. They come with car control. Keep an eye on him. Alexander Danza is next in seventh place. The GT4 debutant in very tricky conditions. Alberto Di Martin, the first of the AM class runners, joined by Nil Montserrat in that car. Max Huber is solo, as is Florian Bauer. Expect them to be at lockheads throughout the race. Mikael Sander in the 111 car, the first of the Cayman Trophy machines. He will hand over to Willy Kuhner. He should be handing over to Tim Neuser. Then Willy Kuhner will hand over to Enrico Federer come at the end of the race. So then the race is officially on the way, or officially underway, I should say. Again, a minimum of 2 laps under safety car. And let's see how this one unfolds then once we do go racing. And I must say, this is going to be a big challenge for everybody. We did see earlier on in the second race of the day, when it was greasy, most of the field on slick tyres, it looked as though the Mercedes AMGs were the cars that were struggling the most in the greasy conditions. Now, does that translate to the wet weather? There shouldn't be too much of a drivability difference, really, between the Aston Martin and the Mercedes, because the Aston Martin and the Mercedes both share a turbocharged 4-litre unit produced by AMG, albeit Aston Martin do some fettling of their own. So the engine shouldn't be too different from a drivability standpoint. The McLarens, of course, are a very different kettle of fish entirely. Safety car is coming in, and we're going racing at the end of the first lap. Okay, well that goes against the bulletin that was put out there, but it looks as though we are going to go racing. Okay, so single file start. Jamie Day under control a little bit earlier than advertised, and we do go racing now. If in green flag conditions, the 2 elite McLarens are very close together. Here comes Alex Denning. He looks to the inside of Zach Meekin. Meekin can't do anything about the Mercedes ahead, but he staves off the elite motorsport McLaren in his rear view mirror. There we are, riding on board with the BWT Muka Motorsport machine, the number 8 car of Mattis Prushkel. Prushkel in 5th position, Emil Gjerdrum in P6, and Alexander Danza in 7th place. Gjerdrum and Danza are the Pro-Am runners. Gjerdrum is the pro of the outfit, although Charles Dawson isn't far behind him in terms of pace. It's a very strong lineup overall. Danza is firmly the AM driver in the 31 lineup, so we'll see how it plays out. But Jamie Day, with a big snake under braking into turn 6, leads the way overall and in the pro class. Looks as though Alberto Di Martin continues to lead in the AM class also. Then Huber, then Bauer. Those two are, or those three are the entirety of the AM class, but three very evenly matched teams, so I expect them to be a compelling watch over the course of this race. You can see just how bad the conditions are getting here. The spray is immense, the challenge is immense as well. For the camera ops to, I think, even stay on some of their towers in these conditions, because the wind has been picking up. The weather is horrible. Everybody from drivers to crew members to media having to fight this weather here today at Jerez. And for now, Joel Mesh is going to have to fight Zach Meakin, because Meakin is all over the back of Mesh. Oh, and look at that, losing it almost in a straight line, Joel Mesh. The conditions here are horrifying. Such bad weather right now. The 78 car is also wobbling in a straight line. It is very, very, very hard work for these drivers. Joel Mesh is always so confident, so buoyant when we speak to him. But right now, he is driving on the edge of his seat. Here they come then, through turns 4 and 5. 53 minutes, 55 seconds left to go in this race. See there, just going on to the wet curbing there was Emil Jerdrum as well. So Jerdrum has to be very careful with his situation too. Everyone has to avoid those painted curbs now. Plushkel under pressure from Alex Denning. Denning is just holding on to this. I thought for a while that Denning would be the quicker of the two, frankly, because he's an Irishman. If there's one thing that Irishmen have, it's ability of in the wet conditions, because they are constantly, consistently exposed to the wet. This is a great circuit for drivers like him in these conditions at least, but Mattis Plushkel is holding on to him every inch of the way in the BWT Muka Motorsport machine, but it's going to be close running for the next little while. The number 8 Muka car and Emil Jerdrum in the 85 are both right there with the elite McLaren. Jamie Day seems to be a step quicker than everybody though. His last lap across the line, a 2:09.014. That's, well, getting on for 2 seconds quicker than anybody. He crosses the line again, a 2:06. Everybody else again well over a second slower. So Jamie Day in the Fassetti Motorsport Aston Martin is a step and a half clear of just about everyone right now. Joel Mesh 4.1 seconds away in second place. Then it's Zach Meakin, Alex Denning, Mattis Plushkel in 5th place. Emil Jerdrum still holding on to the Pro-Am lead. Of course, he'll be hoping that this race stays green, because then later on he can hand over to Charles Dawson and put the car in a good position. Of course, the number 31 car in 7th place will soon be taken over by Yusuf Knott, and we know how good he is because we saw him win earlier on. Jamie Day is doing an absolutely fabulous job though at the front of the order for now. As I said, so much quicker than everybody else. In fact, both he and Joel Mesh now seem to have found a little bit more than the others around him. About 1.2 seconds between Joel Mesh's fastest lap of 2:08.001 versus everybody else who is at 2:09s or further back than that as well. 78 and the 8, the 27 and the 8 have switched places though. Alex Denning is through, so Alex Denning for now at least is still there. He was actually ahead the whole time. I am making things up in my old age, but Alex Denning is just ahead of Plushkel still. But I get the feeling Plushkel is now through with his scouting mission. He's seen where the McLaren is slow, he's seen where the McLaren is quick, and potentially now he can ramp up an offensive manoeuvre. These Mercedes are certainly doing better in these full wet conditions than they were in the greasy conditions earlier on. In the greasy conditions, they looked a bit of a handful, but it was certainly very tricky for everybody when we didn't know whether to be on slicks or wets. We definitely know it's wets now. I don't know, though, who's going to be in second place before long, because Joel Mesh is under pressure from Meekin. Equally, Plushkel is under pressure from Alex Denning. Denning still just about making the Artura wide enough. Here comes Plushkel around the outside. No, can't quite do it there. Turn 3, fairly easy for him there. Turn 4 is next. Incline now, up the hill through turn 5 and then descending down again into turn 6. We've already seen cars lock up and find the gravel trap there. Power fed back on now, just listen. Now putting the throttle on. Usually he would be wide open while still going through the corner as they go back onto the straight, but just has to be so careful, so cautious on the throttle, because if you spin up these wheels even a little, you're probably finding a barrier, at the very least a gravel trap. Jamie Day is 5.2 seconds clear at the front of the pack now, so he continues to just disappear up the road. Alex Denning could only dream of having a clear rear view mirror right now, although that said, with the spray as bad as it is, I don't actually know whether he can see the pink Mercedes, as distinctive as it is. There's so much spray going on there, who knows. But great to see them, even in conditions this hard. Look at how close they're fighting. Look at how much respect there is between them as well. Side by side, around the outside, Plushkel tries it. The runner-up in Tourenwagen Junior Cup, last year. Alex Denning, a junior saloon car champion in the Fiestas in Ireland also. So both of these guys have come from a saloon car background, a hot hatch background, and maybe that was a bit of a hot hatch move. A little tap to the side of the McLaren, never mind. Mattis Plushkel gets through. Plushkel up into 4th position, then the BWT Muka Motorsport car is up into 4th place. Now will Denning fight back, or is Plushkel going to go podium hunting in the remaining 48 minutes of the race? Of course, Plushkel has the luxury of staying in the car the entirety of this race. All of the other Pro Class cars, Jamie Day, Mikey Porter, Joel Mesh, and Marcel Markovics, Meekin and Levin, Denning and Emson, they all have to do a driver change. And when you come into a car fresh in conditions like these, it does take a few laps to speed up normally. And, well, for now at least, it is Plushkel there ahead, and I think he might be working on driving away from the McLaren. He was already a couple of tenths faster through the first sector split. In fact, yes, he was about 3 tenths quicker than he's been all race through the first sector alone. So Plushkel's disappeared up the road. Meanwhile, Joel Mesh is under even more pressure from Zach Meekin now. So can Meekin find a way through? I understand we might have a car stop somewhere towards no, not car stopping, rain stopping, I'm being told, actually. So our marshals are also, sorry, our cameramen are also weathermen sometimes, and I'm understanding turn 1 the rain is stopping. That's not going to have an effect on this race. If anyone tries to put it on slicks now, they'll aquaplane straight into a hedge. But potentially, before the end of the day, it might dry out at least a little if the rain is stopping on a permanent basis. I'm not so sure about that myself. Jamie Day would want the rain to last forever based on the pace that he's got right now. The question is, who's going to be behind him in second place after a little while? Mesh and Meekin are at exceedingly close quarters right now. And every time I think Meekin is close enough for a move, Mesh just seems to find a little bit more speed. That Mercedes, I think, is slightly stronger in a straight line than the McLaren. it's only ever fractional with the BOP system, but it does seem as though the straight line speed advantage is with the Mercedes. Obviously the mid-engine McLaren is always going to be a bit more poised, a bit more strong. And the 11 and the 78 line astern. Also, an AM battle going on further back. This is for second in class. So Max Huber is in the lead of the AM class. Here comes Florian Bauer. He's through into 9th overall. Alberto Di Martin then drops a position to 3rd in the AM class. Just behind him is Mikael Sander as well. So Mikael Sander is right there behind him. And these Cayman Trophy cars again getting in amongst it. Zach Meekin, as they approach turn 8, is appearing once again large in the rearview mirrors under that rear wing of the Mercedes AMG GT4. And Mattis Plushkel appears to be closing in on them fractionally as well. All of the top 4 are now in the 206s, low mid 206s, so all of them on good pace. But the number 11 car is certainly a little bit slower than the Mercedes behind in 4th place. So I just wonder if Plushkel, before the pit window, might start to get involved in this 2nd place battle. It would be a very intriguing scrap if it became a 3-way fight. That much would be for certain. Under the unidentified finish line object, they go across the line once again. The gap between the leader and 2nd place has gone down massively. Jamie Day's last lap was a 209.2, some 3 seconds off his personal best. So I think Jamie Day may have had a slight error somewhere out there on the circuit. He built himself a lovely cushion so he can afford that kind of thing. Mesh and Meekin, meanwhile, pretty much line astern once again. And is it drying around 3 and 4? It might just be. We'll see if we do see a drying line at some point today. Certainly, I think some of our photographers and marshals around the circuit, and videographers for that matter, would all be relieved if we did get a bit less rain. Meekin in the elite McLaren Artura. Of course, Meekin with experience in British GT previously, has been well seasoned in the world of GT4 at this point. Arguably the more experienced of the two. Tom Levin, of course, his co-driver, is more of a single-seater driver, at least historically speaking. So I think Zach Meekin has kind of been the voice of reason at times in that garage so far. Meanwhile, Emson and Denning are right there with them in terms of GT4 experience, certainly. Both of those two have some prior experience in GT4 world, and that was a big slide there again. You can't touch the paint, guys, but you kind of have to at the center chicane to get a good line, but it can go against you very quickly. Of course, there is paint on the entry and exit of the chicane, the kind of painted curbing there for the motorcycle layout. I'm sure that provides a slip slide all of its own. We had some very fast cars testing here earlier in the week, and they certainly had better conditions than this. Top 2, or rather the 2nd and 3rd place battle goes across the line. We have Florian Bauer on board there as well, still 2nd in class. How's he doing in AM versus Max Huber? Well, the answer, frankly, is that Huber is about 3 seconds a lap quicker. So I think now that Bauer has gotten past Alberto Di Martin, he's going to have to work very hard to get anywhere near Max Huber. Of course, we can't rule out Alberto Di Martin's car in the AM class scrap, because Nil Montserrat, who is a bronze driver, is very quick indeed, as well as being the team boss of NM Racing Team. So one could expect him to move on forward. Mesh still holding on to Meekin then. Very amused by a conversation I had with Joel Mesh earlier in the week. I asked him if he was impressed by Mikey Porter's first steps in a GT4 car, and he was like, not really, because I've done it too. Popped straight in and been quick. So battle lines drawing potentially between Fassetti and Schnitzelaum. It was Fassetti Motorsport leading the championship coming into this weekend, and that is going to be the case by the looks of it at the end of the weekend as well, especially after shock absorber issues took Joel Mesh out of the race on Saturday. The 78 car of Meekin once again looking threatening in the twistier sections. The mid-engine McLaren more sure-footed through this part of the circuit, but then when they get to the main straight, it just seems as though that Mercedes gains another car length or two, much to Meekin's frustration, I'm sure. Meekin has been on his fastest lap of the race to this point, a personal best in each sector. So even though he's attached to the rear of the number 11, he is only getting quicker, and in fact there are a lot of personal best times coming in around the circuit. So I do suggest that the cameraman reports of rain stopping are becoming more and more vindicated. It does seem as though these conditions are fractionally improving. But we've got a long way before they're anything like good, that much is for sure. Jamie Day still falling further into the clutches of Joel Mesh. That gap is back under 3 seconds now as well. The Muka Motorsport car in 4th place of Mattis Pushkel is actually a little bit slower currently than the 2nd and 3rd place battle. I think that Joel Mesh and Zach Meekin, to an extent, are just kind of egging each other on. Meekin keeps showing that he's got a little more pace than Mesh, so Mesh goes a little bit faster. Meekin finds some more pace, so Mesh goes faster still. It's one of those situations, I suppose. Anything you can do, I can do better. Let's hope it doesn't end in a crash. Jamie Day has been driving magnificently so far this season in general, not just in the GT4 Win Series, but also at the Dubai 24-hour between Portimao and this weekend. So he's firmly got his eye in. He's probably been in the car for about 24 hours already this year across the 4 weekends. So he has been very busy so far. And that's how racing drivers like it. So there's a lot of talk in F1 paddock circles these days that there are too many events. So there's a lot of GT drivers that do something like 40 events a year, albeit sometimes on a more localized basis, at least within the same continent. But yeah, Jamie, one of those drivers who just seems to show up somewhere every weekend, often in a completely different car, but pedals it along to a solid result regardless. Listen to them as they put the power down out of this corner. Are they a bit more confident on the throttle? So then there's the 85 car, Emil Yerdrum, Pro-Am class leader. 6th place right now, and how far ahead of Danza is he? 20 seconds, which is a hefty margin, but actually Danza is doing a really good job as Emil Yerdrum goes drifting. And Yerdrum has rather lost touch with the top 5. He's a little way back from them, but you must remember that Yerdrum is himself pretty new to this game of GT4 racing. Has done some Nordic single-seaters. The old Formula Renault 1.6 cars are still raced out there, and he did some racing in that. Yerdrum will hand over to Charles Dawson as well. Look forward to seeing how Charles progresses. Absolutely love the livery as well on that CV Performance Group car. The gold and the grey. Very well turned out machines, always at CV Performance Group. They have dabbled in running some GT3 cars, at least for track day personnel. I think also in some of the lower tier German series, but they've always put competitive cars out there in the ADAC GT4 Germany Championship. We've seen Yerdrum, or we're going to be seeing Yerdrum in CV Performance Group Mercedes more. as time goes on. There's Mesh and Meekin still working together, whether intentionally or not, closing in on Jamie. Day, Mesh, Meekin, 2.5 seconds between them as Joel Mesh really has to wrestle that car. Getting harder under braking again. I think the rain has firmly returned to turn 1 by the looks of it. This is no longer a drying track. We're back to the Lago del Jerez, I'm afraid. We'll have to see quite who thrives, who survives, and who ends up in the gravel over the course of the next few minutes. The pit window has snuck up on me from out of nowhere. What? It's already open, the pit window. 25 minutes into the race, it'll be open for 10 minutes, so they have to make a pit stop before the clock hits 25:00. And that will, for many of the teams, mean a driver change. We've already got one car into the pits. That's Alexander Danza making his way in. And also coming in, Florian Bauer and Mikael Sander. So quite a few drivers getting in there. Oh dear, Alberto Di Martin. No, that's Max Huber. Okay, that's a really big story. So Max Huber, the AM class leader, ends up off the circuit there, and some of that nice big cushion he's given himself over the likes of Alberto Di Martin and Florian Bauer is suddenly thrown in the bin. He's going to be frustrated with himself, and he's got to calm himself down because he can't just par the car off to somebody else now. He's got to do the second half of the race. He's a solo driver. Florian Bauer is also a solo driver. Mattis Plushkel is a solo driver. Everybody else has a driver change coming. When will Jamie Day pit? I ask myself as he pits. The top two are in. Zach Meekin is our new race leader in the 78 car. Jamie Day pits then. Joel Mesh also. Plushkel pitting too. So I think that means the two McLarens are the only ones in the top 5 that stay out there. Yes, so everyone else wants out as soon as possible. I feel like that's a nasty prank on your co-driver in conditions like these. I'm going to go and sit in the back of the truck, mate. I'll see how you do on the TV. Alex Denning about 7.6 seconds back from his Elite Motorsport cohort, Zach Meekin. They'll be looking for a clean pit stop in this race. They have fallen foul, as a few teams have, of pit lane speeding so far this year. There's Max Huber, very, very gingerly through the centre chicane. It's interesting to see who attacks it and who just barely prods it with a stick going through that corner. You see how close they were coming out of the pit lane, side by side coming out of the pits. Jamie Day returns to the circuit, or I should say Mikey Porter returns to the circuit just ahead of Marcel Marcevic. That was very close indeed. I would dare suggest a little closer than it was coming into the pits. So hopefully both pit stops are regulation compliant. I believe it's an 80-second stop. Sorry, a 70-second stop required here. And I think both of them are within that window, so that's okay. But now this is effectively the battle for the lead between Mikey Porter and Marcel Marcevic. Joel Mesh is still listed in the car, but I'm sure that will update in due course. Mikey Porter, who came from the world of Ginetta Juniors, ergo knows his way around a wet circuit. He will maybe quite like these conditions. He did pretty well for himself in the wet weather at Mallory Park back in Cadwell Park, my apologies, I'm mixing my parks. He did very well at Cadwell Park in the Ginetta Juniors, so That was a very wet weekend last year. Potentially, in these conditions, he should thrive. But Marcel Maršovics, a substantially experienced GT driver at this point of his career, has raced with Schnitzelbaum extensively, is actually a champion, of course, in the GTWinterSeries, along with Mikael Sander in the 2021-2022 season. Is also a regular in the Schnitzelbaum GT3 car at the Nordschleife. Alex Denning has pitted, as you can see on picture-in-picture. Oh, got to shut that door, mate. There we go. Second time lucky. Denning then hands over to Tom Empson. He should come out a few seconds behind the two effective leading cars. There go the Forsetti and Schnitzelbaum machines. When does the elite McLaren go? It goes now. More than likely come back into the race about 10 seconds off the lead, and also critically behind Matis Prushkel as well. So Prushkel is ahead of the elite McLaren once more. So the only one of the front runners left who owes us a visit to pit lane is Zach Meakin, and he is more than likely going to be through next time by, I would think. I think the elite McLaren crew will do them in pretty swift order now that the 27 car has had its service. There's the 110, that's Enrico Federer, who's taken over the Cayman. He is always lightning fast, so expect this car to move up the timing sheets in the next few moments. Zach Meakin, meanwhile, just coming down the main straight to start another lap. I actually thought he would pit, to be honest with you, but no, not yet, not yet. Give it another lap or two, potentially. Of course, he's got another 4 minutes of the window. As, oh goodness me, Mikey Porter testing the limits of grip on the painted stuff, coming out of 3 and 4, or coming through 3 and 4. In fact, no, that's 7 and 8. Going into turn 9 now. Marcel Maršovics just studying the youngster, seeing what happens next, seeing how he's doing corner to corner. Of course, both he and Mikey have just gotten in the car. Both of them will have been doing some wet weather driving, though. It was torrential here on Friday in the morning. So they're all very aware of how the wet conditions feel. Another driver who knows just how bad it is out there is Jamie Day, and he's with Chris McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, so down here with Jamie Day. Well, first of all, give us an insight, I guess, into how tricky it is out there.
Yeah, it's really tricky at the moment. A lot of standing water around on the circuit. So, yeah, it's really testing us at the moment. But I think we're in a good place. We have the lead at the moment, and we just hope to keep it all the way to the end.
Yeah, so far, so good, as you said, got that lead at the moment. Being the first to hit it, though, as well, that's got to be always one of the biggest challenges.
Yeah, it's hard, especially when you're the first to hit it. You're almost the blind person leading it. So it's a bit easier in the pack once following. But, yeah, I just got my head down and just found where the grip was, and we slowly eked out a gap until we stopped then.
We spoke to Matt George, who was out there, of course, who works with you before the race, and I guess instructions would have been get it home for Mikey, and now job is for his to bring it home and get another win on the board.
Yeah, exactly. We just kept it nice and clean at the start, just getting a nice gap, give it over to Mikey, and now just the same thing for him. Just keep it nice and safe and just bring it home from there.
Well, great driving, Jamie. Well done. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
So then Zach Meakin is in the pit lane. Meakin in the pits as we have that interview with the former driver of the number 19, Jamie Day. Meakin in. Oh my goodness, he folded himself out of that car. I couldn't do that with my knees. Zach Meakin, Tom Leben getting in now then, since Zach has removed himself from the car. And of course, this is really the big one. Where does Meakin come out relative to Mikey Porter? This is going to be the critical piece of information for Elite Motorsport at the very least. They continue to hold the car for now. Sideways for all of them going through Senna chicane at this point. It's only getting worse. There was a lull in the rain earlier on, but it seems to have come back in force. Out of the pits then comes Zach Meakin. He's rolling. He's going to be leading or Tom Leben I should say, is going to be leading this race. Or will he? Where is the Forsetti car relative? I think the McLaren is just about going to be in the lead of this race. There's Mikey Porter. So yes, it is Tom Leben who comes back out there in the car he's inherited from Meakin, and he is the race leader. Tom Leben and Elite Motorsport have done a very good job there. And just looking at the pit stop, it was legal. It was above the 70-second minimum, so they're all good to go on that front. 25 minutes and 20 seconds to go. One last pit stop being performed. That's Emil Yerdrum's car being now taken over by Charles Dawson. That was our last pit stop for the race. So now we can focus on what comes next. And what comes next is potentially quite the dogfight, because there's McLaren, Aston Martin and a pair of Mercedes running within about 4 seconds of each other at the front of the order. They've come out together in the lead scrap. The pro class of the GT4 Winter Series is fiercely competitive. Young silver drivers looking to make their mark and maybe prove some points in their team before going into the summer racing season. Mikey Porter in second place, being followed by the Schnitzelhelm racing car. Marcel Maršovics will be getting cheered on, of course, by Joel Mesch. Great to hear from Joel Mesch earlier on, along with Enrico Ferreira, talking us through that number 11 Mercedes-AMG GT4 during the lunch break. Now is the time not for talking, but for driving, and hopefully not that big reverse button that Joel Mesch showed us. Matis Plushkel, though, looks like the form driver right now. And of course, don't forget, he's the only one of this top four that hasn't just gotten in the car. He's been in the car for the last 35 minutes, so he knows exactly where the grip is not, and he's right on the back of Marcel Maršovics. Equally, Mikey Porter seems very much more confident in this race in the wet conditions than he did in Estoril in the wet conditions. With experience comes confidence, and he's scrapping for the lead. Plushkel up the inside for third place. A bad run out of turn one for Maršovics, and Plushkel is through up the inside at turn two. Very nicely done there. Maršovics and Plushkel were both sideways. Charles Dawson is taking the motorcycle layout down at the chicane, but he continues on unabated. He will have to try and avoid too many mistakes if he wants that Pro-Am win, though, because of course Josef Knopp has taken over the other Pro-Am class entry, the WNS Motorsport car from the Porsche Cayman. And side by side for the lead, Mikey Porter on the outside line. He surely has the traction advantage. He's got the inside for the next corner. No, Tom Leben gets the power down very well there. Leben continues to lead the way then. Tom Emson is going to feel left out now, 16 seconds down the road. He has not quite got the same pace as these leading cars right now. Plushkel looking through the spray to the top two. The car ahead is, I believe, Enrico Ferreira. So Ferreira about to be lapped in the Cayman Trophy car. The Cayman Trophy cars are a little more tame, a little less of a race car than the GT4s, of course, so it's understandable. But Enrico is a jolly quick driver. It's just that he hasn't had it handed to him in the best of positions. And oh, he's going to maybe get in the way of Mikey Porter a bit here. Maybe just fractionally holding up the youngster. Mikey, in return, squeezes him right out wide. Shades of Rossi Gibernau there a little bit. Well, a bit less extreme, no gravel taken. Top three across the line. How much are they covered by? 0.9 of a second. Okay, this is going to be one of those races. Marcel Maršovics is in the pit lane. Has he had a drive-through? Yes, he has. Okay, drive-through penalty for Marcel Maršovics and for Tim Neuser for wrong pit stop duration. Now, I thought they were both within the parameters of the pit stop, but apparently not. Okay. Oh yes, I can see Tim Neuser's was short, 67-second stop. Unfortunately, the data for Maršovics' pit stop is now gone from my screen. but apparently both of them were just fractionally under the pit time. That is unfortunate then for the SR Motorsport / Schnitzlaum team. Both of those cars run by the same outfit. Meanwhile, Mikey Porter is once again right on the back of the McLaren as they run through 6 and 7. Thankfully, looking at the timing screen, these cars are all within the pit stop parameters. In fact, it's 71 seconds for a stop. So I think that's why the 11 car has been slapped on the wrist, and unfortunately taken out of this lead battle. But for Matis Pluschkel, he will be very relieved. He no longer has to worry about the other Mercedes. He can focus on the Aston and the McLaren, and Mikey Porter has a nose ahead. Porter leads, and he gets the car just stopped for the centre chicane. Mikey Porter gets ahead of Tom Leben. Very good driving from the Fassetti Motorsport youngster. Oh, goodness me, and then immediately follows it up by giving everyone some spiked blood pressure on the paint at the penultimate corner. Out of the last hairpin they go. Just really fighting the power now is Porter. That tells me that he might be running minimal traction control on that car, which in usual circumstances is quicker. It's only quicker in wet conditions if you know what you're doing, and clearly Mikey at the moment is very much aware of what he's doing. Great scrap as ever in the GT4 Winter Series. We always have some of the best racing we see all weekend from these GT4 cars. And it's Aston Martin from McLaren, from Mercedes, your top three. 3 different teams, 3 different manufacturers, but Mikey Porter loses it. Oh no, Mikey Porter just got a wheel on that white line, the painted white line. And Porter in the gravel. Lead is back with the yellow McLaren. Tom Leben takes over then. But Mikey Porter is unfortunately going to be having to stew on that one for a little while. He now needs to focus on securing that 3rd place. It's unlikely that he's going to be able to close in on these 2 again. And the doors have swung open ever further now for Matis Pluschkel. Didn't even have to pass to get that 2nd place. That's not too bad, is it? He's now following Tom Leben. Tom Leben and Zach Meekin have had a pretty mixed year so far in general. Had a couple of misfortunes. They ran a wet race effectively in dry conditions back at Estoril. Sorry, a wet race on dry tyres at Estoril is what I'm trying to say. The 78 car has had a best finish so far this year of 2nd place at Estoril in the 2nd race. That's the only time they've made the podium so far this season. So this is potentially a very big deal. Coming into this weekend, they've only been on the podium once between Estoril and Portimao. A good result here would certainly do a lot for Meekin and Leben. Pluschkel still stalking in 2nd place. I don't know, something tells me that Matis Pluschkel has a little bit in the pocket here. He seems really good at these wet conditions. German drivers, again, much like British drivers, are probably more predisposed to wet weather conditions than others. Good battle going on there, I think, for 10th overall. That's Tim Neuser, who's just received his, or just served his drive-through penalty. He leads in Cayman Trophy. However, the 3rd place man in AM, Nil Montserrat, is right on his tail. Tim Neuser is a big part of running the operation at Schnitzlaum Racing. Nil Montserrat, NM, is the NM in the team name. He's the team boss at NM Racing Team. So we've got a battle of the upper management out on circuit, I suppose you could say. Let's see if Nil Montserrat can find his way past. He's driver with a lot of racing experience, particularly here in Iberia. 35 years old, took a bit of a sabbatical from racing for a few years. Raced in Formula 3 Open for a number of years in the late 2000s into the early 2010s, and even did a one-off weekend in Formula Renault 3.5 in the mid-2000s as well. Very much enjoyed his time in single-seaters, but is now plying his trade in GTs alongside Alberto Di Martin. You see on the onboard there, Plushkel following the leader. There is Josef Knopp, who I believe, yes, is through, isn't he, in the Pro-Am class battle. Well picked up by our director there. We have had a change for the Pro-Am lead. Charles Dawson has lost out then to Josef Knopp. The 31 car in the class lead once again, of course, took the overall win in the hands of this man, Josef, at the earlier race this morning. And he and Alexander Danza make quite a strong pairing, if you ask me. They have been pretty impressive thus far in this race. And indeed across the weekend, especially given it is Alexander Danza's racing debut in GT4 machinery at the very least. I don't think he's done terribly much prior to that either. But some drivers just come into it and seem to have a feel for it almost immediately. 14 minutes and 5 seconds left on the clock, so still time for Plushkel here. But in the last couple of sectors, it's been Meakin that's, it's been Leben that's been quicker. So Tom Leben in the 78 car has been just opening the taps a bit more, but the same also applies to Max Huber, who is second in the AM fight. This is the AM class leader, Florian Bauer. So Bauer in the 99 car. What was his last lap time? It was a 2:08.8, and actually Huber was a couple of tenths slower last time, which is quite a surprise actually, because Huber is very strong. But Bauer for now leading the AM class by about 2.5 seconds. Huber will be looking to change that before the end of this race. Leben and Plushkel 0.9 of a second apart last time across the line. So Plushkel again, the balance swinging in favour of the elite McLaren driver on the previous lap. This first 45 minutes of the race really has flown by, and for Plushkel it's now a clock that's ticking down against him, because as I've alluded to, he's been in the car the whole race, unlike the others in the top 5. So he's been fighting this good fight since the race began. And is now maybe just starting to fall out of favour here. It seems as though, as maybe the rain is easing up a little bit again, things are falling back towards the McLaren. The Mercedes again didn't like the greasy intermediate conditions this morning. Maybe Plushkel is starting to struggle. About even on this lap though, so maybe Plushkel just made a slight error on the previous run through. Of course, unlike the GT Winter Series, where you can kind of run whatever tyres you feel like, it is Pirelli's in the GT4 Winter Series. So everybody's on the same rubber, everybody's facing the same challenges in terms of the tyres. Oftentimes the tyre disparity goes a long way in the GT Winter Series class. Of course, the GT4 Winter Series, an SRO licensed event. And the tyres, the BOP, all in line with the SRO specifications. We are rapidly approaching then the final 10 minutes of this race. And just to touch base again on that battle for the AM class lead, Max Huber is now going quicker again. His last lap of 2:08.408. So that is at 2 seconds almost exactly the battle between Bauer and Huber in the AM class as well. So two very close battles on the circuit. There is Florian Bauer. He will be glancing on the straights into the mirrors to see what's going on with his rival within that race. And actually, it's soon going to become a four-way fight, because Tim Neuser and Nil Montserrat are joining the fray. Okay, this is going to get interesting. Tim Neuser and Nil, arguably the pro drivers of their respective lineups, even though one is in Cayman Trophy and one is in AM. These four cars then, all in a scrap for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Neuser and Montserrat have been setting 206s. The two cars ahead have been setting 208s. So I think this is potentially going to go the way of Neuser and Montserrat, but they have to try and find a way past yet. Huber has been very impressive in the GT4 Winter Series so far this year. Had a great battle with Nil Montserrat at the Estoril endurance race at the very start of the season. So he's proven that he can defend well. He's now got to do it though against not just the team boss, but also that Cayman from Tim Neuser. 3.8 litre version of the Cayman as opposed to the 4 litre engine in the GT4 car. But in these wet conditions, the shortcomings of the Cayman Trophy spec cars maybe not quite as evident. Look at Nil Montserrat, aggressive around the outside. Got to have a lot of faith in the tyres actually finding some grip to go that deep into the corner in these conditions. Again, looking around the outside, every possibility he can. He will have been watching the races earlier on and seen exactly how to get through. He dives to the inside, though, at turn 8. Oh, and Florian Bauer spins. Florian Bauer in a spin. The number 99 car of Florian Bauer. He will have been watching through that mirror. He will have been very aware of the cars behind him. And unfortunately, as he well knows, he just threw away an AM class win. A potential AM class win anyway, because everyone was closing in on him. And I think, frankly, the pressure may have got to Florian Bauer. That car is positioned very closely to the circuit in that gravel trap as well. You see the heavy machinery en route to try and salvage the car. We did see some recoveries going on under double yellows earlier on in the day in TCR Spain. We'll see what the call is here, but certainly yellow flags waved down at turn 8, and a new AM class leader, Max Huber, is once again at the head of the AM category. He's got Tim Neuser closing in on him, and then the team boss, Nil Montserrat, is now thinking, as a team boss, you know, I'd like Max to win a race. As a racing driver, I want to win a race. So we'll see which side of Nil Montserrat is at the wheel right now. He was delighted to have such a good scrap with Max Huber at Estoril. But now he's got to try and do the same thing, albeit with a pesky Cayman also in the mix. We're still yet to see anything beyond a yellow flag out on the circuit as they come through turn 6 and 7. Out front at the sharp end of the order, the gap is extended between Leben and Plushkel. It's out to 2 seconds So rest assured you haven't missed anything there. Tom Leben actually building his lead now over Plushkel, as it has been for the last few minutes. So this AM/Cayman Trophy battle is very much the closest thing out there on the circuit. Funny enough, I think Leben is closing in on them as well, so I don't think he's going to get to lap them before the end of the race, but he'll be potentially watching the battle unfold with all of us in 2 or 3 laps. There you see the lead 2 cars in the back of shot, so they're all very close together, but the safety car is out with 5 minutes and 25 minutes to go, 5 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Now, depending on how nimble that tractor is, we might get to go racing again, and if we do go racing again, it's going to be a 1-lap dash for the cash. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Let's hope that we do get this race back underway. We've had some brilliant scrapping so far, and it just felt like things were starting to reach their apex in a couple of the battles. Of course, Huber, Neuser and Montserrat will not go a lap down as a result of this. My concern is, however, that with how far spread the field was, it's going to take a little while before the safety crews are given the go-ahead to go and recover the car, as it were. But maybe they will find a gap in the traffic and get it done. In fact, they're already underway. Look at that, efficiency personified. Interesting little system they've got there. It looks like they're going to just fully lift the car off its wheels with the JCB and plonk it back on the circuit. Everyone goes about it a different way. Safety crews, depending on the facilities available to them. In fact, no, okay, it's that type of hoisting system that we sometimes see. And we did have one of the drivers being hoisted along with his car in the Formula WinterSeries race earlier on. And can you guess which end of the Porsche the engine is in? Yes, it is indeed rear engined. Always starts tipping wherever the engine goes. Of course, the mid-engine cars are a little bit better from a weight distribution perspective, but the car is now slowly maneuvered back onto the circuit, and I do feel horrible for Florian Bauer. He had been doing a really good job, and unfortunately he will more than likely continue the race, but he will also be all too aware of the mistake and what it has cost. The other very interesting thing that's just come to mind is that Josef Knopp is going to be back in this, the overall winner from earlier on, the Pro-Am leader at present. He's going to feel fairly secure in that Pro-Am lead. However, he can now try and get into the overall top 5, maybe even the overall podium, as long as this race goes back to green. And with the crack safety crew already getting this car rolling, we are indeed going to go back to racing. 2 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock. Where is the safety car right now? Heading to the chicane. So we are going to go back to racing for 2 minutes, roughly speaking. Yep, this is going to be a 1-lap dash. Okay, 2 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock in this 60-minute race. There is no +1 lap here. So as the clock ticks down under 2 minutes, we are on for a 1-lap sprint. Tom Leben is going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Plushkel will be feeling feisty. Mikey Porter gets the chance to avenge his mistake from earlier on. This is going to be quite the final lap. We have 1 minute and 35 seconds of racing to go. When will Tom Leben make the call to pull the pin? Still coasting through the hairpin. Still coasting onto the main straight. He finally lets go of the throttle and gets underway. And the pack is pretty much all as one. Josef Knopp is there. Charles Dawson caught up as well. Everyone else is further around the circuit. Here comes Mikey Porter. He's trying to go around the outside of Plushkel. The 110 car of Frontera doesn't need to be getting involved in this because he's a lap down. He should really just let everyone go through in this situation. Certainly Marshevix will think so. He's flashing the lights. Tom Emson is just behind him. Here, Mikey Porter! Mikey Porter loses it. And it was contact, I think, between Enrico Frontera and Mikey Porter. It looked like they got into each other. Oh no, that is not going to go down well. Unfortunately, Mikey Porter is in the gravel. And that hands third place over to Marcel Marshevix. It hands fourth place over to Tom Emson. And Josef Knopp is into the top 5. Goodness me, the drama keeps on going in the GT4 Winter Series. Well, there was misfortune for Schnitzelalm Racing in race 1 of the weekend, and now the other half of the championship battle has been bitten by the same bug. Mikey Porter in the gravel trap. He and Jamie Day's hopes of a good points haul have gone up in kitty litter, unfortunately. The clock has hit 0. The final few corners await, and Mattis Plushkel is still right there with the elite McLaren. But I think Leben has done enough. He's masterfully restarted this race. He's kept himself under control despite the pressure. And it will be Mattis Plushkel behind Tom Leben as they come out onto the main straight. Josef Knopp gets ahead of Tom Emson, so a change for 4th overall, but the other elite car is victorious. Tom Leben takes the win, Mattis Plushkel gets 2nd place, Marshevix 3rd, Josef Knopp 4th place, and the winner in Pro-Am. Tom Emson takes 5th, Charles Dawson in 6th. What about that AM class battle? There's Mikey Porter, he's going to get to the flag in 7th. That's good news for him. Here is the AM class battle. Max Huber is going to hold on to the AM win. He's also going to hold on to 8th overall ahead of Cayman winner Tim Neuser. Neil Montserrat takes 10th place. Enrico Frontera in P11. And the only car that hasn't crossed the line yet is, of course, Florian Bauer, who triggered that late race safety car. He will be disappointed. I don't know if anyone is going to be more disappointed / aggrieved than Mikey Porter, because that did look like there was contact there rather than just him losing the rear end on his own. I was halfway between the timing screen and the main screen when that happened, but it did look as if there was contact, and that is, particularly with a car that's a lap down, a very questionable moment. Here is Florian Bauer then, approaching the final corner. Again, commiserations to Florian, who was fighting for that AM class win. You could see the body language in the onboard. He was not at all happy. He knew exactly what he threw away, but still he collects points for 3rd place in AM, and he will take the finish in the race. But Tom Leben and Zach Meekin are going to be over the moon. Came into this weekend with their fair share of misfortunes, but now Leben and Meekin get their moment on the top step. Mattis Plushkel finishes his first weekend with us in GT4 Winter Series on the 2nd step of the podium ahead of Marcel Marshevix and Joel Mesh, who will bring themselves back into that title fight with Fazetti Motorsport after that moment for Mikey Porter. Josef Knopp in the W&S Motorsport car, finishing in 4th place and winning Pro-Am ahead of Tom Emson in the 27 Elite Motorsport McLaren that he shares with Alex Denning. Charles Dawson and Emil Yerdrum take 6th overall and 2nd in Pro-Am. 7th place to Porter and Day after that collision. Max Huber, solo driver, in 8th place. Neuser and Mikael Sander taking 9th place, Nil Montserrat and Alberto Di Martin in 10th, Federer and Willi Kuna in 11th place, Florian Bauer 12th place and dejected after the conclusion of that race. Cars have already pulled up then down underneath the podium, and Leben and Meekin will surely be delighted with the result in that race. And I'm just hearing there in the background that the door isn't opening on the elite McLaren. So Chris McCarthy has been enlisted to open the door for our winning driver. Chris is a man of many talents, and now he knows how to open that door on the grid for future reference as well. So there you go. Zach Meekin and Tom Leben embracing, and hearty congratulations to Leben, converting from the world of single-seaters, of course. A long-time driver with Elite Motorsport in British competition. It's interesting that he's now going into the European stage with this team that he's so familiar with in GT racing. And some insights shared there between Meekin and Leben. And I'm sure both of them are going to be in a particularly jovial mood after this. I know that Chris McCarthy has long known Tom Leben as well, so I doubt this is the first time he'll have talked to Tom in a victory lane. And we will hear from our winning driver in just a couple of moments. And Zach and Tom debriefing on where their teammate finished as well. Chris McCarthy, though, is ready, so let's get him to intervene and have a chat with our winning drivers.
Yes, I am just joining our winning drivers now, Tom Leben and Zach Meekin. First win of the season in the GT4 Winter Series. Congratulations, guys. Tom, you had to deal with a late safety car at the end there. How was that?
Yeah, it was a bit annoying, really. I started to pull away, and then I saw the car on the gravel, and I was guessing a safety car, but with 1 lap to go, I just had to hold on, and yeah, good result in the end.
Fantastic drive all the way through, a great pit stop as well, and then at the end, I guess, just controlling the race. You had some pressure throughout there.
Yeah, Mikey actually overtook me, I think, but then he went off, whatever, I overtook him, so yeah, good result. I've got to say thanks to Zach for putting a mega stint in in the wetter parts of the race, giving me the position to sort of hold it, really.
GT4 never fails to disappoint, does it? It was fantastic racing and really tricky conditions out there.
Yeah, it was difficult. The conditions changing, a bit of rain here and there, but yeah, held off, and yeah, it was good.
Let's speak to yourself now, Zach, because you were out there at first when the rain was really coming down hard. How was it out on the circuit?
It was quite difficult. It's something I haven't experienced before, going behind cars, not being able to see anything. I could have done with an anti-fog wipe, but besides that, it's all good. I was nice and quick. As soon as I got my fresh air, managed to settle in and go, and thankfully that managed to get us a bit further ahead.
You said I think you were struggling to see at some points even as well. It was that bad out there?
At one point, yeah. When I was behind the Merc, who put up a very good fight, to be honest. I tried everything to get near him, but just on the straights he pulled away. I just couldn't see, started second guessing where corners were, but besides that, it's all good.
And we can see your team around you here, of course, everyone celebrating. They've put in a lot of hard work here to make this happen. This is your first win, but this has come after a lot of hard work, isn't it?
I've definitely got to say thanks to the boys. They've done everything with the car. We've had a few problems with it. It's all sorted now, and it's put us where we are now.
And we'll bring Tom back in again for a sec. Zach, probably, first of all, I mean, you had the very nervous job of waiting there at the end. How was it when you found out? I was with you when the news came out about the safety car. How was it watching those final few moments?
Well, I was very happy about the safety car first because I thought it was going to end. But then it came in and Tom just did a mega job on keeping out of any trouble. I got nervous on the first corner because I thought he spun and I was about to kill him, but he didn't, so it's all good.
We caught the emotions of you on the pit wall. How are the emotions in the car?
Yeah, I was a bit excited, if that's the word. Yeah, I was a bit happy over the radio, you could say. But yeah, a good result. The safety car was a bit nerve-wracking. We struggled a bit in the straight, so I had to sort of do the best I could, but managed to hold them off, and yeah, it was a good result.
We can push on here now, get some more.
Yeah, I hope so.
Fingers crossed.
Congratulations, get some well-deserved celebrations in Elite Motorsport. Taking the win here is the winning car in its finery. There, Johnny, if you spin back round, is your winning team as they go and celebrate Tom Leben and Zach Meakin. A fantastic drive from the pair. They will now celebrate with their team. We were stood with them throughout the race. Very nervous was the team watching on, but Tom Leben in the end bringing it home after Zach Meakin put in a fantastic stint, and they take the deserved win in the GT4 Winter Series endurance race here at Jerez. Let's go and reflect some more on that with Adam Weller before we go up to our podium with Lucas.
Thank you, Chris. Great to hear from the Elite Motorsport team, the winning duo, Tom Leben and Zach Meakin. That was a very exciting hour of GT4 Winter Series action. Then most 60-minute races, they never do disappoint, do they? Let's go then to some highlights, some replays of that hour-long race. At the start of the race, it was a real close dogfight for second place. Jamie Day, of course, disappeared up the road in the early stages. It was Joel Mesh and Zach Meakin fighting for second place, while Matis Plushkel was investigating the back of Alex Denning for fourth position. Emil Yerdrum was also involved in the scrap at the front of the order in the early stages in the Pro-Am leading Mercedes-AMG GT4. Zach Meakin was really making life difficult for Joel Mesh throughout the first stint, but never quite found a way to get past. And as for Plushkel, he spent most of the race staring at one elite McLaren, whether it was the 27 or the 78. He seemed to be stuck behind them for most of the race. He managed to get past Alex Denning, though, with a nice move at the final corner. That was a move for P4. Meanwhile, the AM class battle started to unfold between Max Huber and Florian Bauer. Bauer on the outside there in the East Racing Porsche Cayman managed to get through. Of course, he would lead that AM class all the way until he found the gravel trap, of course. Marcel Marshevix would take over the number 11 car. Max Huber in the NM Racing Team Mercedes, he had his off-track excursions. I think pretty much everybody had some scare of some form. Marcel Marshevix would rejoin the race suspiciously close to the back of the Aston Martin. It would later turn out that the Schnitzelaum car was just a little bit too short on its pit stop, and that would go against the regulations and cause a drive-through penalty for Marshevix, and that would allow Matis Plushkel to finally get past the number 11 car. Meanwhile, Zach Meakin, Tom Leben as it was at this point, took the lead away from Mikey Porter. These two were scrapping for the lead with Matis Plushkel keeping an eye on the situation. Porter would dive to the inside, dive to the front of the pack, would be leading. But then, just a few minutes later, just a few seconds later, onto that paint, too much speed into the corner, he would end up in the gravel. So, unfortunately, permanently, would Florian Bauer stuck in the gravel, safety car out, car craned back onto the tarmac, and then we were treated to a one-lap dash at the conclusion of the race. And Tom Leben would hold on despite the pressure from behind. Mikey Porter trying to go around the outside of Matis Plushkel, and then we get a second look at it. Yes, definitely contact between Frontera and Porter, and unfortunately Mikey Porter's race almost coming to an end. He did do very well to keep the car rolling in the gravel, and then eventually got home in P7. Leben winning the race then for Elite Motorsport, ahead of Matis Plushkel and Marcel Marshevix, whose drive-through was rather cancelled out by that safety car, and that allows he and Joel Mesh to take a overall podium and of course a pro class podium with it as well. And down at the podiums, I understand Lucas has all of our drivers. So let's go down there now.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Adam. And I've just seen, although very shortly, I need to admit, but a bit of sunshine over the pit lane here in Jerez. So there is a bit of hope for some nice weather conditions for the remainder of the day. However, first of all, it's the last podium of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series. Let's bring on the winners of race 3, and we start with P3 in Pro Class. First podium of the weekend for Schnitzelalm Racing, Joel Mesch and Marcel Marschewitz. In second place, for the second time on the podium this weekend, for BWT Mücke Motorsport, Mattis Pluschkel. And now, your winners for Elite Motorsports, Zach Meakin and Tom Leben. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Zach Meakin already scoring P2 in race 1 yesterday. And of course, Tom Leben winning the race 2 earlier on today. Now there is another set of trophies for the winning Elite Motorsport team being presented by the GEDLICH Racing organization. Coming up on the podium with the trophies, and of course, hands being shaken just as well. So in third place, it's Joel Mesch and Marcel Marschewitz. First podium of the weekend. Mattis Pluschkel on his GT4 Winter Series debut in P2, and on the top step of the podium for the second time this weekend, Tom Leben alongside Zach Meakin. So let's please have another big round of applause. Our top 3 in Pro Class. Guys, here's your champagne. Well, that didn't work, did it? Guys. You would have deserved it. You definitely would have deserved it, but they're all needing their suits, I understand. Well, it's not really a race coming up anymore for them, but you never know. Okay, that's a couple of bottles saved for us then. Very good news indeed, as the second run of podium procedures is being prepared, and this is going to be our Pro-Am classification. So let's welcome onto the second step of the podium in Pro-Am for CV Performance, Emil Gjerdrum and Charles Dawson. Here they are. Welcome on the podium, and same of course for the winners in Pro-Am. Congratulations, WNS Motorsport, Alexander Danzer and Josef Knopp. Trophies being handed out by Sergio and by Stefan from the GEDLICH Racing organization to our 2 winning duros in Pro-Am, with Emil Gjerdrum second early on in race 2, and of course yesterday's race 1 winner Charles Dawson in second place, and then we've got Alexander Danzer scoring second place yesterday in race 1, joined by Josef Knopp, his victorious teammate earlier on today in race number 2. And before we send you on our way, thank you very much, guys. Let's grab a quick word with our winners. How was your day today? All good?
Everything was fine.
for you as well, hopefully?
Oh, was too slow.
Too slow? Well, you won.
But could be better always.
Right. I'm afraid the other ones have already gone with their bottles of champagne, so you need to keep yours as well. That's P1 and P2 in Pro-Am class. Next up is the AM classification in GT4 Winter Series. That's the next set of podium positions, as the champagne bottles potentially pointlessly are prepared by the GEDLICH Racing organization. Let's see how our AM classification will fare with these, as there is a massive run down there in the pits from the Formula. We've just had a collision in the pit lane. Everything's fine down there, nobody's hurt, but there was a bit of carbon going amiss there, as we are bringing the M-Class finishers onto our podium. No reason to get distracted there. In third place in the M-Class for East Racing Motorsport is Florian Bauer. In second place for NM Racing, Alberto De Martin and Neil Montserrat. And with his first win of the weekend for NM Racing, Max Huber. Sergio, Jan and Stefan handing out the trophies to our top 3 finishers. In the M-Class, Florian Bauer in P3 after winning the race number 2 earlier on. Alberto De Martin now joined by his teammate and team boss essentially, Neil Montserrat, and Max Huber after 2 podium positions earlier on this weekend, now with top spots as a couple of more photos are being collected. Big round of applause once again, our podium in the M-Class. Thank you very much. And one more podium still to come for the GT4 Winter Series this weekend here in Jerez, which is the Cayman Trophy. That's our 4th class within the GT4 Winter Series. 2 driver pairings coming up onto the stage now. And in second place, please welcome for SR Motorsport, Willi Kühne and Enrico Förderer. And your winners for SR Motorsport just as well, Michael Sander and Tim Neuser. Thank you. Trophies are being presented by Sergio and by Jan from the GEDLICH Racing organization to the winners, Michael Sander and Tim Neuser. Of course, Michael already winning his race yesterday, Tim scoring 2nd earlier on today, and now another victory for him this weekend, joined by teammates from SR Motorsport, Willi Kühne and Enrico Förderer, rounding out his weekend with another spot on the podium. Thank you very much to the SR Motorsport team up here on stage. Another very successful day. Please enjoy the champagne down in the pits together with the SR Motorsports team. Now, there is a bit of some topics to sort out, I think, with a bit of carnage already in the pits as the Formula Winter Series cars were heading out onto the grid, where Chris McCarthy is for you to get some latest information on the 3rd and last race of the Formula Winter Series live from Jerez.
And welcome down to the grid for the final time this weekend for the Formula Winter Series. This race number 3 of round 1 here at Jerez. And as our cameraman down here on the ground, Johnny, just said to me, rain has been replaced by wind. It is very, very windy and very, very noisy because to my left, the cars are just heading out on to the circuit. Some installation laps being done as the cars get out there to navigate the circuit and then head down to the grid. What we're going to do and try and do this time is take you a little bit further down into the grid. There's so many cars here. We want to show you a little bit, few more of them further down. New phase 2 pole position this time will be Juan Cota, who put in a superb performance. The grid this time formed by qualifying 2, which took place this morning. So let's head that down a little bit further. Alongside him will be Matias Ferreira and then Ernesto Rivera, who we did cross paths with on our grid walk earlier. Did a superb job in qualifying, got his timing quite late in the session. Andres Cardenas has been on fire all weekend. He's going to be on row 2 as well. As you can see, the grid fairly empty at the moment, but that will start changing as we get going. So let's get a little bit further up and then we'll walk back on ourselves as cars start filling up. Here you can see the GRS team. They are taking care of the likes of Bianca Bustamante Ray and Leo Block. That gentleman there tells us we have 5 minutes to do this. We have to be a little bit careful here, Johnny, because cars are going to be making their way down the middle before they then come into their grid slots. Okay, let's get down into the middle of the grid. We're currently on row number 7. Let's get over to the side. Johnny here. There goes number 10 past us, heading down into the grid. And here, Akshay Bora heads into his grid slot. Did a nice job earlier. We're going to be staying right on the grass here, Johnny. Here we can see the number 71 coming in, the number 19 coming down. There's the number 3, Griffin Peebles, heading down. And now the number 99 here pulling into slot, Thomas Straubing, who we spoke to earlier. Right, still walking down. There's Dow de Decker, Johnny, heading down into his slot. Adam Hideg over there as well, the Vice European Champion. There are pole sitter going by, Juan Cota heads down, and there Andres Cardenas heads down towards his grid slot. Okay, let's head a little bit further up. Maxime Rem comes next. We're down on row number 8 here. We won't go too much further up because we do need to get down. Then we can see, here we can see on this grid slot here, Johnny, just make sure, just come over to your left, please, Johnny. There we go. Here is Gianmarco Pradel, who appeared to have some problems earlier. Looks like those problems have been resolved now. Over there, we've got Pacome Weisenberger. Let's go a little bit further up, and then we will call it a day and make our way down. Here we can see the number 46, and over here we have the number 35. Over there we will end with René Lammers, our European karting champion. Not too far behind him we have the likes of Lucas Fluscher, Bart Harrison, not too far back from there either in the number 77. That is your lot. Carrie Schreiner in the all-white livery, the number 8 Campos, and we'll spin round and start heading back, please, Johnny. We will start making our way back down the grid now because we will be being instructed to clear very, very shortly. That is our 3-minute board. So let's start making our way down and get ourselves off the grid as the drivers get themselves zoned in. Here we can see Maxime Ren, Adam Hideg, as we spoke about here. Thomas Straubing, who we spoke to earlier. Very, very talented European karting racer, raced with the Kart Republic team. Then we come here to the number 19 car next, Akshay Bora from US Racing, his brother Nikhil Racing over in the Middle East at the moment, Nikhil as well. Here we come next to Mattia Kolnagi, starting in the number 87 for Maciej Guadish, has been driving superb this weekend. We've been seeing him take rookie wins and also overall podiums. Don't forget, the drivers out there are looking for not just overall podiums but rookie podiums as well. Dow de Decker is here in the number 28. And we will end by looking at the number 28. That is going to be a lot down on the grid. Good to give you a sight of a few more of the cars, Adam. The track now being cleared. That's 1 minute to go before we fire up for the final time for round 1 of the Formula Winter Series.
So then race 3 of the weekend has already had its share of drama. René Lammers was the driver that Lukas Gajewski referred to as making contact in the pit lane and needing a new front wing as a result of it. So René Lammers with a new wing installed onto the car on the pre-grid. We've also had bulletins while we were talking through that grid walk regarding the start of the race. There will be no There will be no formation laps for this one. It will start behind the safety car. So as soon as they're rolling, we are racing effectively. Minimum 2 laps behind the safety car. We will quickly run through the grid then as this race gets formally started in the next few moments. We will go through the grid graphics. Here we are now then. Juan Cota on pole position after a great result in qualifying 2 earlier on. Racing for DriveX, as I mentioned. Matias Ferreira is next for Us Racing. Then it's Ernesto Rivera in the 44 Campos machine. Andres Cardenas is on row 2. Then it's Griffin Peebles, the winner from the earlier race today. He starts behind yesterday's winner, of course. 6th place, Mikael Pedersen, as we move further down the grid. 7th place, James Agozi in the 48, Dawid Adeka in the pink 28 machine in 8th. Then it's Gladish in 9th place in the number 7, Mattia Kolnagi in P10, Akshay Bora in 11th, and Kabir Anurag in 12th place. Moving on then to 13th place, Thomas Strauven. Adam Hideg is next in 14th, Maxime Reen ahead of Paco Weissenberger on row 8. Row 9, Gianmarco Pradel, thankfully is on the grid this time. He's alongside Peter Bazinalos. Row 10 off the grid, Flavio Olivieri and René Lammers with a new nose cone in 20th place. Emmanuel Olivieri, no relation, and Tim Gerhardt in the number 50 in 22nd. Lucas Fruscia in 23rd place alongside Enya Frey. Row 13, Bart Harrison and Finn Harrison, again, no relation, on row 13. Gary Schreiner and Arthur Dorizon in 27th and 28th. Then it's Bianca Bustamante and Edouard Borgna in the remainder of the top 30 positions. But there's more cars, a full 38. Lenny Reed and Filippo Fiorentino next. Then it's Leah Bloch and Alexander Savinkov, Francisco Macedo and Victor Dobzhansky in 35th and 36th place. Our last row of the grid, Lorenzo Castillo and Nathaniel Beremy. We did have one car a little bit slow away from the grid as this race has gotten started, and it was the number 52 of Alexander Savinkov. Now, he fell to the very back of the field, but then surged back past the others to take his original spot. But the race had already started and we're under safety car conditions. So I get the feeling that the number 52 car might be already in some trouble, the AKM 52, because technically speaking that was, to my understanding of the regulations, overtaking under safety car. And that is a no-no. So then this race is already technically underway. The clock is ticking. And I expect that at the end of the next lap they will go racing. However, last time they said 2 laps under safety car, they did 1. So I'm just braced for that, but no, the safety car is there and it's still going across the line with everyone else in tow. So I suspect that we will go racing with somewhere around 24 minutes left to go. Of course, this is a little bit of pressure off for Juan Cota in the DriveX car. He won't have to try and perfect a start from pole position on this occasion. He will, however, have to really watch the rear view mirrors. Mateus Ferrier has been on very, very good form so far this weekend. Rivera and Cardenas also have been very impressive. Rivera moving through the field in the race earlier. Cardenas, of course, winning the first race of the weekend. And doing a good job in race 2 as well. Griffin Peebles will be one to watch. And Mikael Pedersen, I feel like finally has a representative time on the board. He started well down the order for both of the first 2 races. He now starts in P6. And given he's made his way into the top 10 from well outside it in both of the previous races, I wouldn't mind betting that the Danish F4 champ might circumnavigate his way a little further up the board if he possibly can. I mentioned that Danish F4 statistic. He was also a runner-up in the German ADAC karting and also in the BNL series, the Benelux series in 2022. So he's got an impressive resume over the last couple of years, does Mikael Pedersen. This time, I expect those safety car lights to go out. It was a minimum of 2 laps, but the safety car is indeed coming in on this lap. So we will finally go racing in the Formula Wind Series for the 3rd and final time this weekend. Races 1, 2, and 3 of the 12 total taking place this weekend. And this one is going to be in conditions about equally as tricky as those that we had a little earlier on today. Circuit is now firmly drying again. This is still going to be a big challenge for our drivers. And the Senna chicane. Oh, we've already had another collision, I think, there. That was one of the Jenser cars into the back of one of the Rodin cars. That was Strauven into Hideg there that we just saw at the Senna chicane. So already under safety car, a little bit of contact. But now we are going to go racing. Juan Cota it is that leads the way as the field finally is racing at full speed. With 24 minutes of the race left to go, we begin in earnest in the Formula Wind Series. Race number 3, Juan Cota going defensive as we approach the first corner. 2nd place then Ferrera, 3rd place for Ernesto Rivera, Cardenas in 4th, Peebles in P5, and Mikael Pedersen rounding out the top half dozen. Everybody else, I think, fairly cleanly through the first few corners. Rivera and Cardenas in 3rd and 4th place. Lammers in the number 9 there with his new front nose cone. He's gotten through the first few corners okay. I think just about everyone is all right after a single file start, which is probably a relief to some of the teams that we didn't try and go double file standing start in these conditions. Cota continues to head the way. One of the Campos cars trying to make some moves from further back in the pack. I think that may have been Finn Harrison or Carrie Schreiner potentially, who are both a little way further down. Douwe de Decker being forced unceremoniously wide there by Maciej Guadish. So the MP Motorsport car in the all-in colours, forcing not just de Decker to go off the circuit a little bit, but also forcing him to lose a couple of places there. So Guadish getting through into 9th place and de Decker falling from the top 10 as a result of that. But Juan Cota did everything he needed to do there off the line and is now in a very, very strong position at the front of the field. But Matheus Ferreira, for us racing, would absolutely love to get a win on the board to kick off his 2024 at his first racing weekend. He has a point to prove this year. Griffin Peebles has lost out there to James Egozi though. So Egozi has moved up to 5th place at the expense of the driver who won the race earlier on, and Peebles looks like he might be struggling because he's also under some pressure from Pedersen now as well. Pedersen, who's lost a place since the start of the race. It's Juan Cota that leads by 2nd as they come across the line. Then it's Ferreira, then it's Rivera and Cardenas in 4th place. And there goes Peebles. Well, there goes Pedersen actually going wide. Guadish goes through, and did Peebles pull aside there? No, he went defensive to try and hold off Guadish. The 2 MP cars side by side then, and through goes Maciej Guadish, and that was very close for comfort there as they went through turn 3. The 48 car of James Egozi we see in 5th place there. What's going on behind him? It is Guadish through, then it's Peebles, then it's Pedersen, and then behind them is the 87 car of Colnaghi in the Richard Mille Academy colours. But the All-in Racing number 7 taking the defensive high ground. Here comes Pedersen trying to get up the inside line on Peebles. Peebles, who appears to be racing under a Spanish licence, but is obviously Australian flagged even on his race suit. He is gearing up for a long year, trying to fight for MP Motorsport after a very busy multinational season in 2023. And just sandwiched between the two white cars. One of them is his teammate, that's the car in front of him. One of him very much not, although they are, I think, potentially next garage along down at Trivex with MP Motorsport. Up and over the curbs they go at the centre chicane. Everyone being pretty aggressive on them. We have had some moves up and down further back in the pack, but oh, there goes Pedersen. Pedersen to the inside line at the final corner, drifts wide, gets in the way of Peebles. The 87 then gets through as well. Kolnagi with a good run out of the last turn. Pedersen then up to make that 7th place. For how long though? Because Mattia Kolnagi is now trying to go around the outside. That might offer him some more grip, but Pedersen says absolutely not. No track for you. And manages to hold on to the position. Now takes the outside line around turn 2 to try and find some more grip. And you can see why, because Griffin Peebles just really, really fighting the car, taking the inside line, the normal racing line, and he's now being swallowed up by everybody. Dawid Adeka on the offensive. Akshay Bora has gotten past Griffin Peebles for 9th position, and did they just touch? I think they might well have done. The rear wing to the front wing. Both cars continue on unabated, hopefully. And Dawid Adeka senses his opportunity to get back into the top 10 after losing out on the first lap of the race. The number 19 US Racing car under threat, Thomas Strauven, trying to find his way past Kabir Anurag. Oh, and Pakon Weissenberger into the number 24 of Adam Hideg. Hideg pushed onto the gravel then. That's going to push Hideg down from 14th to something like 17th or 18th place. Pakon Weissenberger then just ahead of the US Racing cars and that are fighting each other. US Racing will be hoping that they don't have to have any heated discussions at the end of this one. The number 12 car there of Gianmarco Pradel trying to find a way past the number 71 of Maxime Riem. Maxime Riem, the German driver, against the Australian racer Gianmarco Pradel. Pradel will be looking to try and get some good points on the board after having to effectively sit out race number 2 earlier on in the day. Quite sure what was wrong with Pradel's car, but he never was able to take the start. Did a few laps in the middle of the race, but then retired back to the garage again. Side by side between Strauven in the number 99 and the 19 car. So that's Kabir Anurag for 12th place there, trying to get around Thomas Strauven, but I think Strauven has that for now. The two Campos cars are fighting for 3rd place. Rivera and Cardenas are going at it, and it is Cardenas who loses out there. So Cardenas has still got Rivera there in 3rd position. I thought that Cardenas had gotten through, but Rivera remains in 3rd place. We've got 17 minutes of this race left to go. It is Juan Cota that leads the way. Matias Ferreira, 1.2 seconds back in 2nd. Then it's this battle between Ernesto Rivera and Andres Cardenas in 3rd and 4th. James Agozi in 5th place. Never mind. Oh, yes, he is still in 5th place, but Mikael Pedersen is in 6th now. So he has gotten ahead of Maciej Guadish. That happened down at turn 6. Leah Block has made a visit to the pits. Front wing change for Leah. You see her back out there. So she's had her first real incident in an F4 car. She's had a clean weekend to this point. But heads now back out onto the circuit. I also understand the 52 car was in and retired. So that was Alexander Savinkov deciding to withdraw from the race there. A few cars under investigation for start procedure, or safety car start procedure. The number 5 and the number 14. So Lorenzo Castillo and Victor Dobzhansky also being investigated, but that of course are cars, those of course are cars further back in the pack. The MP Motorsport cars are going at it with some of the Cram drivers. The 46 getting past there, so that is the Peter Buzinilos car moving up to what position would that be? I'm not sure. René Lammers has a nose ahead of the 73 as well. René Lammers into P20 then, with Emanuele Olivieri in that Cram machine. Just behind them is Tim Gerhardt in the number 50 Monlau competition car. So René Lammers in 20th in the orange, blue, white and black car. And then all the battles going on for sub-20 positions there further back. Harry Schreiner in amongst that queue of cars as well. He's 27th, and the first of our drivers who will later be migrating over to F1 Academy. Of course, Bianca Bustamante and the previously seen Leah Block, both running for the GRS team, whereas Harry is driving for Campos. There's the number 99 around the outside. Thomas Strauben trying to find his way past Howard De Decker, and De Decker finally gets his opportunity to lean on someone else. He's been getting leaned on a lot this weekend, but on this occasion it was the BWT car that did the offensive move, and that was to preserve 11th place. Griffin Peebles won't be best pleased with how his race is going. He sits there in 10th place, of course, having won the race earlier on in the day, but these conditions seemingly not quite suiting the young Aussie. There's De Decker, still just holding off the Rodin cars, the MP cars that are queuing up behind him. Also in amongst that queue is, of course, Campos's Pacon Weissenberger in his uniquely dark black car, rather than the usual Campos white. He's going to the inside as they go through the final corner. Meanwhile, for second place, Ernesto Rivera looking around the outside of Matias Ferreira. Ferreira holds on for the time being, but the US Racing driver is rather outnumbered. The two Campos machines of Rivera and Cardenas are right with him, and a third Campos car, James Ngozi, is there in 5th place. None of this, of course, matters to Juan Cota, who is leading, clearing off, and I think might be already halfway home to Seville in the number 4 car, 3 seconds clear at the front of the order. I say home in Seville, I don't know where he lives, but I imagine he might get a plane from there at some point. Ferreira in 2nd position then, but for how much longer? He's going to have to do some serious defending. Debris on track on the straight, and that is an end plate from the car of Bart Harrison, I'm afraid to say. And it's rather obvious, isn't it, unfortunately, when you lose the front wing end plate. But how did he lose it exactly is a jolly good question, and one that we'll hope to answer. Hopefully that can be collected or removed without need for a safety car, but that is a rather prominent piece of bodywork to have sitting in the circuit like that. Everybody going through turns 9 and 10 at the moment. Akshay Bora there just going through shot ahead of Griffin Peebles. There is the ever-growing queue of Campos behind Matias Ferreira. The yellow flag has been withdrawn from the start-finish straight, so I think the 77's missing bodywork has been collected and returned to its owner. René Lammers now queuing behind the other MP car just ahead of him of Bazinalos. Flavio Olivieri is just ahead of them, so another Cram car being pursued. I did say Cram earlier on for Emanuele Olivieri, but of course he's racing for AKM. Now that is a unique aero setup on Bart Harrison. It wasn't the end plate, it was the whole front wing. How on earth did that happen? They were fiddling with the 77 on the grid, actually, just thinking about it. The rear wing of that car was being investigated on the grid earlier on, so maybe they already had concerns that Bart Harrison would have some sort of damage, and maybe he was the other half of the collision with René Lammers. I never quite ascertained who René Lammers collected in the pit lane. But somehow Bart Harrison, with his low drag setup, is actually doing rather well. This could be a rule loophole that needs closing if they're going quicker with the rear wing missing. We'll have to see how that one goes. Juan Cota 4 seconds clear on Ernesto Rivera. Matias Ferrer in 3rd place now then, so Rivera has gotten up into 2nd place and the 46 car is getting through as well. So that's Bazinalos getting past the 35 of Olivieri, but Olivieri in the Cram car holds it around the outside. Very nicely done. Cram Motorsport will be happy with that. We were looking at their wall of champions in the garage, myself and Chris McCarthy, a couple of days ago. Among them, one bloke called Felipe Massa, might have heard of him. There's Bazinalos taking the inside line. That very scarcely works in these conditions. He's desperate to try and get himself some clear air. Bazinalos, rather Olivieri, really fighting to try and get the power down. Through the centre chicane they go in a 3-car tandem train. René Lammers has already been through one front wing, but he seemingly doesn't care. He's still right on the gearbox of his teammate. Matias Ferreira has gotten back through into second place. We really need to see that battle. There it is, just going through shot. Ferreira and Rivera. Let's see where they are as they come through this camera. Yes, still side by side. Rivera on the outside, on the inside, sorry, pushing Ferreira to the outside line and just managing to defend his way into retaining second place. Here comes Cardenas, though, trying to find a way around the US Racing car. Can't do it. So Ferreira, despite being outmatched and outnumbered here, is taking the fight to the Campos cars once again. It's side by side between Ferreira and Rivera. They've been swapping positions a lot over the last lap and a half or so. And now, with the inside line and the high ground, Ferreira goes into turn 6 and retains second place for the time being. But cutting to the inside line is now Rivera. That's not going to do him too many favours. It is Ferreira then for at least a couple of corners, cemented in second place. All of this is fabulous news for Juan Cota, who is over 6 seconds to the good at this stage. These two cars were about 0.8 of a second slower in the first sector alone than our race leader. So Juan Cota is just getting the job done at the front of the order and disappearing off into the distance. Ferreira in second place will be carefully watching those rear view mirrors, and he'll be noting that the queue of cars is getting longer because Mikael Pedersen, who has gotten past James Ngozi, I believe, he is there right on the gearbox of Cardenas as well. So Pedersen dives to the inside of Cardenas, and as soon as I say that, that wasn't a challenge, but he moves up into 4th place. Very nicely done. Pedersen has been on an overtaking masterclass all weekend. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go of this race then. And can Pedersen get that podium that really I feel would be deserved? He's had so many good moves, so much overtaking over the course of this race. We had Mattia Kolnagi, or rather, sorry, Akshay Bora and Griffin Peebles fighting there for 9th place. There's Pacon Wiesenberger in 11th, ahead of Douwe Dedeker and Thomas Strauven. So 11th back is also one big long queue. There is the aforementioned scrap for 9th going through shot. Bora and Peebles. Peebles has just been hung to dry on the back of that rear wing of the US Racing car for most of this race and is now trying to salvage a few more points after a very strong start to the weekend. Of course, he, Maciej Guadish, and Andres Cardenas have been the only 3 cars on the podium so far this weekend. I think we're going to have an entirely fresh and new podium after this race. And into the pits comes Bart Harrison. So the low drag setup has been withdrawn from the race. That is a shame for Bart Harrison, a shame for Rodin Motorsport as well. They haven't had a particularly easygoing weekend, really. They've been in that mid-pack vortex, firmly getting sucked up into all of the chaos that comes with it. And Mikael Pedersen, while I was looking at a timing screen, he's got up into 3rd place. I didn't see quite where that happened, but Mikael Pedersen has moved up into P3. If you saw that, I apologise that I wasn't quite looking at the right screen at the right moment. Pedersen then up into 3rd place ahead of the 2 Campos cars. Pedersen is on a mission here. We're talking about 3rd place. It may well be 2nd before too long. Not quite sure what happened to Cardenas there. Ernesto Rivera now to the inside line. Cannot quite find a way past his Campos teammate. Pedersen then has got that podium that he's so been wanting. It is currently set to be an entirely different podium, an entirely new podium. Ernesto Rivera has fallen from third to fifth on that lap. So clearly Rivera must have put a foot wrong or something. Well, either the cameras were pointed elsewhere or my head was pointed elsewhere. Either way is possible in the commentary box with me, I'm afraid. But Pedersen for DriveX then has been doing an absolutely stellar job. And I'll tell you what, Maciej Guadiš, he could still get into the top 5 in the suspiciously Campos-coloured MP Motorsport car. I keep thinking it's another one of the many Campos machines. But it is, of course, an MP Motorsport car in the Orlen colours. The young Polish racer, a coveted young prospect. He's been the fastest of the rookie drivers for much of this weekend. He is, however, currently second in the rookie standings to Ernesto Rivera. So not only is there a 5th place battle developing, but it's also a rookie class lead battle developing. There's Strouven in the 99, still with Kabir Anurag and others for company. Gianmarco Predella's been on the move. He's up to 14th position now. Here is the battle for P2. Pedersen, the form man on the circuit at the moment. That said, nobody's going quicker than Juan Cota. His last lap of 1:59.8, the only lap of the race so far to be under 2 minutes. Saying that, Mikael Pedersen's just set a 59.6, so that statistic aged like milk. Mikael Pedersen right there with Ferreira. Closing in lap on lap on lap. Cardenas in 4th, Rivera in 5th, then it's Guadiš right on the back of them. Egozi, Kolnagi there with Egozi as well, so 7th and 8th might not be completely settled. Bora and Peebles are still fighting in 9th and 10th. Then it's Pacon Weissenberger, the conductor of a very long train from 11th place back. There is Peebles once again. You saw that 4-wheel drift out of turn 3. That was very majestic from the driver of the number 3. But oh, the 26 in a spin. That is Enia Frey, unfortunately. The Swiss was having a pretty good race up to that point, but spinning out of 23rd, having just gained the position. And through goes Peebles for all of 2 seconds. Back through goes Akshay Bora, diving up the inside went Peebles, but couldn't quite get the car stopped in time to block the inside line. He gets a great run through 7th though, inside line for 8, but that's going to convert to the outside for turn 9, but even before they get to turn 9, Peebles just finds an absolute lack of grip. It's AKM versus Cram there further back in the pack as well. Battles all through the order in the Formula Winter Series grid. Hopping over the curbs in that battle for 9th place. We have 1 minute and 50 seconds of the race left to go, and Juan Cota has just crossed the line. So this means it's the penultimate lap, and Mikael Pedersen is through into 2nd place. Pedersen through into P2. He gets it done at his favourite spot of all. That is the hairpin, the final corner of the lap. He once again dives up the inside. And what could he have done if he'd started on the front row with Juan Cota? Because he's the only driver other than Juan Cota to set a sub-2 minute lap time, and he has been on fire over the course of this race. Mikael Pedersen has secured himself P2, at least provisionally. There's still some running to do, of course. The Campos battle isn't easing up anytime soon either. Campos featuring Mattia Kolnagi. Kolnagi in the 87 MP car, another MP Motorsport car that tricks you into thinking it might not be the Dutch outfit. Their eponymous orange colours, or their infamous orange colours, I should say. Lock up to the front axle there from Maciej Guadiš. Now he's gotten past Ernesto Rivera, but he very nearly went straight on there at turn 6. So Guadish on the last lap moved ahead of Rivera, but very nearly threw that away there. He's got him past Rivera, but he hasn't particularly gotten away from Rivera. All and back number 7. Up into the top 5 once again then, and that of course is the rookie class lead as well. So Guadish, as it stands, is on for another top step of the podium within the rookie class. He's thinking overall wins though, I'm certain of it. His future is at the top step of the podium as far as he's concerned. Final lap of the race begins now as Juan Cota crosses the line. Juan Cota and DriveX set to make it 3 drivers, 3 teams taking to the Jerez top step. Just got about 3.8 kilometers from turn 2 to the finish line between himself and the end of this race. 4.4 kilometers in total of this Jerez circuit. Look at how he's fighting the car, but he's perfectly in control. Seems to be right on the limit without stepping too far above it. And of course it will be a DriveX 1-2 as it stands as well. What a day for them. Rene Lammers has been making some good progress. He's going around the outside here of Thomas Strauven. That puts Strauven down to 17th. Rene Lammers brings himself up into P16. So Lammers has been on the move to an extent, although it's not been the greatest race for him, unfortunately. Started from 20th place. He's going to be hoping for some far better qualifying sessions at Valencia, because his qualifying is what's let him down here today and over the weekend. Akshay Bora has now lost out to Griffin Peebles, but once again, who knows what order they're going to be in by the time they come across the line. Those two have been fighting all race long. There they are, and I think Peebles may just have it under control. So Peebles potentially on his way to 9th place, but little consolation after the first 2 races and how well they went. Juan Cota, meanwhile, could scarcely have had a race that's gone better. Juan Cota in the number 4 car, a driver who made his single-seater racing debut in Formula Winter Series almost exactly a year ago, finally takes his first win in Formula Winter Series for DriveX. It's Juan Cota across the line to take the win, and it's a DriveX 1-2. Oh, and Maciej Guadish getting into it there with Rivera for the rookie class win. Drag race to the line. Who's it going to be? Just Maciej Guadish, according to the timing screen. That was crazy at the last corner. Well, Ferreira finished off the podium behind the DriveX 1-2. Ferreira 3rd, Cardenas 4th. Everyone else working their way across the line. Drag race as well between Jenza and the Douwe de Decker machine. So Adam Hideg just failing to beat Douwe de Decker across the line for 14th there. But my goodness, right until the last corner, this one has been a bit of a spectacular. There's Carrie Schreiner across the line, 25th and first among the female racers. 27 car, of course, on the recovery drive. Edouard Bornia, he had a couple of issues during the race. He's got a drag race partner as well. Everyone gets a drag race, and Mogner just about beats Subzanski to the line. Leah Block will be the last one to cross the line after she had her front wing change. And, well, 36 cars, I think, ultimately taking the flag in this race. Nathaniel Berraby has already crossed the line. He was the only driver to go a lap down. Leah Block, for the final time this weekend, rounds the final corner. And the ARA Rally Champion can come out of this weekend with a lot of positives. This race hasn't quite gone to plan. I'm sure we're going to see a progression curve over the next few weeks in the Formula Winter Series for the driver of the number 57. Great effort from Leah Block this weekend. Great effort from all of our drivers. Largely clean races in the Formula Winter Series, which is more than a little bit surprising around this Jerez circuit. Juan Cota is in the top of the podium, though. Mikel Pedersen making a 1-2 for DriveX. Matthias Ferreira in third. Cardenas takes fourth on a weekend where he claimed a race win. He'll be the championship leader too, provisional maths. Maciej Guadesh in fifth place. Ernesto Rivera in sixth. Mattia Colnaghi seventh. James Egozi in eighth place. Griffin Peebles ninth ahead of Akshay Bora. Pacon Weissenberger continued to lead the big train of cars. Maxime Reen in 12th ahead of his teammate Gianmarco Pradel and Dawe De Decker. 15th back. Well, there was a lot of cars fighting in that pack. It was Adam Hideg ahead of René Lammers, Thomas Strauben, Kabir Anurag in 18th, Bezinlos and Flusha rounding out the top 20 ahead of Herharts, Harrison, Olivieri, Golizon, Schreiner, Lenny Reed and Flavio Olivieri. Filippo Fiorentino taking 28th, Macedo in 29th, Bustamante rounding out the top 30, Frey taking 31st, Lorenzo Castillo taking 32nd, Fournier, Dobzhansky in 33rd, 34th, Leah Block, Nathaniel Beraby rounding out your finishers. Already though, down at the podium is the winning team, DriveX, celebrating their victory. Juan Cota will be very happy. I'm actually very interested to hear how that interview goes with Juan Cota. He is going to be elated with that result, I'm sure. And everyone at DriveX works very hard. Certainly not the biggest team on the grid in terms of personnel size, but they have performed admirably this weekend, and they have two very promising youngsters in their ranks in the form of Juan Cota and Mikel Pedersen. And I see there that Chris McCarthy is nearby with Juan Cota, so let's go and listen to our winning driver with Chris.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, I'm down with Juan Cota now. Juan, getting that first win, how does that feel? I could see the emotion when you came in.
Well, it feels amazing. Hard work with all my team all the weekend, and the past year we have all hard work, and we have this weekend a good speed. On first qualifying we have some problems, but today we managed to have a good speed and take the victory.
And you mentioned the team there. Fantastic result for the team all round, a 1-2. It's been superb all round for the team, hasn't it?
Yeah, also feels fantastic to be 1-2 for the team, and this is going to help us to get more motivated for the Spanish Championship and for the championship.
And tell us about the track as well. I mean, the conditions seemed like they were changing a little bit throughout the race. How was that to deal with out front? I mean, it looked like you were able to still establish a gap despite that.
Well, the track, it's come changing all by lap by lap. So we get better and better all the lap and get more good. So, well, we managed good and we can do the victory.
And being a Spanish driver as well, I mean, you mentioned a first win. It must feel very special to get it at a track like here, like Jerez.
Yeah, it feels also amazing. I'm one of the only drivers in Formula 4 to win, so it's too good to be Spanish and win here in Spain.
Who would you like to thank?
All to my team, my family also, my family that stay with me all this career, and my team that we work so hard, and every day, every lap, working so hard. So thank you so much to all.
I had to catch you to get up to the podium. Yeah. You can now go there. Juan Cota, who was in a hurry to get up to the podium because the celebrations are going to get underway very quickly here, Adam Weller. There you can see the cars in the background. DriveX 1-2. They were pursued very hard by Matthias Ferreira, but it's the Spanish driver on the top step. Juan Cota taking the win. We'll be underway with podium celebrations very shortly, but for now, let's head up to commentary and back to Adam Weller.
Thank you very much, Chris. Let's dive straight into some highlights of that race. And I understand we can start with a look at what happened with René Lammers. No, this is in the formation lap where we got the look at the other collision between, yes, the Yenza car of Adam Hideg and that was Thomas Strauben. So that was even before we got started. Even before that, we had René Lammers getting into it in the pit lane as well. The race got underway after 2 laps behind safety car with Juan Cota as race leader. Second place, of course, in the early going was Matías Ferreira. Lots of fighting further back. Douwe de Decker once again finding himself in the battle, but no issues with his power this time, so he could actually have a fair fight for the first time this weekend. Mikkel Garde Pedersen was on the move all throughout this race, making up positions, really causing Griffin Peebles a little bit of grief there. And then it was a battle between Akshay Bora and Griffin Peebles for, well, the rest of the race from this point forward. A little bit of contact between them in that replay. Strauven trying to make up places as well in the Rodin car, bouncing across the grass, the curbs, as everybody tries to find their space. Leah Block had a front wing replacement during the race, unfortunately, but she still saw the checkered flag. Some side-by-side action further back in the pack. René Lammers making up a few places in this race, but I think overall, giving this karting resume, he will be hoping for some more when it comes to Valencia next weekend. Strauven in it with De Decker in the big train for 11th place that would ultimately be led by Pacon Wiesenberger across the line by the end of the race. 35 car there, the Cram car leading a big pack of cars further back. Meanwhile, we had Ernesto Rivera trying to scrap for second place with Matías Ferreira. Ferreira would hold on to P2 with the two Campos cars and Pedersen behind, and this is where Pedersen would start picking them off. The 18 car, Cardenas, getting dispatched for 4th position, and then shortly thereafter, 3rd place would go to Pedersen as well. Meanwhile, Bora and Peebles continued their magical mystery tour, and that was the move for second place. Garde Pedersen finding his way through into P2, the Danish F4 champ of 2023, adding a second place trophy to his collection at the end of this weekend. He'll be looking for some better qualifying performances, I think, coming out of this weekend when we go to Valencia. But no one did it better today than Juan Cota for DriveX. DriveX, the team of the day in the Formula Winter Series. It's a 1-2 for these two. I'm sure that, and also, yes, of course, even to the line, Maciej Guadish, I forgot about that, Guadish and Cardenas rubbing wheels in the most literal way I've ever seen as they came out of the final corner, and it was Cardenas that got the better of it. Action-packed race. I'm sure it'll be action-packed podium too. Over to Lucas Gajewski.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller. What a starting point for the Formula Winter Series 2024. A dry race yesterday, a wet one earlier on today, and a sort of wet one, not as badly as the one before, for race number 3 this afternoon here in Jerez. And we are ready for the last podium of the weekend in Formula Winter Series. So please welcome the winning team of race number 3. It's Luis Palmero for DriveX. Just a second. Luckily, they are a bit quicker on the circuit than they are on the podium. There he is, Luis Palmero, and the winning team, DriveX. In 3rd place for us racing is Matheus Ferreira. In 2nd place for DriveX, Mikkel Pedersen. And for the first time on the top step in Formula Winter Series, from DriveX, Juan Cota. Juan Cota, your winner here in Jerez. And for the winner, let's listen to the Spanish national anthem. Well done and congratulations to Juan Cota, your winner here in Jerez. Trophies are being presented by the GEDLICH Racing organization, by Marco from Spanish Formula 4, and of course by our tire partner Hankook for this championship, starting with Mateusz Ferreira in third place, with of course Mikkel Pedersen in second, with Juan Cota our winner, and of course there is a team trophy for Drivex just as well for Luis Palmero, taking the trophy after the fabulous double victory for Juan and for Mikkel in P3 and P2. And luckily we've got a bit of time to have a chat with our drivers. Of course, Chris McCarthy was already catching up to Juan, our race winner. We'll wait a couple of seconds to for the teams to take some pictures as well. And then of course, let's hear from our drivers. Mateusz, P3 after a very, very tough race, especially the last bit of the race. Very entertaining, wasn't it?
It was a really hard race, you know. This conditions is not easy. I was just trying to manage the tires, so I have some pace on the end, but it was really, really hard. They two were too fast, so yeah. I just managed to finish the race in the podium, and I'm really happy.
Mateusz, thank you very much, and good to see you next week in Valencia. So there you go, there is Mateusz in third place, Mikkel second place after a fabulous, fabulous end to the race. That was so brilliant to watch.
Yeah, I had a bad start, and then I got some warm in the rain tires, and then it was just an overtaking.
And you had a fabulous pace towards the end of the race. Your car and you yourself, you went properly fast there.
Yes, my team did a very good job at setting the car up good, so it was very nice driving.
There's your first podium. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Mikkel Pedersen. So that concludes the podium as far as the overall top three are concerned. But of course, there is a rookie podium just as well in Formula Winter Series. So let's welcome our third placed rookie this afternoon. Congratulations from MP Motorsport, Mattia Kolnagi. In second place for Campos, it's Ernesto Rivera. And for the third time this weekend, your best rookie from MP Motorsport, Maciej Gladiš. Congratulations to Maciej once again, as we are ready to hand out the trophies. The GEDLICH organization team and Marco, and of course our tire partner Hankook, ready to present the trophies to Mattia Kolnagi in third with his second rookie podium of the weekend. Ernesto Rivera, a new face to the podium in race number 3, and of course Maciej, already well known on this podium, being here for the third time this weekend. And of course we've had overall honors for him just as well. So let's head in. If all the photos are done, thumbs up from the pit lane. And are we good to go? Maybe, maybe not. Yes, there we go. So you're good to go. If you want, I'm going to speak to Maciej. You can stay, you can go as you want, as you like. Maciej, what an interesting weekend racing in the wet, in the dry, in the sort of wet. 3 podiums in rookie class. Hope you're happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, very happy with the pace we had this weekend. I mean, got 2 podiums overall and won 3 times rookie championship. So really happy. I mean, could have got Andres on the last corner, last lap. We actually was trying to podium a bit, but didn't work. But still, I mean, P5 is quite decent, so really happy, and massive thanks to MP for a great car.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Maciej. And the other 2 states. So we're going to grab a word with Ernesto as well in second place of the rookies. How was your weekend, Ernesto? First time on the podium.
Yeah, first time in an F4, in a race of F4. So race 1 and race 2 didn't go very well.
but race 3 we managed to get third on the podium for the rookies, but I could have been a bit better, but I learned with experience.
Still, well done to you, Ernesto. Thank you very much. That's your second place driver and rookies, and of course Mattia up here for the second time this weekend as well. 2 podiums, that's a good way to start it, isn't it?
Yeah, Winter Series is obviously to prepare the Spanish Championship. This weekend has had a lot of positives and some negatives, which we take into the next one, but overall I'm quite happy.
Can we please have a big round of applause once again? Your top 3 in rookies: Mattia Colnaghi, Ernesto Rivera and Maciej Gladiš. Well done. Good to see you next weekend in Valencia. One more podium to do, and this is for the best female racer in Formula Winter Series. Big round of applause from Campos, Kerry Schreiner. Her second female class win this weekend. Markus Gedlich himself handing over the trophy to Kerry Schreiner on the top step of the podium, with another trophy collected for Kerry. Of course, pictures being taken just as well. And as some of the GT Winter Series cars are already heading out onto the pit straight, let's have a word with Kerry as well after her second female class win this weekend here in Valencia. As we said to all the other drivers, Kerry, as well, so difficult to race in dry conditions, in wet conditions, in drying conditions in this afternoon's race. What did you like most?
That's a difficult question. I mean, I still have to learn quite a lot in these conditions, but I think I did a few steps forward today, so I'm happy with the second race.
Now, will you stay in Formula Winter Series for the rest of the season?
I'm at Aragon the next time, yeah.
So we won't have you in Valencia next week?
Unfortunately not, yeah.
Right, so it's definitely good to have you back in Aragon in a couple of weeks' time. That concludes our podium. Thank you very much. Round of applause down there. Thanks for staying. That's the campus guys applauding for Kerry Schreiner, your female class winner here in Valencia. And that concludes our Formula Winter Series podium for now and for this weekend here in Valencia, just here in Jerez just as well. We'll be back in Valencia in a week's time. However, there is one more race to go this afternoon, and it's the Enduro one, the longest one for the GT Winter Series. Cars are heading out from the pit lane onto the grid, and Chris McCarthy is ready to talk you through.
Welcome down to the grid, everyone, for the final time this weekend here in Jerez. Spin round, Johnny. As you can see up in the distance, the cars are making their way out onto the circuit for race number 3 of the GT Winter Series. The endurance race, of course, and that means with the track drying, it doesn't look so dry in places up there, but I tell you what, a dry line could be forming. Adam Weller up in his commentary box and our camera crew, who I tell you what have done a fantastic job, as of Johnny behind the camera here, who have done a fantastic job around the circuit in what has been very treacherous conditions. Now though, we could see a dry line start to form if the rain holds off, but looking at the clouds around and speaking to Johnny before, seems some of the teams are expecting a thunderstorm due in very, very shortly. So who knows? Will we see anyone gambling with tyres? Who knows? We will find out. Just on cue, I think we're going to see some of our lead cars rolling in to position up the front. On pole position, we will see the SR Motorsport number 11 of Kenneth Heyer and the 147 of PTT Racing, Martin Kazmarski. We'll try and have a look on who is running what for you and see if anyone has been bold enough to make that gamble. For now, we're going to stay at the front and let the cars roll into position, and then we will have a wander down. Let's watch our pole sitter roll into position. Here comes that beautiful Mercedes into position, the number 11 SR Motorsport car. Kenneth Heyer and J-Mo Hartling in this one. Kenneth Heyer in the car. And Kenneth Hyatt pulls into position. Jamo Hartling alongside. They are on the wet tyres. If it stays like this, I wonder if we will see them change tyres throughout the race. I'm going to see if the guys open the door for me. I'd like to have a chat with one of the drivers. At least it looks like Kenneth is a little bit busy in that car at the moment. We'll let the other front row car roll down at the moment. Here we can see some more cars heading down. Also is going to be Martin Kazmarski alongside in the 147. We can see more cars heading down. We can see one of the Porsches over there, Mateusz Lizowski, as well, as they make their way down. We've got a car off as well, I'm being told in my ear. I don't know if that's going to be one of the cars that we're expecting. Let's get over here on the grass, Johnny, and have a walk down and see if we've got any cars that have decided to go with a gamble. We've got the number 13, Mateusz Lizowski, up. We do have a car off, so I wonder if that's a car that has gone on slick tyres. So far, I'm only seeing wet tyres. There is the number 13 of Mateusz Lizowski. Here we can see, just coming into position here, Johnny, to your left, the number 147 rolls past, and that looks like another car on wet tyres. That is the number 147. Let's have a wander down, Johnny. I'll see if we can speak to this driver here and speak about the conditions. This is Martin Kazmarski. I'm going to see if I can pop my head in and have a look. It looks like the 62 mare spun. They're on wet tyres as well. They're going to have a little talking to from race director. It looks like they might be a bit busy with race direction at the moment, so we'll keep walking back for now and see if we can find another driver. Let's keep walking back for now. We'll find another driver instead. So the 62 appears to have spun. Mateusz Lizowski, as we've spoken about. That car that did spin is apparently on its way. Johnny, are you with me? There you are. All right, let's keep walking. Let's have a walk down the grid. We'll stay to the right-hand side of it. There we can see the Racar 911, beautiful livery on that car. Starting in this one is going to be Leandro Martins. I'll see if I can speak to Leandro very, very quickly. Being spoken to alongside we've got the Lewandowski pair, Adrian and Andre. Andre, a big fan of the wet conditions. Adrian will be alongside. We've spoken to Adrian many times throughout. I'm going to see if I can quickly poke my head in and have a quick chat to Adrian. Adrian, how are the conditions out there?
Well, I'm afraid that the track is drying for now, and in like half hour the line might be a little bit dry, so we will see how the rain tires will last. I'm not sure, but it's too wet for the slick, I think, at the moment, so we have to start on the dry, I believe.
I think this could be one where we could see some changes then.
Sorry, again?
We could see some tyre changes then.
I'm not sure, but during the race you can't really change the tires because there is like a long like a penalty or something, 2 minutes or something. So I believe there is not place for change during the race. So you have to finish the race on what you start.
Good stuff. Well, there we go. Decisions have been made. As we saw earlier in the season, teams were making those decisions and sticking with them because of those penalties that come with them. I'm going to do a very quick look for Adam Weller and see if anyone has gambled. It looks like we're both wet tyres here, and then I'm going to make a very quick dash. I can see Lucas is up there having a look for those tyres, so we will spin round and start heading back towards the grid exit. There we can see the number 741 and the number 151 of John Dillon. I'm going to have a very quick chat to John Dillon. John, how is it out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's very greasy and it's taken quite a while to dry. I mean, there's a bit of an ambient temperature increase, I think, from this afternoon. But I think there could be a chance of rain. There's a bit coming across on the back of the circuit in sector 3, but yeah, it's going to be tricky. I think we just got to feel the grip on the first lap when we're up to a bit of speed and see where it goes. That's all you can do.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, let's start heading towards the grid exit. Good luck for the race. Thank you very much for that great insight. I think we're going to leave it there. Spin round, Johnny. We can see that's the view of everyone on the grid. That is the 1 minute sign. That's our signal to clear. Adam, we're going to head up to you.
Thank you. And while you were talking through that, Chris, we've had the 62 car in. It was on slicks. They did, or are they making the gamble now? Is that a car going on to slicks? Lucas Gajewski is there. I think that slick tyres going on the car, but Lucas will confirm for me in a few seconds. I'm not sure if it was coming onto or off of slick tyres. Potentially that way around. Maybe they've finally realised maybe not time to put the car on slicks. We'll have to see. And I now understand it's on wets. Okay, so it's now going on to wet tyres, but it definitely was some slick tyres down there on the pit apron, so maybe that explains why Badawi spun on the outlap. We are missing a few cars then from this grid. The endurance race, sometimes drivers do decide to skip out on that if they are solo or if they are preparing perhaps for a shorter championship in the summer. Could be various different reasons for that. However, we are now getting ready to go racing. Badawi will join the race from the pit lane after the formation lap. It will be a 55-minute race with a rolling start. And it's Kenneth Heyer that will start from pole position in the number 11 car. He shares the very rapid Jamo Hartling. Martin Kazmarski in the second place car, the 147. He's led the first corner in both races so far. And he making 3 from 3 and a second win of the weekend. Ibrahim Badawi was meant to start from third, but we know that he is now in the pit lane. Maciej Sazowski is going to be there for this one. He will be one to watch from P3, a former teammate of Martin Kazmarski, so that could be interesting. Adrian Lewandowski is next alongside Leandro Martins, who will share the car for this race with Dieter Sveps, his driver coach, very rapid. Uwe Lauer is next in the 72 car. Alfredo Hernandez in 8th position. John Dillon on row number 5. Igor Klaya is next, starting from 10th place in the 741. He will share for this race with Hubert Darmetko, so no number 7 car out there on the circuit. Motohiko Isazaki is next, and Petros Makris rounds out the order. We'll only have 12 starters in this race. These cars non-starters. Raffini, of course, having an accident earlier on in the day. The PTT Racing car of Przemysław Bienkowski not taking the start, and PTT Racing's number 7 in the hands of Hubert Darmetko, obviously not taking the start because he will share for this race with Igor Klaya. So then, just checking quickly with the PTT cars that they haven't nudged the number 33 driver Bienkowski into anyone else's car. It appears they have not. They do have a cheeky habit of combining lineups for the endurance race, which sometimes crosses my wires just a little bit, but just verifying that indeed Bienkowski has elected not to race the Enduro this time. So then, we will have 11 cars on the rolling start. A 12th will join us from pit lane. As alluded to there, you do have to have a slightly longer pit stop if there is a tyre change. So if it does continue to dry, then teams will have to bear in mind a longer stop as part of the game, as Adrian Lewandowski referred to there. And that's going to mean that potentially we are going to have some very shredded wet tyres at the end of this race. Everyone on wet. Adrian Lewandowski there from the 3rd row of the grid. We go racing then, and we are underway. The Porsche of Maciej Sazowski trying to squeeze between the Mercedes, but it will be Kenneth Heyer that leads the way as we begin this 55-minute race. The pit window will open with 30 minutes left on the clock, so 25 minutes before the window opens. Kenneth Heyer leads the way. Lizowski, though, around the outside. Lizowski leads. Amazing stuff from Matthias Lizowski. He takes the lead of the race then. Can the GT3 cars fight back? I know they're quicker on paper, but Lizowski is a very talented driver. He's effectively the PTT driver coach, as I understand it. He comes out to play in the endurance race, and he leads in the endurance race. It is Lizowski from the two Mercedes GT3s, from Adrian Lewandowski in P4, Kenneth Heyer in second. Third place is Martin Kazmarski in the immaculately prepared PTT Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Two Ferraris further back there. Isozaki being led by John Dillon in Cup 1, the Cup 2 lead, of course, with Matthias Lizowski, as he is our overall leader. The first of the Cup 4 cars is Adrian Lewandowski. We have had the Ibrahim Badawi car join us on the circuit as well, so we do have the Lamborghini of the Egyptian racer Badawi on the track. I was a little bit worried that they might not get the car out there in time to get started, but it is underway and it is rolling. So a minimum pit stop in the event of a tyre change in this scenario is in the scenario where they want to move to dry tyres. A pit stop change has to take a minimum of 3.5 minutes. So if there's a tyre change, it's 3.5 minutes for a pit stop. If there isn't a tyre change, that significantly goes down to a mere 71 seconds. So you can see why maybe they don't want to spend that extra 2 minutes plus in the pit lane unless they absolutely have to. So it's going to be a strategy game here. Adrian Lewandowski, it's definitely not a strategy game. It's Mercedes duck hunting, I think, for the next couple of laps. There is Igor Klaya just ahead of Uwe Lauer. He's going to hand over to the rapid Francesco Lopez later on. So I think Lauer's role here is to try and give the car over in as good of a position as he can, and then see what Lopez can do. There is Alfredo Hernandez behind as well. The golden BDR competition Lamborghini. Great to see so many of the oh dear, John Dillon is smoking. John Dillon has clearly got a far too hot Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. The fire extinguishers arrive immediately. And they don't seem to think there's a fire. John Dillon's directing them not to use the extinguisher. Or is that the extinguisher going off in the car, potentially? I don't think so. But whatever it is enough to warrant a safety car. The safety car is out. Matthias Lizowski will lead the field around behind the safety car. Heyer, Kazmarski and Lewandowski, your top four. Of course, this works into the hands of drivers who are handing over to a pro later on. It also brings Ibrahim Badawi back into the pack after he had to start the race from the pits. I think the drivers it benefits, potentially Leandro Martin, since he has Dieter Sveps waiting in the wings. Kenneth Heyer as well, to be honest with you, because Heyer, as quick as he is, he's certainly been outpaced this weekend by J-Mo Hartling. I would suggest also the Uwe Lauer car, of course, because of Francesco Lopez waiting there. Of course, Matt Griffin would have been one of the hot shoes taking over, but John Dillon's car, unfortunately, a little bit too warm to play ball. And the other driver that we should mention is Marco Bononomi. Marco Bononomi was added to the entry list very late, from what I gather, and I understand that he is going to be in Petros Macris's Kessel car after the pit stops. And the Kessel Ferrari at the back of the order, we've hardly seen the number 16. It will come through shot in a moment at the very back of the pack. That car is one to watch out for post-safety car. Petros Macris, with all due respect to him, is a very new driver, and Marco Bononomi is going to be his co-driver, and that is a name that will ring loud in the ears of many a sports car fan. Bononomi, especially with this safety car period kind of bunching everyone back together and eating away some of the time before he can take over the car. I mean, he is a driver who has done just about everything from GP2 to WEC, obviously all through the junior single-seater ladder. There was even working on test and development duties for the Isotta Fraschini hypercar very recently. Podium finisher in the LMP1 class of the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. Was for many years a part of the Audi Sport lineup at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the dominant and very impressive Audi R18s. Keeping an eye on Bononomi once he gets to take the wheel. Matthias Lizowski is our current race leader. Always the question mark, of course, of who gets to take over cars when. Usually the gentleman drivers that have pros attached will wait for their moment to take over pretty sharpish, or rather I should say they will hand the car over pretty sharpish because they want to try and get a pot, they want to take some silverware home, even if they don't get quite as much track time. However, sometimes we have quite egalitarian teams that split it halfway down and allow drivers an equal share. So I think some strategies will be getting ripped up a little bit here, to be honest. I think this change will mean that certain teams will maybe move their window around a little bit. Matthias Lizowski, of course, is a solo driver and a very quick one. He has been perpetually a favourite in these endurance races. Of course, he has already had podiums so far in this season in the endurance races. The endurance races being the only ones that he actually takes part in. So he's at a distinct disadvantage if we're discussing championship. Looks like John Dillon is going to be towed home as the car has seemingly cooled down. Zovsky has managed a P2 and a P5 so far this year. And on both of those occasions, also won the Cup 2 class. The Toyota truck pulls the car away then. That should mean a fairly quick return to racing, maybe one more lap behind safety car. Although they might pull the trigger very quickly to get the safety car in now, but the car has not been fully removed from circuit yet, so I suspect one more lap under safety car here. Will the GT3s find their way back past Lizowski in the Cup car? As a rule, the Cup car should definitely be a little bit slower than the GT3s, as we well know, but again, wet conditions are an equaliser. Also, Lizowski, a very, very quick pro driver. Nice variety of cars, as always, in the GT Winter Series. A highlight of each and every weekend. We've had some brilliant racing from them, particularly yesterday as the sun went down over Jerez. Once this race resumes, which I suspect it will next time around, we will see exactly what happens next. Slick tyres potentially going to go onto the 62 car, but they won't pit it out of the window. They're not going to do that. The 62 has already gone around the circuit. We saw it there in the shot. So I did get some information in my ear that they are maybe readying for a pit stop down there, but I'm certain they wouldn't do that before the pit window, because then they'd have to pit again anyway. See, Izovsky, Haya, Kazmarski, our top three in this race, and we'll see if the GT3s can salvage themselves back into the lead positions. Kazmarski, I think each and every race seems to be getting a little bit more confident. Of course, took the win in the second race earlier on, and he alluded to it earlier on. He got a P2, he got a P1. He wants to try and do the same in the endurance race, knowing full well that for portions of the race he's going to be going up against some very handy pro drivers. Kenneth Ayer and Jamo Hartling, of course, being one of the more consistent and strong lineups out there. Jamo Hartling has been a couple seconds quicker than Ayer at most junctures this weekend, so we'll have to see quite where that car is when they do the handover. And then there's the car at the back of Petros Makris, as we saw there. That will eventually have Marco Bononomi at the wheel. Milos Pavlovic will also, well actually, sorry, my apologies, of course, Alessio Ruffini not taking the start because of that crash earlier on. We were going to have Milos Pavlovic in the race as well, Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion, but unfortunately his number 30 car not taking the start after Ruffini had an incident earlier in the day. So then, safety car will be in this time by. We have 42 minutes and 20 seconds of this race remaining. 12 minutes until the window opens. 12 minutes for some to maybe try and build a gap before they hand over to their teammate. We'll have to see quite how this shakes out. But we go back to racing conditions then. The safety car has come in. 13 now leading them around, and Lisowski puts the power down there with a flourish, and look at the car lengths he's got already as he comes past my commentary position. It's 4, maybe 5 car lengths between himself and Haya in second place. Then it's Kazmarski, then it's Lewandowski, Leandro Martins in 5th, Igor Klaya in 6th, then it's Lauer, then it's Hernandez, Isosaki, Manawi and Petros Makris. The number 13 car, as anticipated then, clears off immediately. Izovsky always fast in these races. It's a shame in some regards that he doesn't do the sprints as well, but I think he's otherwise occupied in the PTT garage during the rest of the weekend. There's Badawi, just behind Motohiko Isosaki, who now leads the Cup 1 class, of course, with the demise of John Dillon. Kazmarski pressuring Kenneth Ayer. Again, he feels very confident in the wet conditions, and we saw him outpace Kenneth Ayer earlier on, which was very impressive in its own right. Ayer has raced pretty much every major GT category you could name at a high level. Kazmarski, the litany of different experiences in his repertoire. We've spoken at length about that Dakar Rally experience, FIA European Rallycross Championship also. He's been doing a lot of circuit racing lately. Decided to make his GT3 debut here this weekend in GTWinterSeries. Haya drifts out wide onto the painted stuff, and Kazmarski That was very easy indeed. Kenneth Hire, I think, was trying to take the wide line and square up the corner exit, but then he got onto the paint and went a little bit further into the corner than anticipated. So now, Kaczmarski can try and chase his old teammate. These two have won championships together even. So Martin Kaczmarski will be rather unfamiliar with the sight of chasing down Matthias Lisowski, but that's the situation he finds himself in. Has shared with him several times in the ESET GT Endurance Championship as well in Central Europe. Uwe Lauer, of course, has been sharing with Francesco Lopez for a good couple of years now in the GTWinterSeries and also in Germany during the summer. Lauer following the Cup to second place battle as Igor Klaya seems to be pressuring Leandro Martins. Look at Kaczmarski, he's closing in on Lisowski very quickly. Of course, one would expect him to be quicker in a GT3 car, but Lisowski, a former Silver Cup champion in what is now known as the GT World Challenge Sprint Cup, is somebody that have to certainly count as a true professional driver. There's the 911 car though, Leandro Martins, who'll hand over to Dieter Sveps. And it is very close between the top two as they come down the main straight. And they're going through some tight sections of the circuit where the GT3 car should be faster. I think that Kaczmarski may well have this one, you know. Lisowski on the paint there into turn two. Kaczmarski has the inside line. Can he convert it into the lead? Yes, he can. Lisowski not able to carry the momentum on the wet line. And Martin Kaczmarski leads the way. He will be delighted to have overtaken his old teammate. He is, of course, still a PTT Racing teammate, but his old co-driver in Lisowski. Bit of a wry smile, I'm sure. Kenneth Hire would like a piece of that action too. As the conditions dry, the GT3 cars should start to get quicker. In the wet conditions, the aero advantage isn't quite as useful as normal, but now that we are drying out, the GT3 should be getting quicker, and that is what we're seeing here. Lisowski looks like he is under pressure. Drifts out a little bit wide there at turn 9. Andrew Lewandowski staying in touch as well. Expect his dad Andrzej to be spectacular as well later on. Always good in these mixed conditions. He could well be contesting for an overall podium if Adrian hands the car over in a strong position. Mercedes from Porsche, from Mercedes, from Lamborghini. Kaczmarski comes across the line. 35 minutes and 48 seconds left to go. 1.5 seconds the gap between Kaczmarski and Lisowski. Kenneth Hire in third place, Lewandowski in fourth position, Leandro Martins in fifth place, and Igor Klaya in sixth. In fact, Uwe Lauer has taken sixth place, so Igor Klaya has lost out there, and you might have to worry about Hernandez behind him as well. 6th, 7th and 8th just heading to turn 2 at the moment as Kaczmarski continues to establish his lead. Right, with the second place battle, there's Lewandowski in fourth place. Picture-in-picture. He's got a very distant view of the battle we're watching here for second place. Kenneth Hire on the inside of Lisowski. Very nicely done. I thought he was actually going to lose out in that exchange to Lazowski, but Lazowski not able to get the power down quite as I anticipated, so Kenneth Haya is through into second place. Now, can he go chasing Kazmarski? The next lap and a half or so will be critical in trying to see what to expect in the next few minutes of this race. Of course, Haya had to get past the Porsche on that lap, but now that he's released, where will his lap times be relative to Kazmarski? Kazmarski the fastest out there on circuit, setting 1:57s. Let's see if Kenneth Haya can now match or surpass that as he begins his first lap in some clean air. Lazowski weaving around there, trying to find some standing water to cool down these wet tyres. That's going to become more and more of an issue as this race goes on. Leandro Martins leads a mighty queue of cars across the line. Martins, Lauer, Klaya and Hernandez. 4 cars and 3 classes. Of course, the total of 4 classes out there on the circuit in general. There goes Lazowski out wide. Certainly very bold about using the curbs in these still very treacherous conditions. Former Scirocco R-Cup champion, as well as his GT endeavours. Big part of what makes PTT tick so well as a race team. And it looks to me as though Haya is slightly closing in on Kazmarski to me. Yes, indeed, actually. A couple of tenths taken out of Kazmarski in the middle sector. So Haya, now that he's free of Lazowski, is matching and ever so slightly surpassing the pace of Kazmarski ahead. Meanwhile, Ibrahim Badawi has gotten past the Cup 1 lead battle, which we see on screen now. Motohiko Isosaki and Petros Makris. Isosaki not quite as quick as he was earlier on in the day, I don't think. He was fighting with John Dillon in the earlier races, although maybe Makris is just getting more used to racing now. He's, I think, making his first racing appearance this weekend, if I'm not mistaken, the Greek driver. He, of course, gets to hand over to Marco Bononomi. 1 minute and 25 seconds until the window opens then. So we will more than likely start to see some driver changes in the next lap. Next time by, I expect that a couple will dive into the pit lane. The gap went down by 2 tenths at the front of the order then. Indeed, Kazmarski is being closed in slightly by Kenneth Haya, but if you are Kazmarski, the real issue comes with Jamo Hartling getting in the car. We saw the searing pace that Hartling set in the dry conditions on Saturday. Some 30 seconds clear of Marski by the end of the race. Kazmarski, I think, was a bit disappointed at how he matched up to Jamo Hartling, but he shouldn't be, because Kazmarski, a very well-seasoned, or rather I should say Jamo Hartling, a very well-seasoned racer in general, albeit not much in a GT car. Jamo Hartling debuted in GT3 cars, in racing conditions at least, at Estoril with us last month. But Hartling has been a quick force in GT4 cars for a long time. Pit stop window has opened, not in time for these two drivers to take advantage, but everyone from third back can now make a stop. No one in the top 3 has pitted. Adrian Lewandowski has continued on past the pit lane as well. What about Leandro Martins? Will he hand over to Dieter Sveps at the first opportunity? Have to see the 5th place battle coming past me now. And yes, Leandro Martins has pitted, as has Uwe Lauer. So the pit stops begin. 2 cars into pit lane then. Has anyone else joined them? I'm just keeping an eye on timing. I'm potentially expecting Petros Makris in for Bononomi. We'll have to see. Uwe Lauer will make way now for Francesco Lopez. Isosaki is in. Motohiko Isosaki, who is driving on his own. He has come into the pit lane. Petros Makris has continued on his own, continued on his way, however. Isozaki getting the pit stop in early. Does look as though anyone is making the decision to move on to the slick tyres because of the 2 minutes of added pit stop time that would be bolted on. 2 minutes and 20 of extra pit stop time that would be bolted on. These wet tyres are going to be put through a lot over the course of the next half hour or so. Isosaki's car about to get sent back out onto the circuit. Will we see Kazmarski or Haya into the pit lane? I wouldn't be surprised if Haya takes the plunge. I think he has. Yes, Kenneth Haya is in the number 11 car, as you can see. Haya is in, Lizovsky is in, so 2nd and 3rd place cars into pit lane as Kazmarski wrestles the car under braking for the first corner. Motohiko Isosaki returns to the circuit in the fetchingly liveried AF Corsa Ferrari. Number 11 car into pit lane. Jamo Hartling will take over. He'll immediately be trying to fire in the fast laps with the idea of getting past Martin Kazmarski before he even has to try and make an overtake on the track. He could perform the undercut here. Igor Klaya has continued for another lap. So Klaya takes over 2nd place for the time being, and he will hand over to Hubert Darmetko. Ibrahim Badawi, who doesn't have a co-driver waiting, he crosses the line in 3rd place as the rest of the field diving into the pit lane. Lewandowski has pitted as well, so Adrian Lewandowski has taken over from, or rather, sorry, Adrian Lewandowski will hand over to Andrzej, his father. And Jamo Hartling comes out behind Matthias Lizovsky, so that's going to be a little bit of an obstacle. What was the pit time for Matthias Lizovsky? Did they get that right? No, they didn't. Lizovsky's time on my screen is 70 seconds, and the pit time is 71 seconds. So I fear Matthias Lizovsky will be judged to have broken the pit window there. It's 1:10 on my screen, and Jamo Hartling, regardless, has the inside line into turn 6. That's what a fast GT3 car with a young pro at the wheel can do versus a cup car with an experienced pro at the wheel. Jamo Hartling goes firing past then into 2nd place. Leader Kazmarski is in the number 13. No driver change to come here, of course. He is a soloist. See there just ahead of the 2nd and 3rd, or rather what will be the 2nd and 3rd place cars once the pit stops are cycled. Just ahead of them is Petros Makris, who I'm rather surprised hasn't pitted yet, but he might well make way for Marco Bononomi shortly. Bononomi was on my entry list, the most recent version. To see whether he does take over. Kazmarski exits pit lane then, and I think he will inherit the race lead once again. Where is Jamo Hartling? That's what we really need to see. Where's Jamo? He's just behind Kaczmarski. Okay, so Kaczmarski is now really going to have to roll up those sleeves. He is a talented driver, but he'll be the first to tell you that he's not a professional racing driver. He is going to have to really roll up the sleeves and make an effort here to try and hold off Jamo Hartling. Ibrahim Badawi, meanwhile, leads the race, but that's because he is yet to pit. The car that started in the pits technically leads the way. Let's keep an eye on the sector times between Kaczmarski and Jamo Hartling. Certainly Martin likes these conditions, as he told us, but will that be enough to give him any sort of level playing field with Jamo Hartling, who we've seen just walk away with the second half of these endurance races on more than one occasion already this year? There is Badawi, our race leader. Young teenager whose age equivalents are racing in the Formula Winter Series. He's on a slightly different path with his racing career in the big Lamborghini. He's going to do one more lap. Nice fishtail there from Badawi. So one more lap for him. He will have to pit next time by, or he'll be at risk of missing the pit window. In fact, he would miss the pit window if he doesn't pit next time by, so hopefully GL Racing are abreast of that. But this car leads the way. It could actually be a bit of a stumbling block for Kaczmarski, because Badawi is struggling a little bit in these conditions. He could prove to be a cork in the bottle here as the effective race leaders come up behind him. Now, will he try and fight, knowing that he is technically ahead of them on the standings, or will he be aware that he's only ahead because he hasn't pitted and make it easy? He's certainly having to fight the car every inch of the way. I think he's rather burnt out those wet tyres. Kaczmarski makes it look easy ultimately. I think the lack of traction in that Lamborghini is proving to be prohibitive for Ibrahim Badawi. There goes Jamo Hartling past him as well. So neither Mercedes really held up. Kaczmarski, be aware though that his gap is shrinking, goes wide there at turn 9. The gap that was somewhere in the range of 2.8 seconds is now more like 1.8. Undeniably, that gap is shrinking. There's your top two. Jamo Hartling is within a second. Kaczmarski is now going to have to try and perform 21 minutes of aggressive defending. Ah, no, okay. Well, that's rather ruined that. He's indicating, he's saying, no, go past me. Okay, well, Kaczmarski then deciding to not try and fight it. Instead electing to follow in the wheel tracks of Jamo Hartling, maybe see what he can learn, which could be a good long game strategy as he prepares to jump into GT3 competition full time. Personally, I would have been interested to see how Kaczmarski would have done trying to position the car in a fight with Jamo Hartling. Nonetheless, he continues on in second place. Lizovsky is now in third as the pit cycles come to an end. Ibrahim Badawi there, as you see, in the pits. Lizovsky, of course, still lapping slower than Kazmarski, so unless Kazmarski starts to slow down, I don't expect to see Lizowski challenging for second place. Hubert Darmetko is closing in on Alfredo Hernandez for 7th place, so Darmetko, having taken over Igor Klaja's 741 car, is now on the hunt in the unfamiliar white and black car. He's usually, of course, in his lime green and black affair. Marco Bononomi has indeed taken over the number 16 Kessel car as well. So Marco Bononomi out there on circuit in 10th place, and he will soon be hunting Motohiko Isosaki. You see there the tyre change going on Badawi's car, so they're going for it. However, he's now got to wait a jolly long time to go out there on the circuit. Although I'm not sure they know that, because the car has been sent away and the minimum pit stop time in the event of a change of tyre is 3.5 minutes. So unfortunately, I think this car is going to fall foul of a stop-go. I'll quote Article 46 of the regulations. The minimum time for the change of tyres, and authorised by the race director, is 3 minutes and 30 seconds for all of the events. So I think the DL Racing team, they have just set themselves up for a trip to the naughty step. Meanwhile, heading down into turn 1 is the aforementioned battle between Hernandez and Darmetko. And Darmetko has made up another second on this lap, so this is the battle for 7th overall. Hernandez, who races, I believe, Ultimate Cup as well as in some Super Trofeo competition, very familiar with his Lamborghini. Darmetko, very good in that Porsche. Of course, we've seen him in the green and black car all weekend. He's now sharing with Igor Klaja in this Enduro. And well, not only did Ibrahim Badawi have a very short pit stop for a tyre change per the regulations, apparently it's also starting to rain again. So that is a double blow if it is indeed raining again. And you can see the the wipers going again on the 177 car. Drive-through penalty, pit stop time infringement for car number 13, Maciej Lizowski. We did say that earlier on, that the pit stop was fractionally too short on Maciej Lizowski, and that has now proven to be the case, so he was correct about that. And unfortunately, that means that that car's chances of an overall podium will take a dent, although I think Lizowski will still come out ahead of Andrzej Lewandowski, so he should still be there in 3rd, but Lewandowski will be a lot closer. Lewandowski, however, has been lapping a bit slower, so Lizowski might still be safe with 3rd. Hernandez and Darmetko continue to scrap it out then for 7th place. Of course, now that Darmetko has closed in, he's got to try and find a way past. It's very weird to see Darmetko in the Igor Klaja car for the first time this season. And the last couple of events, Klaja has jumped into Hubert's car, and now they're doing it in reverse, which I understand, fair enough. Put some miles on both cars, but certainly a confusing one for me. We've had a change for the Cup 1 lead, meanwhile. Marco Bononomi heading down through the first couple of corners now has gotten past Motohiko Isosaki. So Motohiko losing out to Marco Bononomi. No shame in that at all, of course. We know Bononomi's pedigree as a racing driver. There goes Lizowski into the pits. There is the aforementioned Cup 1 battle. The move has already been made. Bononomi has gotten past Motohiko Isozaki as Lizowski comes in to serve that drive-through, as broadly anticipated. Lizowski will head back out there then onto the circuit with 14.5 minutes to go. And resumes again in 3rd place. Great to see Marco Bononomi out there in the 16 car. Now leading this man, Motohiko Isozaki. And Kessel Racing could well be on for a Cup 1 win in the 16 Kessel Racing Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. Francesco Lopez, of course, has taken over the 6th place car, the Ferrari 488 GT3. He is closing in on Dieter Sveps as well, slowly but surely, so we could have a battle for 5th before the end of the race. We ride on board with Isozaki. You see his rear view camera there. No 20th century solutions such as the mirror to be found in a Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. You'll be unsurprised to hear that Car 62's pit stop is under investigation. So Ibrahim Badawi under investigation rather as anticipated. J-Mo Hartling, meanwhile, is just behind Motohiko Isozaki and crosses the line to complete another lap at the front of the order. He's built a gap of something like 10 seconds already over Martin Kazmarski. 8.5 seconds is now the gap. J-Mo Hartling continue to build that gap as long as he continues unabated at the front of the order without any issue. There is Isozaki in the sole remaining AF Corsa Ferrari. Look at those brake discs lighting up. Very cool car, the 488 Challenge Evo. On its way out to pasture, of course, as the 296 comes in to replace it throughout more and more of the global Ferrari Challenge categories. But, as with all the Ferrari Challenge cars, they'll more than likely make a formidable choice in national level racing and other competitions for a good few years yet. What's the gap between Sveps and Lopez then? It was somewhere around 6 seconds. It is actually still around that marker. Lopez not much quicker at the moment than Dieter Sveps, so Francesco Lopez not quite on the same pace as Sveps right now. They're very close together in terms of lap time, but I thought Lopez would be closing in a little quicker. There is your race leader then closing in on Motohiko Isozaki. Interestingly, Hubert Darmetko is starting to lap a little bit slower than Alfredo Hernandez as well in that battle for 7th between the golden Lamborghini and the PTT car. So Darmetko might be struggling a little bit with something. I don't know exactly what. Absolutely love the colour scheme on this SR Motorsport Mercedes. It's advertising the Infineon NextG steer-by-wire system, but I've discovered that it's not running the steer-by-wire. I assume, given the colour scheme, it was, but apparently not the case. The car, however, is very impressive. The Mercedes GT3 project now entering almost 15 years at this point. So the first cars raced at the tail end of 2010 in VLN. Oh dear. And Andrzej Lewandowski at the final corner, I believe that is, has found his way into the gravel trap. That car is firmly beached and might need some rescuing, and that could be bad news if you're in the presence of a cushion between yourself and a rival. That cushion could soon be stripped away. That could mean a few different scenarios. Yes, safety car is out. Safety car is out. And that will bring a lot of interesting battles closer together. Particularly Cup 2, where Maciej Lizowski is suddenly going to have to deal with Porsche Maestro Gtws. We've got 9 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. It's a safe bet that we're going to get this one back underway. It shouldn't be too long of a safety car period, given the car's proximity to the tarmac and also the proximity to pit lane. You can read the body language of Andrzej Lewandowski though, can't you? He is not a happy bunny. Unfortunate end to his race. So Jamo Hartling will have Kazmarski all over his back as they restart, but of course we've already seen Kazmarski kind of not really try and fight Jamo Hartling, so I'd be surprised if he tried to launch one up the inside once we're back to green flag. Francesco Lopez is very much now a contender for an overall podium. In fact, that battle for second, third, fourth and fifth in general is going to become very exciting indeed. Hernandez, Darmetko, Bononomi could all potentially get involved in that too. This safety car is going to create some interesting scenarios. Although actually I'm not convinced that Bononomi is on the lead lap, so that's going to be one less battle to consider. In fact, we know Bononomi. Oh, Bononomi is on the lead lap because Isosaki is behind the safety car and a lap down, so Bononomi had just about avoided being lapped, and he can now drive around and rejoin the back of the queue. The Lamborghini is being freed from the shackles, quite literally. Will be allowed back out onto the circuit. Wonderful noise from that V10. Andrzej Lewandowski will be bitterly disappointed. We have had a stop-go penalty of 50 seconds applied to Ibrahim Badawi for that short pit stop. Something we sort of anticipated. Jamo Hartling, of course, has a lifeline in hand as well, with Motohiko Isosaki between himself and Kazmarski in second. For Kazmarski, that could actually be quite problematic because he can't overtake Motohiko before the finish line when they do go back to green. He's not permitted to do that, and so that means that Lizowski, Sveps, Francesco Lopez et al. Will be able to hound the back of him for that second place overall. I think we're going to have a bit of a grandstand finish in the battle for second place. There we ride on board with Isosaki, running in P9. Now why is Dieter Sveps? He's just trying to cool down the wet tyres, isn't he? I had a bad feeling he was slowing down for a moment, but he is, of course, trying to preserve those wet tyres, as everyone is, as this circuit dries and dries and dries, and the tyres get progressively more and more wrong for the conditions. It was raining again for a little while, but it's certainly conditions that don't beg for full wet tyres out there on the circuit. Marco Bononomi is hustling around the circuit. He just, in fact, a lot of cars are hustling around the circuit trying to catch up to the safety car queue, including Bononomi. The four cars have just come past my position. Hernandez, Darmetko, Bononomi and Lewandowski. They're all basically at full chat trying to chase the safety car train down. The safety car will be in this lap as anticipated. So 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And we've basically hit the race reset button. Jamo Hartling, one would anticipate, is going to get his chance to break away, especially with Isosaki between himself and the rest of the pack. Kazmarski and Lizovski are together. Then there's another back marker in the form of Badawi between third and fourth place, critically between the Cup 2 leaders, the two Porsche Cup cars, Lizovski and Sveps. Although he could come in for his stop-go penalty. So we'll have to see whether he does. Safety car is in this lap. As we have said, the lights are out, so that confirms that further. 3.5 minutes to go. Where's the pack that's trying to find the safety car queue? They're coming around 9 and 10. I'm not sure they're quite going to make it, unfortunately. There you see them in the back of shot, trying to work their way back around. They'll be hoping that Jamo Hartling takes his sweet time, I think. Somehow, I doubt he will. Isosaki is keen to get back underway. And Jamo Hartling pulls them in now. We return to racing action then. And Kazmarski is in second place, and he actually got quite a good getaway there versus Lizovski. It's the battle for fourth place then that looks the most interesting, because Francesco Lopez is right there on Dieter Sveps, fourth place overall. Of course, Sveps would like to recount on, or focus on, chasing Matthias Lizovski for the Cup 2 win. But he's got Francesco Lopez for company, and Lopez would like an overall podium out of this race. Right on board with Isosaki as he gets put a lap down by Lizovski. There is the battle for fourth place. Look at the GT3 car, the cornering speed of the 488 GT3, far superior to that of the Cup class car, as one would anticipate. Francesco Lopez keeping a watching brief then on Dieter Sveps. Sveps in fourth place, Lopez in fifth place. The 62 car behind them is a lap down, and of course still owes a stop-go. Hernandez, Darmetko and Bononomi are 6th, 7th and 8th, but Bononomi dropped off a lot before the green flag waved, so I think he was not at full chat on the safety car trying to catch everybody. I'm not sure he got the bulletin that it was coming in this lap from the team. Oh, Lopez in a spin! Francesco Lopez! He spins the car and will rejoin somewhere around the battle for 6th position, which may become the battle for 5th. Where is Hernandez? Right on his bumper. Now, Lopez should be the quicker of the two between himself and the gold Lamborghini, but this race has already thrown up a number of surprises. There's the car that caused that safety car. Andrzej Lewandowski. Ibrahim Badawi has finally come into pit lane to serve his stop-go for a short stop. He will now patiently wait. Finally rejoin the track in about a minute's time. While that's going on, the battle has resumed between Hernandez and Darmetko. One anticipates that they'll be door-stopped by Marco Bononomi potentially before the race ends, although with the clock ticking down so low, this will be the final lap of the race, and Bononomi is not going to get the opportunity, I don't think, to go and play in this battle for 6th place. So they stopped Ibrahim Badawi at the garage, and now he's stopped again at the stop-go place. Okay, well, that hasn't all gone to plan down in the pits, has it? But Martin Kazmarski running second. Oh dear, Andrzej Lewandowski has once again found the gravel. But Jamo Hartling has had no such dramas over the course of this race. He is running through the final corners now. The clock has hit 0, so this is the final lap. And Jamo Hartling has once again driven faultlessly. Kenneth Hire did everything he needed to do during his stint. And Jamo has brought the car home. Round the final corner, punches the throttle, and it is Jamo Hartling who crosses the line to take yet another win for he, Kenneth Hire and SR Motorsport. Kazmarski takes second, and it's a PTT double podium as Lizowski takes third place and wins in the Cup 2 category ahead of Gtws, who didn't really get a chance to try and challenge for that position. Francesco Lopez will hold on to 5th place. Alfredo Hernandez, despite the efforts of Hubert Darmetko, will take 6th overall. He'll also win in the Cup 4 class for the Ferrari, for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars. Darmetko takes 7th overall and 3rd in Cup 2. Bononomi has crossed the line already to win in Cup 1. Andrzej Lewandowski crosses the line. That will be our last car across the line, I think, because Ibrahim Badawi is still serving a drive-through penalty or a stop-go penalty in the pit lane. So I think that might be all she wrote for finishers in this race. Certainly some bizarre stuff going on then in that GT Winter Series endurance race. Some good battling as well. And Jamo Hartling, along with Kenneth Hire, will lift yet another P1 trophy. Jamo's second of the weekend, of course, after winning race number 1 in convincing fashion on Saturday. Hartling and Hire then take the win for SR Motorsport. Martin Kazmarski taking second. Matthias Lizowski rounding out the overall podium and winning Cup 2. PTT Racing will be delighted with their weekend, I think. Gtws for Rakar Motorsport taking 4th position ahead of the spinning Francesco Lopez. Ian Uwe Lauer still collecting in top 5, and of course they will stand on the GT3 podium. Alfredo Hernandez in 6th position. 7th place for Hubert Darmetko. 8th Marco Bononomi as he helps Macris to the Cup 1 win. Motohiko Isosaki taking 9th place and 2nd in class. Andrzej Lewandowski taking 10th. Ibrahim Badawi in 11th place. And John Dillon, unfortunately, with a car that was smoking like a teapot, ready for some Earl Grey. And that car will hopefully be okay for Valencia. I think the plan was for him to join us there as well. It would be a shame if that plan were to be curtailed. Kenneth Hire welcoming Jamo Hartling to the podium then. The SR Motorsport Schnitzelbaum crew. 2 teams effectively the same entity, but SR Motorsport is the international branding for the team going forward. And happy faces all round at Schnitzelbaum. PTT also very happy with their man Matthias Lizowski in the back of shot. I'm sure Martin Kazmarski as well, given that 2nd place. There's Tim Neuser congratulating Jamo. Jamo, a driver that really has grown within that Schnitzelbaum system, as it were. There you hear it, super. The verdict there, I think that was Willy Kuhne. If so, he's still in his race suit. He's had about an hour and a half, in fact 2 hours to get out of that, but clearly wants to look every part the racing driver. Kenneth Hire with that race win along with Jamo Hartling. These 2 familiar with the top step, and I'm sure we'll hear from them with Chris McCarthy in the next few moments. And Certainly a good end to a great weekend for JMO. 2 wins, and of course Schnitzelam Racing getting some good results as well in the GT4 Winterseries with the 11 car, albeit Mesh and Marshavic's maybe having a little bit of a rough run of luck at times. There's Emilio, our videographer, who is getting some shots at the moment, and I also see our photographer Danny down there as well. They're responsible for a lot of the still images and the pretty moving pictures we see on the social feeds. Chris McCarthy, though, is ready to have one last interview down in the podium area with Haya and Hartling.
Yes, I am, Adam. Thank you very much. Down with our winning drivers from that endurance race, Kenneth Haya and JMO Hartling. Back on the top step once more. Can't keep you guys away from there. It's been a fantastic season so far. Didn't quite get the result you wanted earlier, but now back on the top step.
Yeah. Smiling. Yeah, I'm always smiling. Thanks to Kenneth, thanks to the whole team. Good work that we can stay here. And yeah, it was a good fight between the other AMG, and yeah, good job. Thanks.
A day of tricky conditions as well, isn't it? A weekend of mixed conditions. Tell us how it's been dealing with that as a team.
Yeah, you need to learn to deal with that. Yeah, so only do it.
Rocket man, rocket man. This guy is the rocket man.
Yeah, only do it, and yeah, bring it over the start-finish line at the end.
Martin said you guys are too fast, didn't he? To tell us where the pace is coming from, do you think? Has it been all the hard work you guys have been putting in the off-season?
Yeah, we work hard together, and the pace is from us. And we give our best.
And Kenneth, it seems you have a great relationship as teammates as well. It definitely plays a key role in the results that are coming in.
Yeah, for me in the last quarter of the career, let's say, or maybe last fifth of the career, it's so nice to work with the young guys. We have with Marcel, we have another very, very, very fast driver made from the Schnitzelalm. Now he's the second one. Really rocket man, good basic knowledge, and really working his ass off. That's the main part of him, I think, that he works his ass off. Yeah, and that's at the moment the key to success.
When you're out there in those conditions as well, how is it knowing that both of you have a good teammate like JMO to hand the car over? When you're in those tough conditions, it must be nice knowing that you're going to be able to hand over to someone like JMO.
Yeah, in the moment it's a bit tricky in the rain condition because we drive different tires, the car. So the advantage of the Michelin, the full wet, the disadvantage then in the drying up like now. So in the second race, for example, we had full wet tires, and then we have to struggle and we have to be very calm as the car not to place it in the rubble. And now these conditions help a bit for sure. And yeah, I know him very well, and he's produced like 3 years now, I think. In the GT4 he was already awesome, and I think it's a future rocket.
And tell us the race from your perspective, because it was a race of managing tyres, but in a different way, wasn't it? Because the rain stopped falling and you had to keep the wet tyres on.
Yeah, the track seems to take quite long to dry up. It's even with the Formula cars in the earlier races, with 40 cars, it takes like an hour to dry, let's say, for 20%. So even with a strange compound of the asphalt, it took like, let's say, 2, 3, 4 races when it's drying up that is really dry. So we never had complete dry conditions, and that's a bit the key of the track, I think. It seems that this is a problem when it's raining here, that you still have wet spots. Even yesterday in the really dry condition, it was for one spot was completely wet for the whole race.
We go to Valencia next. Think we can get some more wins there? Looking forward to it?
Yeah, we hope for that.
So we'll let you go to the podium. Well done, guys. Well done, our winners there, JMO Hartling and Kenneth Haya, the team in the background there, the winning cars, Johnny, and our top 3 cars. They are going to head up onto the podium with our other classes as well. Lucas is up there, but let's go to some reflection first, up in commentary with Adam Weller.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, for one last time this weekend, we can take a look at some of the action that was in the race we just saw. Of course, the podium is in just a few minutes. We're not quite done with the show yet, but we will show you some highlights in just a moment of GT Winter Series race number 3. Here we go then. This is how the race got underway. Kenneth Heyer on the inside, Kaczmarski on the outside in the two Mercedes. But Matthias Lizowski very quickly managed to get himself into P2 as the race got underway. Led after the first few corners. At this stage, the Cup car seemed to have the advantage in what was still a slightly damp or a mildly damp circuit. But very soon the safety car would be called, and that was unfortunately because John Dillon's Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo expired. And hopefully we don't lose that car from future rounds as a result of that. It would be great to see John Dillon again before the season ends. Kaczmarski managed to get past Kenneth Heyer out there on the circuit for P2 as he then tried to go for the race lead. Lizowski, his PTT teammate in the Cup Porsche, had no answer for Martin Kaczmarski, who would then lead as we approached the pit window. And then Kenneth Heyer also found his way past the Lizowski car. Lizowski just losing pace as the conditions dried out, as the tyres came up to temperature in the GT3s. Post pit stops, and well, the indicator gave it away for Jamo Hartling. He took over the 11 car, and Martin Kaczmarski wasn't going to fight him for that position. Andrzej Lewandowski, he found himself in the gravel, and that was cause of safety car number 2. Francesco Lopez was on the offensive up against Dieter Sveps after that safety car, was trying to find a way past Dieter. And then unfortunately the rear end let go going through turn 10. Uwe Lauer will have been disappointed by that, but Francesco Lopez still taking 5th overall and will join Uwe on the podium in the GT3 class. But Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Heyer do it again for SR Motorsport. Another top step of the podium for them. 2 wins this weekend for that pairing, and 3 wins for the Mercedes-AMG GT3, and all 3-pointed star top step in the GT Winter Series this weekend. So great to see so many different cars, as always, in GT Winter Series. I understand we're expecting a few more cars at Valencia as well, and some very exciting additions to that entry list. So we're very keen for you to join us to keep an eye on that one when we head to Valencia next week. A reminder, if you're there in the Valencia area, access is free. So make sure you do come along and watch some of the racing action. The Formulas, the GTs, the GT4s, and indeed the TCR-Spain pre-season events, all with us at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo next week. We still have one more podium to come here, though, at the Circuito de Jerez, the Ángel Nieto circuit. Busy, busy week for the team here at Circuito de Jerez. And it's been a very busy weekend for Lukas Gajewski as well. He's got one last set of podiums to host. So let's go to him now.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller, for commentating throughout the day. Now it's time for the last podium here in Jerez. It's been a long day, sometimes maybe a bit frustrating, especially because of the weather conditions and the related calamities. However, I'm very happy to welcome plenty of drivers onto the last podium of the day. And we start with our top 3 finishers in GT3. And in 3rd place, it's DB Yamaha Racing with Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez. Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez in 3rd on the podium. In 2nd place, 3rd podium for him this weekend, for PTT Racing, Martin Kaczmarski. And your winners from SR Motorsport, Kenneth Heyer and Jamo Hartling. Well done to Kenneth and Jamo, just as well as the GEDLICH Racing organization is ready to present another set of trophies with Markus Gedlich, with Stefan Lehner and with Sergio as well, presenting the trophies to our top 3 finishers in GT3 class. after the last of 3 races in GT Winter Series this weekend. And of course, Daniel, who was mentioned by Adam Weller earlier, is ready to take some pictures up here on the podium just as well as the drivers gather on the top step of the podium. And there is a good entourage of videographers on the podium just as well. I would have loved to speak to one of them, but no chance there, because in contrast and in comparison to the GT4 competitors, they are very happy to use their champagne. So guys, thank you very much. Big round of applause. Your top 3 finishers in GT3 in GT Winter Series. So great to see shaking hands from our competitors. Let's grab a quick word with Martin Kaczmarski after the 3rd race of the weekend. Oh dear, there is still one bottle to be opened, but I think it's safe to go. Martin, congratulations, very good weekend for you. 3 podiums in 3 races. However, I'm very interested to know why you decided to use the indicator and to pull aside when you saw the other car behind you.
Because those guys are really fast, you know, and it doesn't make sense to fight with them, and it's better to follow them to...
Oh dear, oh dear. The cork suddenly worked.
It's better to learn the line, but I was following those guys just few corners, because after that they were, oh my God, I don't know where.
Anyway, 3 podiums this weekend. Well done to you, Martin. Thank you very much. We've spoken to Jamie and Kenneth downstairs, and I think Uwe and Francesco are somewhere else with the remaining bits of their champagne bottles. Thank you very much. One final round of applause for our GT3 podium finishers here in Jerez as we prepare for the 2nd podium tonight, which is our Cup 1 class podium for the Ferrari 488 challenge cars. A bit of a reshuffle there after we saw John Dillon sadly not finishing the 3rd and last race of the weekend, which leaves 2 other squads to fill the spots on the podium. And in 2nd place in Cup 1 class from AF Corse, Motohiko Isozaki. And your winners in Cup 1 class from Kessel Racing, Petros Makris and Marco Bonanomi. Well done to Petros, first weekend in the GT Winter Series, and he immediately makes it onto the highest podium alongside Marco Bonanomi, well-known prototype and GT racer himself. Sergio and Marcos presenting the trophies to our finishers in Cup 1. Motohiko Isozaki in 2nd place, and Petros Makris and Marco Bonanomi winning the Enduro competition in Cup 1 class this time out. And before we head to the champagne bottles, let's speak to our competitors on the top steps of the podium. Motohiko, how was your weekend here in Jerez? Three podium positions.
That's right, Andre. Both study, very interesting, very nice, and very nice study. Thank you very much.
We'll see you next week in Valencia?
Maybe, yes, maybe Valencia. Yes, very nice.
Would be good to see you. Thank you very much. Now let's speak to our winners. Petros, your first weekend in GT Winter Series, you've made it onto the podium twice already, and now it's the highest one.
Fantastic. Like I said before, nothing I can say. Thanks very much to the team. It has been a great job. My coach, Marco, who's been helping me massively, as this is my first time. Thank you again. Kessel Racing always.
Thank you very much. And Marco, what a great pleasure to have you on the grid as well. Of course, an interesting experience to be the coach for most bits of the weekend and then finally to step into the car for the last one as well.
Yeah, right. Finally, I did some laps on track. It was super fun, a nice championship. And this guy did an amazing job because it's the first race weekend ever. He did a perfect weekend without any mistakes in a different condition. So really, I'm proud of him. He's a beast.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much. Ready for the champagne? Of course you are. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Your Cup 1 podium, Mitsuhiko Isozaki in second, and your winners, Petros Makris and Marco Bonanomi. Yeah, we still need to work. There's a bit more coaching required, at least when it comes to the podium procedures, but I think that's all right. The main bit, the driving, already works to perfection for Petros. Thank you very much, guys. Have a very, very nice evening. See you next week in Valencia. Cup 2, our Porsche 911 class podium is next once the champagne bottles are finally prepared by the GEDLICH Racing organization. I think we are good to go for the last podium of the weekend for Cup 2 class just as well. So let's welcome in third place of the Cup 2 podium for PTT Racing, Igor Klaya and Hubert Dametko. Even the air horns now being ready down there at PTT Racing. Great stuff. In second place in Cup 2 for Raka Motorsport, Leandro Martins and Dieter Sveppels. And your winner in Cup 2 in race number 3 for PTT Racing is Mateusz Lisowski. One outing on the circuit this weekend for Mateusz, and he made it stick as usual and wins race number 3 as Sergio, Stefan and Marcus present the trophies to our top 3 finishers in Cup 2 class. It's been a fierce competition, as Adam pointed out in commentary. Of course, the safety car, a very, very important factor to close all the gaps down once again. However, despite Dieter Sveppels charging from behind, in the end it was Mateusz to score another race 3 victory and his PTT Racing machinery. Right, there we go. I thought we might be able to. Well, we can. Mateusz, please stay for another couple of seconds. Let's have a word with our winner there on the top step. Your usual race 3 appearance. How was it? Very, very busy, I guess.
Yeah, really busy, but condition was really tricky. I had a really good start, so I am happy because I was in front of GT3 cars. The same like Estoril, during the laps the track was more damp, that's why I lost the pace. Yeah, but anyway, I would like to thank the team because they are amazing, you know, on all race weekend. So I am really happy, I really appreciate it. I can be one of them.
Thank you very much. Your winner in Cup 2 class, Mateusz Lisowski. One more to go. Cup 4 class is next. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars competing in that class, and we've got another trio of podium finishers coming up next on the stage. And in third place for the 3rd time on the podium this weekend for DL Racing is Ibrahim Badawi, accompanied by the Egyptian flag on the podium. In second place for GT3 Poland, it's father and son Andrzej and Adrian Lewandowski. And with the first win of the weekend for BDR competition is Alfredo Hernandez. Throwing the cap down there into the pits, hitting the PTT Racing Mercedes, but I think no damage sustained there. Markus Gedlich and Sergio handing out the trophies. Stefan Lehner joining just as well to present the trophies to our top 3 finishers in Cup 4, the Lamborghini Trofeo class, with fabulous competition here in Jerez. Daniel, our photographer, of course, in action once again this weekend to collect some more pictures, and then I'm happy to speak to our winner, Alfredo Hernandez, for the first time on the top step of the podium. Alfredo, quick word from the winner. You're not free to go because the champagne still needs to spray. they're all hiding. They don't want to show. They don't want to spray champagne, Alfredo.
Well, they escape. I would like to put the champagne on the partners, but not today.
Not today. But champagne spraying aside, how was your weekend here in Jerez?
Well, the weekend was good. The beginning not so good. I had a little accident, but the second and third racing was fantastic. It's like perfect.
I was about to say it's a fantastic way to round off the weekend, so please enjoy the champagne somewhere in the paddock.
Well, yeah, I didn't know if use tires for the competition or propellers.
Alfredo, thank you very much. Good to see you next time out in Valencia. And a big round of applause to our podium finishers. Thank you very much, Alfredo. That concludes our big set of podiums. And down in the pits are Chris McCarthy and Adam Weller for some parting words from Jerez.
Thank you very much to Lucas with all the podium celebrations there for the GT Winter Series final endurance race. And that wraps up all the podium celebrations for the weekend. That wraps up all the racing for the weekend. And with that, we can get our commentator, Adam Weller, down from the commentary box. Adam, it's been very wet down here. I don't assume it's been so up in commentary, but what have you made from all the racing? It's been much different conditions to yesterday, but that's provided much different racing than yesterday, hasn't it? It's been very entertaining nonetheless.
It's weird how these weeks go. I've been here since Wednesday, and I simultaneously feel like I've never lived or known anywhere else in my life other than Circuito de Jerez. However, it's also gone incredibly fast, so I don't know. But yeah, it's been incredible racing. We've obviously had the FWS here for the first time, and I mean, what can you say that we haven't already said? Massive grid, very exciting racing, and the GTs and the GT4s are known commodities, and boy, did they deliver.
Let's get Lucas Gajewski in from the podium celebrations. Jump around the other side. Okay, guys, we're going to wrap up this same as we did last week. We'll work backwards. We've got the GT Winter Series cars in the background. Driver of the weekend in each category. Let's start with GT Winter Series. We've just heard from yourself, Adam. So we'll go from yourself, Lucas, as you were just up there in the podium celebrations. You got down incredibly quickly. It was getting very wet with champagne up there. I can smell it off you, actually. Tastes very nice, I'm sure. Tell us who your driver of the weekend was in the GT Winter Series.
Well, in multi-class racing, it's always difficult to judge, isn't it? But I think I'm going to go with J-Mo Hartling in terms of performance, because some of the pace he showed was quite incredible. But of course, he's a pro driver in a mixed grid. I'm just going to go with him still.
Yeah, he's put in a fantastic performance, isn't he? They're calling him the Rocket Man, saying just how quick he was. Martin Kazmarski saying just how quick he was. What about yourself, Adam?
Well, you just quoted him. I would say Martin Kazmarski, certainly on his debut weekend in a GT3 car. The fact that in the race we just saw he was matching the pace of Kenneth Heyer, who has a lot more experience in one of those things, says a lot about where he might end up with a bit more track time and seat time.
Yeah, he's looking very, very good going forward. And I do like their relationship as a pairing, J-Mo Hartling and Kenneth Heyer. I think that relationship as a pairing is really playing a part in how successful they're becoming. Right, there we go. GT4 European Series is where we're going to go next. Fantastic racing. I mean, they were out on slicks in the rain, and it provided, what, a six-car battle, I think, at times for the lead. So hard, this one, to pick a driver of the weekend out of that. But who sticks out for you?
It is hard to pick. We saw Mattis Pluschkel twice on the podium, which I think is quite impressive on one of his first weekends in GT4 competition in these weather conditions with safety cars and all the sort of stuff that you need to learn as a young driver. So I'm going to go for him.
In a very nice looking Muka Motorsport car as well, isn't it? I mean, they do look very, very beautiful, and great to have such an established team here with us as well. Who stuck out for you, Adam?
I'm going to misquote a 90s dance song. Alexander Danza, he's a soul's companion. Very, very good race in the WNS Motorsport cars. He and Josef Knopp had a very good weekend in general, and very new to GT4. He did a great job.
Let's not miss TCR Spain very, very quickly because it was great to have them. Great to hear from the likes of Eric Genet and Ana Carrasco as well. I mean, Ana Carrasco out in cars for the first time on pole in the wet. I mean, that must have been terrifying. What a story to have Eric Genet on the podium as well, following in the footsteps of his father. Who stood out for you?
Difficult to pick again. I think Nacho Montenegro definitely in terms of performance with 2 victories in 2 different sets of conditions. Very impressive. But I'm going to go for Ana Carrasco because, I mean, she's used to do braver stuff on motorcycles, but still, she's got nothing really to prove, and she decides to do something else, something entirely new. It's a big challenge, and she's been out in the dry, she's been out in the wet, starting from pole position, kept it all clean, good stuff.
Adam?
Well, Mr. Genet Jr., I think, is where I go. Eric Genet joining the family business of driving Seat/Cupra touring cars quickly. Yeah, he did a very good job this weekend, moving in from F4. Something tells me there's a tin top future for that boy.
Yeah, it seemed an emotional moment when he jumped out for the car, particularly for the first time as well. Right, there it is, Formula Winter Series next. 38 cars out there. There was a lot of them, wasn't there? There was a lot of them. Some big, big names with us as well. F1 juniors, drivers that we're going to be seeing going into the F1 Academy, world karting champions, European karting champions, national, regional karting champions. Hard to pick a driver out of that. We had drivers winning their first F4 races as well, returning drivers. Who stood out for you out of those? I think the fact that we had about 20 drivers in their first ever F4 race and we had clean racing was a real achievement for them all.
Yes, definitely agreed. I think racing has been fantastic with so many cars, so many newcomers. I really liked that. Was very good to watch. Don't want to be unfair on anyone because, as you said, there are so many rookies being in a single-seater in a racing environment for the very first time this weekend, and I really don't want to miss any stories further back afield. But I think Maciej Gladiš is a strong pick because he was on the podium 3 times as the only driver. Yes, on the last podium it was only the rookies, so to say, but he was still in the middle of the top 10 positions. And I think over 3 races on a weekend in various conditions against various other drivers, this is very important to be consistent over the course of a championship, and that really stood out to me.
Yeah, it's almost a slightly unfair question, isn't it? Because the fact that first race went green pretty much all the way through, I think meant that they all deserved being drivers of the weekend. Adam, who stood out for you?
I'm going to have to go with Mikael Pedersen. He was very good this weekend. Obviously, yes, he's in the minority as someone who's raced an F4 car before yesterday on that grid, but reigning champion and firmly proved his mettle now up against the best of the Spanish, the Italian championship, some of the top F4 teams in the world. And yeah, he was one of the standouts in terms of race pace and overtaking all weekend.
And I think the emotion from the DriveX team and Juan Cota when he came in shows you what it means to these guys. And that will continue when we go to Valencia next week, just a few days, guys, and we go green again in just a few days' time. Big thanks to everyone here at the Jerez circuit for hosting us in treacherous conditions. Thank you to all the alphalive crew, to the GEDLICH Racing too. They had to go in pretty difficult conditions, so well done to all of our camera crew out there today. They're going to pack up now and get a well-deserved rest, and then we will be back in just a few days' time to give you full live coverage for round 4 of the GT Winter Series at Valencia. For now, though, from all of us here at Jerez, it's goodbye.